So we're back in the mind, gotta pick it from side to side, side to side. Alrighty, we are back, baby. We are big back. Big back. Alright, listen, only sometimes. We're only sometimes a big back. Only sometimes. Okay? But not always. Hello, R30. Welcome in. Welcome in. Did you miss me? Did you miss me? Hello, DJ. Hello, Gnarly. Hello, Monster. How are you all doing? Oh my god, is that another monster? Oh no, we have two monsters. Oh no. Give it... We only need a few more for this to be the guiding lands. This is low-key funny because I just got home from my first day of high school. Oh, how was it? That's HS, right? Yeah, so high school. I don't think that's... Does that stand for anything else? I'm pretty sure that's high school. Hello, Jan. Surtex, hello. React to the Craddock prediction. The Craddock prediction? Or wildest DLC in my life is yours? Maybe. I might. Hello, Kyo. Haven't got a stream since your first one? Looking forward to this. Since my first ever stream? My first stream? No way. No way you caught my first ever stream. The low-key boring. My schedule ain't permanent because I'm not with my homegirl? Is that it? Homegirl? I'm sorry, I'm not hip with the kids nowadays. I'm sorry. I'm not unk. I'm just not very I don't use I don't do a lot of things that my generation or younger generations do. I'm just different. I'm just built different. But you're not with your homegirl yet. Hey. You will be. At least you'll see them during lunch and shit. Unless your school has that thing where, like, different grades have different lunches. Then you probably won't then. But if it's like a normal school, then you'll see them at lunch. My back. Ah, this is why you guys need a stretch. Even one bit arena of the, even one bit of the video, bro, and I would be so happy, bro. Fine, we can do that after we watch the rest of the other video we were watching about Elder Dragons. The spot is just the special spot is just a special case. Nah, I got her for my first and lunch. Alright, cool. I will change it though. Okay. Did the drip check happen? No, because we're not doing a drip check. Did we have a drip check that we were supposed to do? No, we already did it. We already did the one. I don't think I've done a drip check after that. Did I do a drip check after that? Oh, shit. Wait, we were supposed to do a drip check. Wasn't it with, was it with Tiger? Was it in the stream for Tiger? It's now coming back to me. Because I was like, I'm not sure if I would be able to do it. I was like, but I gotta do one this stream. And then I didn't do one that stream. Alright, we have a hot take and a drip check to do. Alright. So, no, the drip check did not happen. The drip check did not happen. Hello, Boone. Hello, ABD. Hello, Viper. Hello, Art. Welcome in, everyone. So, we back in the mines. And you know what they say. We do have our pickaxe speaking side by side. Hello, Frost. How are you? But, I mean, first, I'm not gonna lie, guys. The first day of school was the best my grades ever look. Straight hundreds across the board. First day of school, hey, I'm a straight A student. Not to brag, but you know. Don't ask how my grades look a month from then. So why did you leave? I had to, drop off someone. I had to drop off someone somewhere. He's lying? Bro, don't, no, what do you mean I'm lying? Day one, first day of school? Bro, I got straight 100s. That ain't cap. That's not cap. Did a chick pay you a bit? Bro. No, it did not. They did not. Although the person I did drop off was a woman, but still. I can stay for a bit before Mari's stream starts. Oh, is she... Oh, that's right. She streams same days as me. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I completely forgot about that. Good, you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Very, very nice. The Mafia is a dangerous group spot. I got a new tattoo. Yo, what'd you get? What tattoo did you get? Like, what was the tattoo? And where? And tell me why it was Seregios with a giant heart over Seregios on your chest. Tell me why it's that. Doodle bop on my ankle? Fuck, that's a good one too. Alright, we gotta be starting this bitch all over again. Which is... Nope. No sound. No sound. So I gotta put this motherfucker back on there, man. Is this good?
Western Dragon.
Yes. Okay. We'll start right here, because here you can get a better understanding. Y'all get to see the clips, right? No. No. I mean, I saw an eclipse, during high school. It was really cool. I'm so wet in Houston right now. Oh, okay. I'm guessing some downpour. I saw eclipse in sophomore year of high school. Which is really cool. It was during Spanish class. And, like, everyone in school for, like, 15 minutes was allowed to, like, go outside. And we had some, like, I forgot what they're called, but you know, the glasses you use for eclipse. So your eyes don't fucking burn and you become blind. Yeah, we had those. Pretty nice. I'm not a woman. I didn't say. I didn't say you were. I didn't say anything like that. I've never seen an eclipse in my life. I don't think that's gonna change. Brother, you gotta hope. Low-key, it kind of depends on, like, where you are when the eclipse is happening. But, you gotta, you know, it'll happen one time. It'll happen for the one time. Also, the last one, I can still see the picture in my eyes when I close them. The burn. I'm not gonna lie, I was an idiot. I took my, glasses off for like 1 second. Yeah, that shit burned. As a text in Houston, weather is hell. Bro, that's why you gotta go to, Saturn. The weather there is fire. Boone as a fellow Texan. Alright, we gotta watch this video. We still have most of it to go.
Let's begin at the beginning, with the first generation. Monster Hunter, the game, gave us 3 Elder Dragons. Kirin, La Shanlung, and Fatalis. All were in their distinct ways designed to not fit the world. Kirin and Fatalis consciously evoke creatures of myth, the unicorn and the hexapod western dragon, respectively. La Shanlung is different but similar. While Fatalis and Kirin carry an air of the supernatural and otherworldly, La Shanlung seems, beyond its size, more comprehensible. It is dangerous primarily because it is huge, and not necessarily because it seems to usher from outside.
Not just that it's huge, but also it's like you would have a hard time finding anything to fucking hurt Lao Shenlong. That boy's sturdy in hell.
The bounds of contemporary science. However, it nevertheless
I used a welder's mask? Yo, that's kind of cool.
carries a sense of the divine. It is, quite simply, a moving mountain, and mountains have long themselves been seen as conduits and residences for divinity in cultures across the world. Its status as a giant is also, I think, important. The word giant stems from the Greek word gigas, which literally means earthborn. The giants were the animalistic children of the earth goddess, Gaia, and waged war against the Olympian gods, often being conflated with the Titans. We know very little about Lao Shanlung's ecology. However, when not migrating, it seemingly dwells within the earth.
Yo, Lao Shanlung kind of just a chill dude, for real. Logan, hello, Logan. Hi, gotta go to school. Just dropping in to say, bye. Hi, okay. Okay, hi, Logan. Bye, Logan.
Its shell forming from the sediment of eons. The framing of an earthborn giant and of a mountain that walks situates Lao Shanlung.
Ooh, I would love to use Wyvern Snipe on this fucking animal. Just imagining it like boom, 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 and then a second later, giant explosion. God. Too bad they don't have fucking Wyvern Snipe in Wilds. Please bring back Wyvern Snipe, please. Just for Ascendant, bring them back. Please, I beg of thee. Nice!
At least in the realm of the preternatural, whereas the supernatural seems to exist beyond the normal laws and frameworks of science and nature.
I gotta go to Mari's stream. Alright, say hi to Mari for me.
In the realm of the divine,
take care,
the preternatural historically was the remit of the demonic, not in the sense of being evil, but in how it existed within the natural world, bending and twisting natural laws, but not actually being able to break them. The preternatural was the realm of the marvelous, but not the miraculous. Mysterious, majestic, and sublime, to be sure, but not.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I just blinked right now. Fuck me, I have not been listening. Like, I'm hearing his words, and I'm kind of understanding, but I'm low-key... I'm low-key just getting less and less interested. Also, who just... Oh, Atomic with the hiding. Thank you, Atomic.
Transcendent. This situating of elder dragons beyond the realm of normal monsters continues in the...
Guys, where's the Family Guy footage on top of the screen? I'm getting bored here.
Second-gen games. But I think here is where we start to see the early stages of a shift. The second gen gives us Kushala Daora, Teostra.
Damn, Olivia, fuck, I forgot about this cutscene. Damn, I thought she just hit him once or twice and then that's it. Damn, she was holding her own. And this motherfucker, and this goddamn Uduna is launching itself at her too. Need me a strong woman like that.
And Lunastra, Chameleos, Yamatsukami, and Old Fatalis. Old Fatalis is where the supernatural quality is still most apparent. It infamously enters the battle through a literal portal, but the others are a bit more complex. Yamatsukami continues the trajectory of Monster Hunter-ifying mythology, in this case with the Kraken. One of the most famous stories told of the Kraken is the idea that it was so huge it would be mistaken for an island, leading unwary sailors to weigh anchor at its shores and make camp upon its back, only for the creature to stir, sink, and consume them whole. Yamatsukami takes this core concept and elevates it into the skies, adding a touch of the unclassifiable by seeming to be a flying cephalopod with human teeth and a forest on its back. 10 out of 10 design, no notes.
Oh my god, is that Yeisha? Is that the forest of Yeisha?
It is a marvelous creature capable of devouring entire forests and drinking entire lakes. It is a living, floating island with unique flora upon its back, but it is also just a giant ball of gas with great thunderbugs nesting in it. Its place above the natural order of wyverns is due to a blend of its size and its bizarre morphology. But where I think things really first start to turn is with the core Dose trio.
Look, if you're a side sleeper and you keep waking up with...
Bro, I don't care. Leave me be with my back pain.
On the surface, The Dose trio of elders, Kushala Daora, Teostra and Lunastra, and Chameleos, have abilities that border on magical. Kushala is made of metal and can control wind and storms. Teostra and Lunastra control fire. Chameleos can turn invisible and...
Wait, can Kushala control storms? Or is it just that, like, he so happens to be in storms? I know you could make the argument that, like, he can create a tornado. But, like, is that him controlling the tornado? I mean, he does, I guess, right? That's why they move. Or do they move just because tornadoes in general move?
Blanket an entire forest in fog. And these are all true. However, these elemental abilities are paired with relatively grounded, more animalistic qualities that we don't see in Gen 1 Elders. Kushala and the first Elder variant Rusted gives us our first look at an Elder Dragon life cycle, for example, a molting pattern similar to those of real-world reptiles and insects. Teostra and Lunastra are our first sexually dimorphic Elder Dragons, situating them within the realm of normal animal biology and the cycles of standard sexual reproduction. Further, their explosive abilities are linked to their dander. Chameleos' invisibility is perhaps the most grounded, tied to a blend of disorientation, neurotoxic hallucinations, diet, and electrical stimulation.
Tiger just went live? Yeah, he's going live today. And we're going to be collabing tomorrow!
It also notably maintains relatively peaceable relations with the humans and monsters in its vicinity. It can become a disaster, but it is not one by inclination. Although these Gen 2 Elders are given effectively supernatural control over elements, this control exists entwined with attributes that place these Elders firmly in the realm of normal animal ecology. They grow and molt, they pair up and reproduce. Their powers are a result of normal biological causes like diet. This is a marked difference from the first title in the franchise, in which Elders very clearly set outside of normal ecology and the categories of the known world. It is perhaps important in hindsight that this generation is where the category Elder Dragon really starts to become a comprehensible, if still waste bin, taxon. Many of its members share morphology, giving rise to the standard Elder Dragon skeleton that finds full saturation in 5th gen. Crucially, the category is also not one solely determined by power. The god wyverns that crown this generation, Akantor and Ukanlos, are after all flying wyverns, not Elder Dragons. The 3rd generation straddles many of the features seen in 1st and 2nd gen. In the more supernatural camp, you have Fatalis' Black Dragon compatriots, Elatrion and Diamoralis, as well as Amatsu, heavenly god of calamity. Amatsu is in many ways an eastern counterpart to the western Fatalis, or Alatreon, borrowing the silhouette of a skybound eastern dragon who controls rain and storms. Like the Black Dragons, Amatsu seems to sit outside of the ordinary flow of nature. It has a mythic dimension augmented by its mythic powers. In the more preternatural camp, however, you have Sidious and Gen Moran, elders that follow in the footsteps of Lao Shanlung's dangerous because big. There is a godlike quality to these Elder Dragons, whether in lore or in framing. Sidious is spoken of in Moga as the wandering god of the deep sea, and its name in both English and Japanese.
I'm really sorry if I'm not talking too much. It's the same thing with, like, Mari. Yeah, listen, alright? When someone's, like, going into detail about this kind of stuff, I just gotta listen, okay? I don't got too much to say. I already said mostly what I wanted to say in the beginning, unless he mentions something right now. But that's why I'm not really talking. Now, if I was doing... And I'm fine with not talking as much in here, because... this is a stream, this isn't a video, so it's supposed to be long and stuff, so I don't mind this, but if I were to be doing a video on this, I would have had to do basically what I did with Tamari, which is kind of like yap at the end.
Japanese contains the word Deus, the Latin word for God. Gen Moran sustains the culture of the region through the aura it bears, its arrival heralding the sandstorm season and being the focus of the Moran festival. Its main subspecies is Hallowed Gen Moran, the sacred mountain dragon, the crystals lining its body shining out of the darkness to inspire a sense of awe and terror. These are monsters that, much like Lao Shan Lung, carry a sense of the earthborn preternatural, of mystery, emerging from the unfathomed depths of sea and sand and descending to them in turn. But at the same time, something is different here. Lao emerged suddenly from the earth, a calamity of unknown origins and unknown destination. Zhen Moran is a big whale in the Great Desert, and its coming and going is an event that the calendar is set by. It is known. The Cedius is causing earthquakes because of pain caused by its misshapen horn, and the story ends with you breaking that horn and repelling the creature. I think this is important because, within the logic of a video game, even more than being able to be killed by a player, displaying physical discomfort and pain is a very naturalistic quality, a very clear way to bring a god down to earth. Players kill gods in games all the time, after all, but rarely.
Wait, Okay, wait, okay, hold on. I don't... So, if you feel pain, you bring a god level thing down to, like, more, like, you bring it down. But isn't it in, like, a lot of, like, mythology across the world, like, gods being in pain or getting hurt or anything is, like, that's like a normal thing, no? Am I tweaking? Like, just because they show emotions and they're hurt doesn't mean that they're not, like, a god or goddess status or anything like that. Now, if you were to talk about, like God, like Big G God, you know, the one and only, then yes, I think this is it. But if you're talking about, like, a pantheon, then gods are supposedly above all of that. Well, they're I mean, you can say that, like, they're depicted as being in pain or certain things in stories because that's how we describe it, and we can't understand life without pain. So you could say that. But, like, even in stories and everything, like, and our understanding of how the gods work, that they do believe in, like, they are in pain. I believe you mean demigods? No. Although maybe pain isn't in of course, I can't really say much because I don't fucking know every single pantheon and everything, right? Or all their stories. But, like, I feel like it's weird to be like, I think it's weird to say that, like, you felt pain, therefore you're no longer a god. Gotta go for a moment? Okay, bye, R3. Give an example. I don't want to say anything because I don't want to be wrong, because I know I'm almost certainly wrong when retelling stories and stuff. But, like, I guess, okay, so when I say feel pain, I guess, well, okay, whenever a god dies in a certain culture or something, um, do you think they didn't feel pain? Like, they just died, and then that's it. I would assume they would feel pain. Right? Like with, Greek mythology. Like, gods do die. Especially with, who was it? Kronos? No. No, Gaia's the other one. No. Like, Zeus's father, right? Because, what was it? Kronos' children uprised to kill him, no? And he also ate one of them. So, like, the idea of, like, a god dying, I guess unless, like, it's never described as them ever feeling pain, but I guess whenever a god dies, I just assume, in those stories, whenever a god would ever die, I assume that it would be painful, especially since torture and, divine punishment in a bunch of different fucked up ways happens a lot throughout religion and mythology. So I just kind of assumed pain would be there, but maybe not. Titans? Wait, then who was, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon's father? Because that's who I'm thinking of. Titans were sealed. Yeah, the Titans were sealed. Kronos. So Kronos wasn't a god. Kronos was a Titan that was the father of gods? Kronos. Didn't they kill Kronos? Or am I misremembering something? Again, I don't, like, I'm fine with misremembering. I'm fine with misremembering because I don't truly understand. I've always wanted to read up on certain, like mythologies and religion stories because I just think they're fascinating. Just like as a general, like, story aspect. Greek gods are immortal. Are they? Maybe I'm thinking of demigods then. Maybe what Viper said is right. Because there is a ton of, like, gods fucking just basically anything and then having a child that results from that. So maybe I'm thinking of demigod. But, like, the concept of, like, pain for, like, gods, I still kind of stand by that. I feel like, I mean, maybe I am wrong, probably, but, like, the idea that, like, throughout, like, every single religion, the idea that, like, a god can't feel, like, emotion or something, or not emotion, I guess pain is an emotion, it's emotional response, right? But maybe, like, pain, not physical pain, but more like pain through a emotional sense. I mean, but pain in a physical sense is what we're talking about with this video, because we're talking about Sadeus and his horn and all that. I'm pretty sure Norse gods are able to injure or be killed. If I remember correctly, there's something about Thor dying. I mean, I do understand the whole, like, I understand the whole thing about, like, gods don't bleed. I understand that, right? But, like, the idea that you, like, there's a difference between, like, feeling pain and then bleeding and being, like, mortally wounded, and that, therefore, doesn't make you a god or anything. Those are two different things, right? Because, like, you can cut my arm, right, and I'll start bleeding, and that hurt, right? That'd be painful. Or you can flick my eye while it's wide open, and that'll hurt, but I'm not bleeding, right? So pain doesn't correlate to literally being injured in a sense. I was gone for a good bit. I didn't miss anything, did I? Or we're kind of talking about, like, gods and stuff. But in terms of the video, no, you missed, like, I think we were at, like, 6 minutes. Yeah, we're at, like, this point. So you missed, like, 9 minutes. If I'm not misremembering, in Japanese mythology, gods die. I get, okay, here's the thing, though, okay, hold on. Does he say God or does he say gods? Because if he said God, again, capital G, then yes, I would understand this 100%. But if he says gods, that would assume a pantheon of some sort and a different, like, religion. So that would be multiple gods. And in that case, I don't think that correlating, like, pain to, like, not that you aren't a god no longer is a little bit strange, but I think it's more like, I think what he's trying to say is that because he felt pain, it's no longer like a looming sense of this thing is beyond my reach and nothing mortals can produce can ever harm it, right? Because it feels pain, right? I think that's what he was getting at. Right? Maybe not so much that, like, you feel pain, so now you're no longer a god. It's more like you're godly, you're not untouchable, and you're not an invincible god, in a sense, right? It's the whole, if it can bleed, it can die thing. Yeah, that's what I said before.
I think this is important because within the logic of a video game, even more than being able to be killed by a player, displaying physical discomfort and pain is a very naturalistic quality, a very clear way to bring a god down to earth.
Oh, okay, maybe I was not thinking that. Down to earth, as in, it's not, again, as invincible as you might think, so it brings it down a bit, but that doesn't, like, necessarily not make them a god. Okay, then I'm fine with that. Never mind, I misinterpreted. When he said down to earth, I thought he meant not a god, as in, like, make them from a god to a mortal kind of thing. It makes it less divine. Yes, there you go. I was misinterpreting it as going from a god to a mortal kind of thing. And I was like, well, I don't know. Like, you feeling pain would just, like, not make you a god anymore? I thought that was strange. But that's not what he's saying. It's like, you're not this untouchable deity as someone might think, because now you can feel pain. It shows weakness in a sense. So, yes, yes, okay.
Players kill gods in games all the time, after all. But
Zeus! Your son has returned!
rarely do those gods display pain. The first 3 generations tread a line of perception between the supernatural, existing beyond the ordinary laws of nature and science, and the preternatural, the marvelous and mysterious that seemingly exists in a gap between nature and divinity.
I think... I'm not sure if okay, maybe I'm misremembering now, but I can't remember if he loaded this, video as in this being a bad thing or more as an observation. I can't remember. But I think this is completely fine, right? Like, more grounded monsters like Kushala and Teostra are more down to earth in the sense of, we know that they have life cycles, we know that they mate and all these things, right? And we know that they can die, right? So they're no longer like forces of nature and almost like divine creatures that we maybe first thought of them like that, right? Right? But then you have like Diamoralis, you have Dalamadur, you have Fatalis and shit like that, like Zoshia. He's not an elder dragon, but you know. Then you have those kinds of monsters where it's like, okay, now I don't really understand what we're kind of doing here. Like, I could maybe try piecing it together, but I truly don't understand what the fuck we're doing here. Even for us, right? Not even just for in-game, like, players. In-game players have no idea what's going on with those guys. Well, not no idea, but, like, significantly less idea than what we know. But I think that's fine, right? I don't want the entirety... Like, I don't want Teostra to have the same exact... To have the same mystery and, like, almost like, what the hell am I looking at, as someone like Fatalis, right? That is what makes Fatalis so interesting, is that we truly don't understand him. We don't really. Right? Meanwhile, someone like Teostra, it's like, yeah, I could understand certain things about this monster, and it could make sense and be down to earth. I like that, right? It makes it more, special. Same thing as with normal monsters and elder dragons. Comparatively, from a Kuluyaku, right? Compare that to a fucking Valstrax. And you're like, yes, compared to Valstrax, Kuluyaku just seems like a fucking bird. That's it. Right? And so there's almost like 3 steps to this. It's like normal monster, there's elder dragon, and then there's like the magical, mystical, no idea what the hell's going on elder dragons. And I think that's fine. I don't think there just needs to be monster and then elder dragon. right? Or it's monster and then purely mystical being. I don't think that's the case. Zoshia should be considered a false god. False god as in, like, it is... that's not a bad idea. Wait, not a bad idea for looking at it.
Monsters in the
I'm
last
watching Percy Jackson right now. Cool. Also, hello, Kurapeko. I didn't say hi to you. I'm sorry. Also, hello, Frost. I also didn't say hi to you either.
category evoke majesty and awe. They shape the land through passing, destroy and give rise to ecosystems and cultures. But they are also very clearly animals. Powerful, massive, world-shaping animals to be sure, but animals. Their gargantuan size and sometimes their seemingly supernatural abilities blend with more standard morphologies and mundane animal behaviors that situate them as part, a mysterious part but a part nonetheless, of the comprehensible order of nature.
Okay, but here's the thing, right? I think what's happening here is, again, magic is just science that we don't know yet, right? So elder dragons are just normal monsters that we just can't understand, right? And I think until we don't understand the elder dragon, it's going to seem like a mythical creature. Which I think that's completely fair. That just makes sense. That's very in line with even the real world. Not like the mythical monster. But even then, right? It's like, the Kraken! Oh my god, the Kraken! But it's just a colossal squid. Now, is it as big as people said it was? No. Is it still fucking huge? Yes. It's like how Asian cultures, like Buddhism, the power goes beyond the physical, like the chi and all that. Well, the point is that they cannot be understood. Well, I don't know if it's like that they cannot be understood. I think it's that we just don't understand it. Not that the possibility of us understanding isn't there. It's just that we don't understand it right now. That's why we try to do as much research as possible. You know?
While figures like Alatreon, Diamoralis, and Amatsu still reside firmly beyond the proper order of nature, at least at this point, Gen 2...
I would say Xenojiva too. Like, Xenojiva does have, like, a life cycle, technically, right? It does, we understand that, but I don't think that would make it, like, a normal monster. Xenojiva, like, the Jivas in general, I still am so confused on it. It's still, like, a massive question mark. Our mind is not capable of understanding it, how about that? Yeah, that's fine. Like, our mind could try understanding it, and so we can have theories and stuff like that, right? But do we truly understand it? Most likely not, no. But, like, okay. What are some Elder Dragons where you go... What are some Elder Dragons that you would think of them as, like, mythical beings? Like, borderline, like, I truly can't really even understand this. Elatrion, Diamoralis, Fatalis, all the Fatalises, I'll just say that. Right? All of the Fatalises. Dalamadur. We'll throw in Zoshia for extra credit. The Jivas. Did I already say Amatsu? I'm not sure if I said Amatsu. I'm gonna say Amatsu, because I still don't understand Amatsu. Now, maybe that's just me not understanding him. But, like, Amatsu, I think, is, like, just... Amatsu's weird, bro. I think Shara you can understand, like, a little bit more than the others. But he's still a little bit weird, but I won't count him. But I won't count him. Yeah, there's, like... Amatsu is grounded in chemistry. In what way? How? The Magalas? The Magalas are somewhat understandable through a molting process. It's more like they're, like, it doesn't make sense in the sense of that's really weird, and that's not how most things work that are those large of a monster. But, like, the process we can kind of understand. Hello, R3. Like, I feel like there's, like, a handful of monsters where it's like, yes, we don't really understand them. Like, they've been in the series for a long time, and we yet still don't really understand them. Like, we can get an idea of what it could be, but is that how it is? No. Or we don't know, right? The green Anamatsu are algae that produces the chemicals needed to do water shenanigans. Well, then why didn't... I was gonna say, why didn't they do it for before? But it's probably because they didn't think about it before. Well, no, you said water shenanigans. I'm sorry. I thought you said thunder shenanigans. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. But, like, what about, like, the storms and all that? I'm not talking about the water. I'm talking about, like, the storms. Like, the fact that when the moment you kill a Matsu, the storms clear, that's weird. That's suspicious. That's strange. I'm back, and with a big bag of chips with all y'all. Hello, Preston. Welcome back. What kind of chips did you get? Naro and Ibushi? Naru and Ibushi are more like general, we kind of don't understand Elder Dragons type of thing, but we understand a bit about them. Now, All Mother is interesting in a general sense. Like, them being able to absorb, like, Naru being able to absorb Ibushi. Like, there's definitely mysteries with the serpent, the two serpents. But would I consider them mythical? Like, on a Matsu's level? Maybe not, but close? There's a whole page dedicated to that in the book. Volvadon is the most unbelievable cool creature in the series. Yo, I'm not gonna lie, that boy weird. That's a strange boy. The sky clearing happens with every single final boss. Well, yes, but also it's not the same. Amatsu is very clearly different. Like I don't think you understand that, like, it's not just like the sky clearing. It's not just like that. It's like until you see the horizon, the sky clears. Like, everything changes colors. There are giant tornadoes, thunder everywhere, then bam, that's it. That's purely symbolic. I don't know. I don't know if it is. I mean, it might be actually symbolic, but it might be both. Like, there are things with Amatsu that I don't know if it's like you can really explain it. Explain Atal Call then. Well, that's just like a sandstorm, no? No, there's lightning in the background, no? I'm trying to remember when we were power scaling him for the Arc Raiders stream. Was it just like a sandstorm, or was it like a proper storm? Well, a sandstorm is a storm, but like with like rain and like, well, like lightning and all that. Bug magic? Yo, true. Tornadoes and shit, yeah. That's a good question. I mean, I don't know how to really explain it. Unless it was just like a happen chance. Unless there's something involving all the metal or something that he collects. That, like, so basically how you said that storms follow Kushala because he's just like a giant, like, flying lightning rod. Maybe because all of, like, the large chunks of metal, especially since the metal is often in the sky and in the air, maybe it attracts a sandstorm in a sense. Maybe. And when you kill Atalkal, all the stuff either gets destroyed or it goes into the ground. So there's not enough of it to then, like, keep the storm there. So it dissipates. Oh, so hello, Gnarly. Oh, wait, no, Gnarly, you've been, I'm sorry, not Gnarly, I'm sorry, Bracky. One could say the same thing about Fatalis Eclipse. No, Fatalis Eclipse just doesn't make fucking sense. Like, it's an eclipse. Like, here's the thing. Fatalis Eclipse thing, it's an eclipse in the beginning. Like, the moon's going over the sun. It happens, and then it goes over the sun for 1 second, and that shit morphs. That is different. That's 100% different. But with Amatsu, I would say Amatsu because, like, he is like, the moment we get introduced to him in Sunbreak, he's immediately creating humongous tornadoes. Like, just him, like, tornadoes are being created, and it's, like, hovering around him. And it's, like, wherever he goes, that's where the storm is. So, him being the reason for the storms being there is literally being shown to us. That's symbolic for how people thought eclipses brought the end of the world. You don't know that. And I don't know that. I mean, fuck, you might be true. And it actually might be both. It literally might be both cases. It's a literal portal or an actual eclipse. It is a real eclipse. It's like a portal comes from the eclipse. It's weird. Bolt Reaver Absolutes can make singularities with its electricity. You still don't understand how that works. That is true. Although it's not truly like a weird unless you say a singularity of electricity, then kinda. Just spent over an hour untangling some fuck-ass gnarly garlands. What's that? I do believe it's a portal because of its story in Dragalia Lost. Said I, Dragalia Lost. What the shovel? But yeah, I mean, back to, like, the main point being, like, I think there are, like, just, like, monsters that we couldn't understand that you would maybe give them, like, mythical title. Like, monsters that, like, we don't truly understand, and maybe we could have an idea of how it could potentially work, but we don't understand it, really. I think there's a handful of those monsters, right? And I like that. I like that there are, like, certain things that we don't know, and it gives it credence to it being, like, mysterious, right? But rather, and that's a good contrast to something like, again, like Kushal or Tiyasha, where we have a decent idea of how those Elder Dragons kind of work. But still not, like, the whole picture as someone like maybe Rathalos, but we have a good idea. Damodar flying just doesn't make fucking sense. Yeah.
3 presents a definitive shift in how most Elders in the franchise come to be conceptualized both within the world and classified within the lore. But I think the shift really, truly starts to happen in Gen 4. And
Man, imagine you're seeing the world trailer for the first time.
Conceptualized both within the world and classified within the lore.
And you get to see two monsters actually fight each other? That's crazy. Literally has not... I mean, it happened through cutscenes, but in gameplay, two monsters fighting each other, that's crazy. That's crazy. The most times you motherfucker, you're just getting jumped. It doesn't matter if normally this monster would fight this other monster in any other circumstance. You're getting jumped. Now, you can still get jumped, but, like, Turf Wars... I think Turf Wars are just fucking amazing. I just think they're great. They haven't been perfect, but, like, I'm so glad they exist.
But I think the shift really, truly starts to happen in Gen 4, and specifically with Gore Magala.
When biology breaks... Bro. I do not... Bro, stop showing me this! I didn't need to see that. I did not need to see that. Flies using the aura, the aura sect that allows it to turn into light and sun. Oh, I forgot. I muted it. Whoops, my fault.
Megala line, that is, Gore, its defective variant Chaotic, and its adult form Shigaru, signifies a major shift in how Elder Dragons are framed by the franchise. It is the first of what I am going to call the Terraformer class of Elders. These do not have overtly supernatural powers, technically, or even preternatural presence. Rather, they are presented as having entirely mundane ecological processes that have the capacity to devastate and transform the world around them. Not in the way that Lao...
I'm not gonna lie. There's something that, like, I truly don't understand. And I have to just say that it's aura, because I really don't understand it about Shagru. It's like, how the fuck does Shagru just stay in the air without flapping its wings? It's like, literally fucking how. And it's like, oh, it can do it because of that. Well, then why doesn't it do it always? We see that it does flap its wings to get into the air and still flap its wings while in the air, but then all of a sudden it'll just be like, you know what, I'm just not gonna flap my wings anymore, and I'm gonna stay in the air, you know, I'm just gonna do that. It's like, oh, okay. Okay.
And Lungmite, reshaping the land through its sheer size and mysterious origins and destination.
And for you, it was the wind. There's no way the wind is that strong that it's fucking holding him up. There's no fucking shot. In Sunbreak, it's just whatever.
But rather through the much more grounded biological processes of feeding, breeding, and navigating the world around them. This new type of Elder forms the baseline for...
Fatalis does the same thing? Fucking does it? I mean, that's why he's able to... I thought, low-key, I thought that's because, like, his fire breath was so strong that, like, the recoil was somehow keeping him up. I know that kind of sounds crazy, but, like, this is also Monster Hunter, so I low-key thought that was what it was.
Essentially, every major narrative...
Literally must have been the wind.
...thread in 5th gen. But it begins with Gore Magala.
Then he would go backwards. That is true. I guess that's true.
And so will we. Now, unlike some of the later examples, Gore does not literally...
By the way, I'm gonna say this right now. This is fucking... When people are like, the frenzy... Like, some people downplay, like, how strong the frenzy makes you. Kulu Yaku probably would lose this normally. I mean, Kulu probably could, like... Kulu could probably, actually win against Narcilla. But, like, because of Kulu's, I'm saying Kulu. Yane. Kutku. Yane. I'm saying Kulu. I caught myself. Don't be fucking annoying. Don't be fucking annoying. I caught myself, okay? Yane. Yane Garuga. There's Yane Kutku. So Yane Kutku. I should say that, because if I say Yane only, I could also be referring to Yane Garuga. So Yane Kutku, actually wins this and fucking rips the head off of Narcilla. Which is fucking crazy. Like, it's crazy. Like, keep in mind, like, Narcilla can just normally hunt a Dipsaros. And Dipsaros, in terms of, like, weight and size and all that, like, there's nothing much different from a Yane Kutku. But, like, it's crazy, because Yane literally wins this. Yane Kutku literally wins this. So that's why I call it Gore Magala. Fucking rips a Narcilla's, like, clean off.
So will we. Now, unlike some of the later examples, Gore does not literally reshape the terrain. However, I would argue that ecologically speaking, it does the equivalent. Unlike the semi-divine elders...
Fuck, I'm not gonna lie, gang, I'm not listening to a word you're saying, I'm so immersed into this cutscene.
Later examples, Gore does not literally reshape the terrain. However, I would argue that ecologically speaking...
Man, he really just said, fuck those poison spikes. Those poison spikes on your back? Fuck them. Fuck them. Why? Because fuck them, that's why.
Gore does not literally reshape the terrain. However, I would argue that ecologically speaking, it does the equivalent. Unlike the semi-divine elders like Amatsu, who can control the weather, or those like Teostra or Kushala Daora, whose supernatural abilities rest alongside otherwise mundane animals.
Damn. Poison is a mental state. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, whenever people are like, you know, I saw, because I do some, I see people's general thoughts on power scaling and stuff. I look on Reddit, I look on YouTube, I look at, well, I don't use TikTok, so I don't look at TikTok. But I guess if there's a video I look up online, that's also a TikTok. I guess I'll look at that. But on Reddit, I saw people saying who would win, or I saw a thing, what's it called? A post. I saw a post saying who would win Black Veil Valhazak versus Chaotic Gore Magala. And people were like, people were saying mostly, like, most people were saying Black Veil. And I was like, I understand that. Don't get me wrong. Black Veil is definitely strong. I think we're kind of undermining Chaotic Gore a little bit, though. Like, people were like, Chaotic Gore Magala is useless. The Frenzy Virus doesn't work on Elder Dragons. Boy, he's basically useless. And I'm like, is he? Is he really useless?
Or habits like mating and molting. The Megala's threat is a direct result of its biological processes, its sensory and reproductive systems. The Frenzy Virus is in...
I'm sorry, back to this video anyways. Yeah, we back to this video.
Or a side effect of how it navigates the world through its scales, like some enormous blind dragon.
Yes, canonically, Black Veil is Ruiner level. But same way as canonically, Velkhana should wipe the floor with Rajang, doesn't do it though. So, I'm taking what we see in cutscenes and gameplay, and I'm taking that, okay? But if you did want, but, I mean, you could also say that, like, a Chaotic is more dangerous. Wait, is it more dangerous or more powerful than Shagru? What was actually the quote? What was the thing that it was? I cannot remember. But, like, Chaotic Gore is, like, dangerous. Yeah, well, that's probably because of, like, it being so unstable. That's probably why. But, like, in terms of physicality, I don't think... Like, I'm pretty sure in terms of physicality, like, is Black Veil stronger than regular, Valhazak? It's a variant, so it's not like it's born differently. I don't think he's physically stronger. I think it's just, like, he's more erratic, and he has more effluvium, and it's also slightly different because of all, like, the, like, spores and stuff. And how it's being, like, reproduced on him. Black Veil is simply the flesh coat is rotten. Yeah, sure, right? Because you can break the flesh bits off his face. Like, if you try flashbanging Black Veil, it won't work. Until you break off the flesh bits and the mask covering its eyes. And when you do that, you just see, like, his normal face. Like, he's, like, normal. And then you can flashbang him. So, like, Valhazak in general is, like, one of the weaker, physically, Elder Dragons. So, I don't know. Again, the, Fluvium is low-key crazy. Like, that shit's dangerous. Here's the thing, though. You put him against Chaotic Gore literally does not care. Chaotic Gore is, like, you could, okay, Black Veil Valhazak would do better against Gore and would do better against Shagru. Putting him against Chaotic Gore is a bad idea.
Moth shedding toxic dust everywhere. This threat is intrinsic to Gore's ecology, because once it molts into its adult form, the virus becomes the means of its reproduction and dominance, repressing the molting of competitors while permitting new generations of Gore Magala to grow and emerge. These are
What the fuck was that flying?
while permitting new generations of Gore Magala to grow and emerge.
Maybe, fuck me. I mean, look at that. Maybe it is the wind. I saw that guy flap once, and he went soaring. Maybe it is the wind. That was me. The wind in question. That was me, gang. That was all me.
the molting of competitors while permitting new generations of Gorn Magala to grow and
Maybe it is. Fuck. But okay, here's the here's the weird thing, right? Like when you have your arms like out like that, right? When he has his arm wings out like that, it makes sense for it to carry him, right? But when Shagru has them like vertically up to the sense of like he's not having it sprout out like horizontally where like the wind would be able to like hit most of it. When Shagru has them like in a jumping jack like formation, there's no way the wind is just keeping him up like that. There's no shot. That's like saying, like those little gliders, right? I forgot what they were specifically called. But like the gliders, that's like having it, you know, like how it's normally supposed to be, like flat, horizontal, right? So wind picks it up. And then having it like vertically on its sides. It's like, brother, you're immediately falling. When Arkville can just fly. No. But like, you see, like, but Viper, that's what you said. That's how it worked. And at least for you, that's how it worked. But I'm saying, even if that was the case, that literally doesn't make sense because of how Shagru Magala positions its arm wings.
emerge. These are profoundly animal behaviors,
The
not
virus lips.
divine or devilish ones. The Magala line is among my favourite Elder Dragons in the franchise for this reason. They are at once the most explicable, the least mysterious in the franchise, and yet one of the most threatening precisely because of the effect their biological processes have on the world around them.
Quick question. I was not listening like at all. I had to turn. BRB, gotta watch a showcase. Okay, Mayor 3. You take care. Real quick, okay, if the developers gave Gore, Chaotic, and Shagru the ability to not be targeted by frenzied monsters, do you think that'd be bullshit or no? And not targeted in the sense of if they see them, they're not going to immediately go after them because in a sense, it's like the frenzy sees itself, so it doesn't attack itself in a weird way. Right? If they gave what? If they gave, oh, what are you saying, R3? JWE3 Crocodilian Coast? Ooh. Like, do you guys think if the developers gave the Magalas the ability to basically not be immediately targeted by frenzied monsters, Apex or not, if you think that'd be, like, bullshit? Would you consider that bullshit? Like, they just gave them something that maybe doesn't make too much sense? Because, like, maybe it could be a cool thing. Where it's like, so Gores maybe don't get targeted by a frenzied monster that could actually fuck it up. I know that's why Gore leaves. But, like, the idea that maybe initially if a frenzied monster were to look upon Gore and Shagru and stuff like that, that maybe they just see, like, a clump of frenzy, so they wouldn't attack it in the beginning. I don't think Gore is losing to any frenzied monsters. You don't think he's losing to a frenzied Devil Joe? Me personally, I think he is. Arkveld has aura? He do be having aura. He do have aura. But, what do you call it? Aren't frenzied weaker? By a little, they're not weak. No, they're not in a sense weaker. Frenzied monsters aren't weaker in the sense of physicality. So, like actual rabies, what it basically does is just, like, turn off your self-preservation. And when that's turned off, you're technically as strong as you already were. It's just that you're willing to exert your body to, like, dangerous levels. To the point where it harms yourself. So, in a sense, they're not weaker or stronger. It's just that, like, in a sense, they don't care about themselves, so they seem stronger because they're doing things that would normally be very taxing on their body that they would normally not do. Okay, gameplay-wise and health-wise, yes, because they are literally, like, dying. They are dying. Like, the frenzy virus is killing them. But they're not weaker physically. If you want to say that, like, they have a timer on their lives right now, unless they turn to an Apex and they overcome it, then yes. Even then, I think in Apex terms, I think they just live a little bit longer than they would have normally if they were just a normal frenzy monster. I just joined to see my goat in the screen. Hey, hello, great. Okay, hello, welcome in. Also, hello, cool. I did not say hello to you. I'm sorry. Not really. They're less durable, but they are able to exert more power than normal. I don't know if you could say that they're less durable. I don't know if that's the case. Unless you say that, like, they're, since their immune system is down, they can't, in a sense, like, not that they're squishy, but, like, how can I say this? Because you see with Yang Kurku, that, like, his, like, frill and all that is literally turning purple. So it could be in a sense that, like, they do, like, almost deteriorate. Like, it's the muscles or the skin is not, like, falling apart, but, like, it's also not, like, reproducing, and it's not healthy. It's hard to explain, but yes. But I guess you could say that they're weaker in some department. They're 100% more dangerous, but they almost certainly aren't physically weak. And they're definitely way more dangerous. But maybe defense-wise and health-wise, they're on the incline, though. Or they're on the decline, I'm sorry. It could be inhibiting their body's natural restraint, which is turned off with adrenaline, for example, in humans. The first one, which monsters become Gores, the Frenzy, the Apex, or neither. And the second, how does the virus affect between different virus and a frenzied and Apex? Not sure. Frenzied monsters are not weaker to element attacks. Are they? I don't know if they are. In all honesty, the frenzied monsters pool for wilds is short. It is, but I'm glad they didn't give us, like, 7 frenzied monsters. I'm glad they didn't. I think it would have been cool if we got, like, one big frenzy monster, like a Rathalos. But since Gore has been mainly in the Ice Shard Cliffs, at least that's where he was introduced and stuff, there's no, the only other, like, big boy you could say is Ark and Jin. And having a frenzied Jin would be kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Like, seeing potentially, like, his, like, metallic plates rust, and that's, like, his version of, like, him turning purple, that would be sick. But I'm glad they didn't do that.
Dominance, repressing the molting of...
To be fair, there isn't anything to suggest that Jin can't be frenzied, but rather, I don't think he can get frenzied. Not that he's immune or highly resistant, has, like, a special resistance. I think he's just so big that it takes way more frenzy than what is normally, like, in the air or something for him to become an actual frenzied monster. Like, the requirement for him becoming frenzied would be higher. And Gore just might not, like, take the risk and try to fight him to do that, like how he did with Gossarag. And what's in the air and what's being, like, transmuted through, like, the passage in general probably just isn't enough. Can Hirobami even get the frenzy? I don't literally see why not.
Competitors, while permitting new generations of Gore...
Then if you ever wonder why Raydao doesn't get frenzied, because Gore's effect hasn't gone that far. It's mostly like Dragon Torch, Ice Shard Cliffs, Wyveria kind of thing. It's not towards the out in the desert.
Megala to grow and emerge. These are profoundly animal behaviors, not divine or devilish ones. The Megala line is among my favourite Elder Dragons in the franchise for this reason. They are at once the most explicable, the least mysterious in the franchise, and yet one of the most threatening precisely because of the effect their biological processes have on the world around them. Bluntly, I do not really understand why the guild actually allows Gormagala to exist at all, and it's probably a testament to some hard-headed scholars fighting its corner for an as-yet unknown ecological reason. Speaking both...
I mean, that's a good question. Does Gore... Okay, quick question. Does Gore even provide anything of benefit to nature? Like, you can argue certain Elder Dragons don't, but, like, does Gore actually contribute in any sense positively to nature? Like, you could say that Devil Joe doesn't provide anything to nature, but, like, at the same time, like, a Devil Joe's, like, range of, like, influence only goes to, like, where it immediately is. It can't spread like a pathogen like Gore can. And those things that then, like, frenzied monsters to then spread it more out. Population control? Population control for fucking what? None of the elders add to the natural order. None of them do. But at the same time, Gore is like so... How do I say this? Gore is so... how do I say? So destructive with, like, its thing that it's not just a storm that follows it, you know? Because even then, right? Like, a Kushella with a storm coming into the ancient forest at least has the slight benefit of there being rain and there being, like, an uptick in maybe, like, certain, like, smaller creatures that come out because of the rain, which then leads to smaller creatures coming to eat those things, and then predators coming to eat those things. So at least there's, like, some kind of, like, good thing that can come from that. With Gore and Shagaru and Chaotic, well, definitely Chaotic, I don't think there's, like, a single good thing that comes from this. Hey Swaddle, sorry if this is a weird question, but what's your favorite monster attack in the series? Could be based on sound, animation, and how good it feels to dodge. I don't know if I have a favorite attack. But, like, Rado's railgun attack is really good. I love it. But, favorite attack... Okay, this might seem funny because it's literally my favorite monster, but, like, whenever Soraya sweeps the leg, I love it. It's probably, like, my top 3, top 5 favorite attack ever. Like, the fact that Soraya goes out of screen, like, I can't see him, is so enthralling. I love it. I love the challenge of being able to, like, ego it and dodge into it. Like, dodge through it, is what I meant. I love that feeling. It doesn't have, like, a very, like, pleasant sound like Raid Hour or, like, Jin. Jin has, like, an amazing sound design when it comes to, well, in general. But especially when it comes to, like, his big ultimate attack. Also, like, Malzeno's, like, teleporting move, that's fucking great. Geismagorm's, like, ultimate attack where he grows fucking like, hellfire wings on his 2, extra pair of arms and shit. That's so cool. Like, there's some really cool attacks. Sapphire of the Emperor Star, Emperor of the Sapphire Star, I'm sorry. That's, of course, like a top 3 move in the entire series. Escanot Judgment's also pretty cool. It's not an attack, but when Brazen Brachydios goes from into his final phase and he starts like destroying, like punching the ground with all of its might, and he literally starts to like obliterate himself by doing it, that's really cool. It's not an attack. It's not even like a move. Can you actually get hurt from that? I've never stood underneath Brachydios when he starts punching. Maybe he does, I'm not sure. But yeah. My personal favorite is the Geocris one where he rears back and you hear the crackle of electricity before he dashes at you. That's a good one. I'm not gonna lie, that move kind of scares me. It hurts? Okay, well that makes sense, but I just wasn't sure because I never did that. I also never saw anyone do it.
Within franchise and narrative trajectory terms, however, the Megalas lay the groundwork for a large number of powerful elders to follow, ones who transform the world not merely by size or apparent supernatural ability, but rather because how they live and breathe in the world reshapes that world in thoroughly mundane but deeply cataclysmic ways. It is not that 4th gen onwards is devoid of the preternatural, but this becomes...
That's a pretty cool set he has. The Zuwu... Is that Longsword? The Gore headpiece with... Is that the Azure? Is that the... I think I know what this is. Azure chest piece, Zuwu leggings. Oh, I'm sorry, waist. That's a pretty cool set. Greatsword? Oh, it's Greatsword. Okay. Is it? It looks pretty slim for a Greatsword. But I guess it's also kind of bulky for Longsword.
more tempered. Delamador draws on the same mythological tropes as Kirin Fatalis and Yamatsukami, manifesting the figure of the World Serpent.
Yamatsukami, I think, is super fucking weird, but I don't think he's actually, like, super hard to explain.
And the weapons crafted from its Shah variation retell a creation myth in which...
By the way, can I just say, do we know what the fuck this is? I've never brought this up, like, ever. Like, I'm like, okay, let me go on these bones. Is there any, like, dialogue from, like, Alma or something about these bones? That's Dalmadur. Do we have a skull? Is there a skull nearby? Or no? Do we know that it's specifically Dalmadur? Or is it like the Vron and Vale thing where it's like probably a distant cousin or ancient ancestor or something like that? It's in the arena? Okay. That's pretty fucking cool. I've always been like, I've always thought that this was like, it's so funny how like our hub is literally the skeleton. Is like inside the skeleton of Dalmadur. Also, this is kind of small, no? Well, okay, it's not it's small. Small, I say. But like, well, no, because then we don't know the tour length. I was talking about like width, because comparatively to like the Rod and Vale, it's something like small. But the Rod and Vale individuals are like huge. So that's probably not like a good comparison.
Retell a creation myth in which it literally makes the world. But this is chiefly cultural flavor, although the monster...
That is 100% greatsword. Maybe it was just the angle. God, I wanted a Zuwu fucking bowgun. Imagine, like a blow dart type thing. No, maybe not blow dart, but like, what would a Zuwu bowgun looks like? Oh, that's... God,
that can call meteors from the heavens. Its mythic capacity...
It's not fair!
To shape and reshape the world is derived chiefly from its size. It carves mountains with its mass. Its corpses, or at least those of its ancestors, become the foundations of entire ecosystems. These are natural processes, even if their impact can seem the stuff of legends. This sense of an almost mythic veil over what are fundamentally mundane, albeit fantastical biological processes forms the foundation of many 5th generation elders, especially what I will call the set-piece elders.
Viper's like, say it with your chest!
And the final bosses. These monsters reshape the ecosystems through the natural flow of their life processes. Zora Magdaros die, and their bodies can form entire lands. Kulv Taroth builds and supports an entire ecosystem as it carves out.
Okay, quick question. So quick question, right? When Zora dies, what happens to the shell? Does the shell just kind of, like, without, like... Does the shell just kind of, like, deteriorate and fall apart? Because Zora dies, its body deteriorates, it goes into the ground, great circle of life, whatever. The shell is not Zora. Is it a Guidelands thing where, like, it doesn't, like, necessarily, like, go away, but, like, over the time, it'll, like, form into something different if something were to change about it?
The caverns of El Dorado. The old Everworm Shara Ishvalda tunnels its way through the Everstream, feeding from it and reshaping the land through its sonic vibrations, giving rise to much of the New World's geography in the process. In this sense, it is much like Dalamada, whose skeletons form the backbone of the Veil, and it carries a similarly mythic quality with its heavy Buddhist influence.
Okay, Shara, while Shara kind of makes sense in a way, you can't deny that Shara just, like, in terms of, like, mythology about, like, gods creating, like, things, Shara just be making shit. Like, the land, Shara's like, you know what? I'm kind of feeling like the mountain here a bit too much. Let me just bring that down a bit. You know, I feel like this land needs to be a bit flatter. Let me just do that. It's like, Shara really does just be making shit. And, like, changing things. Mom, I made a sandcastle. Like, well, like, in terms of, like, biology, maybe we could understand what Shara is. And, like, the whole vibration thing. Like, but, like, you can't deny that, like, Shara's, like, the whole thing about, like, him being able to, like, almost be, like, a god in terms of, like, him changing the land. Like, specifically, like, to maybe how he could want it, is crazy. What's good? I'm back. Boone, you're back? What about Mari? What happened with Mari? Did she end? She end early? Or you just miss him so much, you're like, I gotta go see what Bob was up to. Rock God? Yeah.
But even as it can give shape to continents, it is also simply an animal going about its business. Bioenergy provides much of the backbone for the operations.
God, this is so fucking... Is it just me? Am I tweaking? Or, like, this is just straight up a different monster? Obviously, this is Shara. Obviously. Taking a dinner break? Ah, okay, I get it. So I'm just supposed to be here? Entertain you? Until Mari's live and you just go leave to her? I get it. I get it. Yeah, this dude's fucking freaky. Got Uragon face over here.
Operations of the 5th Gen Elders, rooting much of the mechanisms of Elder Dragon ecology in the substance. Bioenergy is on.
Be back, gonna go eat? Okay. I don't know what's going on with the rocks wiggling, but the shape matches. The shape matches. It's just, like, how he, like... It's so weird because, like, the mannerisms of, like, Shara completely change. Which, it does make sense, because then, you know, he's more vulnerable, so he acts differently. Like, it does make sense. But, like, the rock, like, the way that he fights, the way that he interacts, the way he looks at things, the vibrating things on, like, his mouth and all that, on his face, it just makes it feel like it's a completely different monster.
Undoubtedly a fantastical substance, but it is not itself magic. It is a material thing in the world, and as such, ecosystems and animals have evolved around it like they would any other natural resource. This is true for Shara Ishvalda, but it is also true for the final boss of Base World, Xenojiva, and its adult form Safijiva. Even from its egg sac deep in the recess, this dragon was able to manipulate the process of the Elder Crossing through the release of pheromones to accelerate its own growth, drawing more and more elders and their delicious bioenergy to its environs. The mechanism of this process is, while left mysterious, as much of bioenergy is, still situated within the general order of the Jiva reproductive and maturation cycle.
I'm not sure. The Jivas are one of those species where I would call it, like, almost unknown. Like, again, like, we could try, like, forming it, but we really don't fucking know. Like, yes, it's born from a sac. Like, there's a sac, and it's being developed in the sac, and then it can molt to then Safi. But, like, other than that, do we really know anything about the Jivas? Other than that, like, it absorbs bioenergy, but, like, how the fuck does it do that? It doesn't just eat. It doesn't, like, how Nergigante, like, goes around, eats the monster, and that's kind of, like, how it does its thing. Like, the Jiva just be absorbing energy itself. How? I like the Rock Spider mode. Feels like an old school monster stance. Kinda. The sack? Yeah, the egg sack. The egg sack with Xenojiva.
A natural process, even while it has an unnatural flavor. World in general, with its chief focus on the Elder Crossing, operates to ground the life cycles of Elder Dragons in known patterns and precedents. The Hindu and Buddhist aspect named in both Shada Ishvalda and the Jivas are part of this, conveying a sense of the deep cosmos.
And then also, what's the... Because... No, I'm not gonna get into it. We're gonna have an entire fucking discussion about this. But I think the energy that the Jivas use to actually, like, as their fire breath is strange. I don't get why you're so confused. It's not that, like, I'm confused because... Well, it's... Yeah, I guess I am actually confused. But it's more like... I don't understand you could see this and be like, no, this isn't really, like, mythical and stuff. I understand what he's saying. Like, you can bring, like, the Jivas down to a certain level because we understand that that they're not just born a god or something, right? Or they're born a certain way. They have a process. Like, I understand that, right? Because they have a process that you're able to bring the Jivas down a bit from being, like, this, like, god status kind of thing, right? But, like, just because you know that doesn't mean that it fucking makes any sense. Well, not that not them molting and them being born doesn't make sense. It's like, how they go about doing it and the way that they do it is very, very weird. Like, can you truly actually explain it? No, I mean, just because they can molt, just because they can be born, they do technically have a life cycle. That's all we really know about the Jivas. And so I'm still willing to call them, like, mythical. The Jivas are straight up really weird. But, like, really weird in a cool way. Think of bioenergy as a sort of electricity / radiation. But you see, that's the thing though, right? You can think about it like an electricity or radiation, but it's not. Bioenergy in general is weird. So the fact that this monster can manipulate it and absorb it straight up, it's in the ground, and he's absorbing bioenergy. It's not he's getting struck by lightning. It's not that. It's not that he's draining heat from the environment to make something cold. It's not that. Right? Photosynthesis. It's bioenergy. By nature, this doesn't make too much sense. But again, it doesn't make sense because we don't know about it yet. Right? And I'm fine with that. But to say that it's like he's rooted in logic, it's like, is he? The earth veins simply pass by the area. Oh. Okay, so that's why he could just put his hand on the ground and heal himself. And just do that, right? Like, he could just do that. Right? No, no, Viper. No, I'm not taking that shit. Like, okay, everyone else who's not Viper, you guys don't absorb from the ground? Okay, everyone except for Viper, am I tweaking for saying that, like, this just doesn't, like, truly make sense? Like, we can understand certain things about it, but that doesn't mean we understand the Jivas. Therefore, because we don't truly understand the Jivas and how they actually work. I would be fine with calling him, like, not like, I'd be fine with calling him, like, mythical. In a sense of, like, it's weird how he does things. Like Guardian over a Wilk Puddle. But that's the thing, right? That makes sense, in a way, because they were made with, they don't have, in a sense, well, they're actually kind of similar. I mean, they're in a, like, a pod, then they get hatched, and their source of, not even nutrients, but basically, like, their battery, their energy, is the Wilk. That's what they're comprised of. So them absorbing it, in a sense, makes sense. But even then, we don't even know how they do that. How the hell do Guardians do that? So, okay, fuck me. Now I'm going into, like, theory crafting. Are the Guardians, did they get the idea, did the Keepers get the idea of how to make the Guardians, how they drain it, from the Jivas? Like, they were able to see Jiva, like, Safi Jiva or Zeno Jiva do, well, Safi Jiva, because Zeno Jiva doesn't do this. Like, he doesn't absorb it from the ground, like, when he's out. Wilk is Guardian Bioenergy, yes. Yes, but it's like, okay. Hey, so what, okay, I don't want to, okay, maybe don't let, okay, maybe I'm confusing it, okay? Let me like, relook at this, right? Because I don't actually want to be, like, being, like, misconfused, like, I don't want to be misinterpreting what he's saying again. I don't want to do that. So let me watch this again to just understand.
World, Xenojiva, and its adult form Safi Jiva. Even from its egg sac deep in the recess, this dragon was able to manipulate the process of the Elder Crossing through the release of pheromones to accelerate its own growth, drawing more and more elders and their delicious bioenergy to its environs. The mechanism of this process is, while left mysterious, as much of bioenergy is, still situated within the general order of the Jiva reproductive and maturation cycle. A deeply natural process, even while it has an unnatural flavor. World in general, with its chief focus on the Elder Crossing.
Okay, but he's calling it natural. Natural in the, god damn, look at that fucking, look at the fucking chompers on that one. Like, he's saying that it's grounded because it has a life cycle. And, I mean, sure, I can kind of understand that. But calling the Jivas natural in any normal sense is kind of weird. Like, the Jivas are not normal. Like, it's not Rathalos being born from an egg. And then, you know, because a Rathian and a Rathalos really loved each other. And then an egg. And then they're small. And then they get feed. And then they get bigger. Because they're eating meat that turns into nutrients. Right? It's like, the Jivas are just there. Then they come out, and I can just put my hand on the ground, and I'm absorbing life energy. What? It's definitely more grounded than Fatalis. I don't know if it's more grounded than Fatalis because we've never... If we saw how Fatalis was born, I think that would pretty much just tip the scales. If we didn't know how the Jivas were born, I'd call them basically even. But you could say that they're more grounded because we know more. And I think that would make sense. Because, again, magic is just science that we don't know yet. Basically, there are, like, Godzilla, Ghidorah, dragons, Ender dragons that godly nerfed. This is another contrast to Fatalis. The child is literally the same size as the adult. Yeah. Wait, is it? Well, yeah, it's basically the exact same size. Actually, isn't Zeno, like, slightly larger, but not because of, like, not because it's, like, in general, like, really larger, but because of, like, how its body is. So it kind of looks bigger. I could be wrong there. But regardless, they are just about the same size, yes. Zeno is slightly smaller. Oh, I thought Zeno was slightly larger. Although, I guess if it's If it is shedding, then it becoming slightly larger makes sense. I guess sense. What I'm saying though is like the Jivas I would put on the same like mythical level as Fatalis and stuff. I would. Now, do we know more about Xenojiva, like the Jivas, than we do like the Fatalises? Yes, we do. But is that because they've shown us more than they have shown us? They've shown us more with the Jivas than they have shown us with Fatalises? Yes. So I think if they showed us more about Fatalis, we would know more, and we would associate him with being more grounded because we know more. Does that make sense? Whereas, again, if we just saw, like, Safi Jiva just, like, kind of, like, spawn, and that's it, then, yeah. Or if we saw just Xenojiva and we never saw Safi Jiva, we'd probably say the same thing. What if the more we know, the less we understand? I don't think you can understand less if you know more. Does that make sense? I don't think you can. Because if anything, you would just have more questions, but you still would never know the answer. So even though you have more questions, the amount of answers you have are still zero. Whereas if you have zero of the questions because you never found out something, you would still have zero answers because you don't have the questions. So I don't know if you can technically understand less, because if you have a question and you don't know the answer, you have zero answers. But if you never had the question to begin with, you still have zero questions, or you still have zero answers. Yeah, but 0 out of 7 is less than 0 out of 3. Literally, no, what? No. 0 out of 7 is 0. As in 0 out of 7. Oh, wait, I get, no. 1 out of 7 is less than 1 out of 3, but 0 out of 7 and 0 out of 3 is just 0. Yes, Safi returned using the dark side of the forest to heal his broken. Okay, that's funny. Okay, bro. Am I tweaking? Is that am I no. I'm not wrong at this. I'm not wrong at this. Am I tweaking? No, you got me second guessing myself. No. 1 out of 7 is less than 1 out of 3, but 0 of something and 0 of another thing, it's still 0. They're both 0. He do be tweaking for real? Oh my god, am I getting gaslit? Or am I actually stupid? No, because if I say I'm getting gaslit, you guys are gonna gaslit me even if I am correct.
Crossing operates to ground the life cycles of elder dragons in known patterns and precedents. The Hindu and Buddhist.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Do you just expect... okay, he's saying that, like, it's grounded because they're born and they have a life cycle. Do you just think that, like, elder dragons just, like, spawn in? I mean, fuck, maybe they do. Maybe Fatalis, like, however he's built, or any of the other ones, they just spawn in, right? The darkness level of the area was 0, so they were able to spawn in, Minecraft style. But, like, I feel like everything that's alive has a living cycle. Whether it makes sense or not, it has a life cycle. Other than that, if you don't, then you're probably just a god, or you're a being without immeasure, that we can't, articulate. Listen, if I give you 2 tasks to do, and I give someone else 10 tasks, they have more tasks to do than you, and therefore, they've done less than you. They have more tasks to do than you, therefore they have done less than you. No. because it's relative. No. If we are delegating to 0, which is what you said, I'm using the fact that you said 0. If you literally turned it from 1 out of 7 and 1 out of 3, I would be agreeing with you right now. But you used 0 specifically. If I've done 0 task and the other guy did 0 task, none of us has done a task. So therefore, he has not done more. He does not have. He has not done more or less than me because he's also done 0. But if I have to do 7 tasks and the other guy has to do 2, and I've done 1 and he does 1, he has half his work done. I only have 1/7 of my work done. Right? Which makes sense. So I have more to do, right? And that makes sense. That's completely fine. But if I've done 0 and he's done 0, no one is above anyone else. Because we both have not done anything. Again, I agree with you. I understand what you're saying, but you specifically are using 0 as the number. Whatever works for you, Spot, there's no. I'm not gonna get gaslit. I'm not gonna get gaslit. Okay? I'm not gonna get gaslit. Yes. That is how that works. Yes, that is how that works. You can go and divide 0 by something. I mean, they do have less tasks than you, though. So they have less tasks than me, but they haven't completed more. Because, hold on. If you give someone 2 tasks to do, and I give someone else 10, alright, they have more tasks to do than you. Yes, they do have more tasks to do. Therefore, they've done, but there's, okay, therefore, they've done less than you. No, they haven't done less than me, because, unless you're saying, okay, have we done a task? Is 1 task done? Again, this makes sense if you add 1. Because if I have 10 tasks and someone else has 2 tasks, I've done 1, they've done 1, they are 50% done. I'm 10% done. But if I have 0 tasks done and they have 0 tasks done, they have not done less than me or more than me because we're both at 0. I'm so lost. I don't know how Monster Hunter comes in. No,
Aspect.
Here's the thing, though, because you're trying to make me feel stupid, but I'm right about this. Specifically this. Because I'm getting gaslit into thinking I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. When it comes to, like, the number thing. With Savvy Jiva, we're trying to see who knows more. If we know more about Fatalis or Safi, we know more about Safi. That's not the question. I literally said that we know more about Safi. But I'm saying, I don't think it's fair to say that just because we know more about Safi, that you wouldn't consider him the same level of, like, mythical or, like, questionable, I don't understand this guy, than Fatalis just because we know he has a life cycle. Does that make sense?
Elder dragons in known patterns and precedents. The Hindu and Buddhist.
I will fucking call Tiger right now. I'll call Tiger right now to see if I'm tweaking about that math thing later.
Aspect named in both Shada Ishvalda and the Jivas are part of this. conveying a sense of the deep cosmological timelines that are often presented in those traditions, to give life to animals that shape and are given shape by endless cycles of death and rebirth. These are animals of almost geological timescales, but they are still animals. Their world shaping is as natural to them as their breathing. Demystification, the process by which the mysterious becomes the mundane, the unknown,
He's live. I'll ask him live. I'll fucking call him live. I don't care.
the known, is a process that can often go hand in hand with disenchantment. The old Everworm is a being spoken of only in old myths and scattered fragments. Shah de Lamadeur's weapons tell the story of its creation of the universe itself. Sidious is spoken of as the wandering god of the deep sea. Yet in their respective games, these are creatures of flesh and blood, and their impacts on the world products of their movement and their growth. This trend of demystification continues in Rise and Sunbreak. Nawa and Ibushi might cause the rampages, the night parade of 100 dragons, but this is ultimately just a knock-on effect of their courtship rituals. The serpent dragons upset entire ecosystems, lay waste to settlements and civilizations through the simple practices of sexual reproduction.
Okay, the Wyverian thing, though, doesn't really make sense. But that doesn't mean because one thing doesn't make sense, doesn't mean that they're mythical. Yes, everything else kind of does make sense.
Mundane operations of
I mean, there's still weird things about these guys, but, like, yeah, they're definitely more grounded than maybe, like, a Matsu.
Nature here hide within a veil of the otherworldly, a process that can be extended to these games' monster originals more broadly, as they adapt figures of folklore more and less effectively into the trappings of biological animals. This continues in Sunbreak. We are told of the legend of the Archdemon of the Abyss, a creature which emerges when humanity is consumed by darkness and chaos, and feasts upon mortal souls by turning them to wandering flames. However, as we discover, this is merely another subterranean elder, which like the old Everworm shakes ecosystems with its burrowing and its breaching, albeit here through its symbiosis with Curio, a species of scarlet parasite that carry a deadly virus, not unlike the frenzy of the Megalas. While the ecological impact of Geismagorm is still devastating, there is nothing supernatural or even preternatural about it.
Okay. Again, these ones make sense. The Jivas, though, I'm just willing to just completely argue and say no. The Jiva is like... The Jivas are almost supernatural, as we know of them now. Again, just because we know they have a life cycle doesn't make them, like, not, how do you say it? Not, like, supernatural in a sense. Like, the Jivas are more supernatural than Ibushi and Narwa. But just because we know that they have a life cycle, and we technically don't know the life cycle of Fatalis, I don't think that doesn't mean that we can't call it, like, not supernatural. If you were to see a real-life fucking werewolf, would you say it's not supernatural because... Oh, I guess it depends on what werewolf you're using. But, like, even supernatural, werewolves have literally like, a mating site. Like, you know, they're born and stuff. Again, it does kind of depend on, like, what kind of werewolf you're talking about. Or vampire or anything like that, but still. I don't like the idea that just because it has a life cycle and it uses pheromones to draw in dragons, that it's not, like, unnatural, that it's not, like, weird, that it's not, like, supernatural and, like, everything else it does. Even the pheromone thing, it's like, okay, it uses pheromones, but, like, at the same time, if it does use pheromones, why don't the pheromones work for everything else? Why is it just elder dragons? Why do certain elder dragons don't, like, not come? If it's just because elder dragons are drawn towards because they're gonna die, what about the elder dragons that don't die? Are the pheromones only working when a monster is about to die, and specifically an elder dragon? Is it able to replicate, in a sense, not a pheromone, but then doesn't that, because the Elders Crossing was already a thing that happened, but because of the Jivas, they were able to happen more frequently. So are the pheromones replicating a real-life phenomenon that we don't understand about them? Does that also suggest that the phenomenon is already a pheromone? How do you get a pheromone of a ecological thing that, or like a biological ticking thing that happens in every monster? Oh, my back. So even the pheromone thing is weird. Sure, because it uses pheromones and because it has a life cycle, it's no longer not supernatural. That's weird. I don't know. I don't know. I might be the one who is in like who has to wear the dunce hat, right? But again, I think that just because, again, I'm specifically talking about the Jivas here, like Ibushi and Geisman Gorm. They have weird things going on with them that I don't truly understand. But just because but like everything else is like fine, or it makes more or less sense. But the Jivas specifically, I wouldn't lump in with like the Ibushi and Narwa. I wouldn't lump them with those two. I'll give you an answer if you want. An answer on what? The pheromones? Or are you talking about an answer on what?
Malzeno might be modeled on the literal devil and his vampiric thrall, but like the other 5th generation elders before them, they are ultimately just large animals in the
Oh, you're just saying that you would give me an answer. Okay. How are the pheromones able to replicate a natural occurrence like the Elders Crossing?
process of feeding, territorial defense, and in the case of Malzeno, being real sick. The mythos of the noble guardian dragon of the kingdom who turned on and destroyed it is revealed as an animal infested over the course of standard practices of animal territoriality. The types of elder dragons.
What does that mean? Safi have the DNA of all elders, but the black dragons. They're not really pheromones as you understand them. So they're not pheromones. So what are they if they're not pheromones?
That come to the fore in
Is it like a hum? A sense like the world has like worlds have hums. Like worlds produce like sounds that like everything on Earth instinctually knows about. So is it like that in a sense?
5th gen,
That would kind of make sense as not just purely pheromones, because pheromones would just mean that like anywhere on this planet you'd be able to get hit with pheromones. Whereas maybe it's like a Godzilla thing, like a legendary Godzilla thing, where it's like he has like connection to like Earth itself and he can kind of sense what other kaijus are doing.
radically reshape ecosystems.
He just sends energy to the dragons towards the energy. The whole moth to the light thing, remember? So that's what the Elders Crossing does. The Elders Crossing is sending energy to the Elder Dragons, and that's why the Elder Dragons always know where to go when they're about to die, right? So the Jivas are replicating the energy of like the new world and like sending it like stronger to them. Oh no, the pheromones that make me eat pizza that's nearby. Oh no. Like holding bait in front of a mounted animal. That was a horrible analogy for what you're telling me. I'm not gonna lie. That's a horrible example. The moth to the light thing is a better example. So where does it's a tease, simple as that? What? So what book or what, like, dialogue or what, like, text bubble says that the Jivas send out energy to do this? Or what do they say? Because people often use pheromones. So where did pheromones specifically come from?
And even geography by going through normal functions of animal existence, breeding and feeding. This is different to the biological processes of the Gen 2 elders, in which the ability to manipulate the elements was, by and large, a quality that existed alongside more naturalistic biological processes like molting. It is different from elders like Lao Shanlung and Zora Magdaros, who share
Dragons do the crossing because they want to feed on the new world's energy. But then why doesn't every elder then come at once? Why don't we see more elders? Well, I know why we don't see more, because of restrictions and stuff like that. That's like the actual answer. But like, why don't we just see like way more? Or like, why isn't there like implied that like there's like way more dragons now? Because that would be competition. So, do they just have, like, on their, like, iPhone, they're just like, oh, no one's in this section of the new world. Better make my trip now. How the fuck do they know when there is or isn't competition? If they don't go because of the competition, what makes them go a year later when they don't know there's competition? They only go when they need it at the end of their lives. So you're saying that, like, they go there at the end of their lives to restock on energy to live longer. Is that what you're saying?
Their size is often what causes their environmental impacts. The death of a Zora might lay the foundation for an entire ecosystem.
So they can live longer, yes. Quick question. Does that make actually any sense with how they portray World as, like, the story? The entire thing about World is life coming from death. And, you know, death giving life, you know? So them going to the new world to get life, but die. I don't understand how that works. What? Only the strongest of the weakest get to die at the new world. So, I guess that just means that Zor was weak? I don't know. Remember they go, remember they go there every century, so all that go will die in the next century. So you're saying that when you go there, depending on when you go there, there might not be enough. So the Teostra that goes there 1 century will have enough energy to make it to like keep on living. But now there's like depleted energy sources, right? There's not enough bioenergy. So now the next Teostra that goes will die because there's not enough to keep them alive. Is that it? And again, I have to ask, where did you get this? When a dragon crosses, it means it's 100 years or less from dying. Some don't make it, like Zora. Okay, quick question. Where did you get all this from? Because most people say pheromones. Now you're saying that, like, the Jivas are giving, like, energy and are attracting them. When they died in the New World, they recharged the energy for the next crossing. Wait. But wouldn't that imply that like every single I know guys, I should be like continuing the video, I'm sorry. Wouldn't that imply that like every single Elder Dragon in a sense, or like a lot of Elder Dragons have like the same like lifespan in a sense? Like they have the same like milestones and they're born almost the same way? Because wouldn't it make sense that like Elder Dragons are born at different times? So, like, there's always constantly Elder Dragons in the Elder's Recess. And because there's always Elder Dragons in the Elder's Recess, that some will die, but that some will live. But because they died, others will immediately live. Like, them dying and them recharging the land makes sense. But it's the, like, they go there to... they go there to recharge thing that I've never heard before. Where did you hear that? Again, them going to the New World to die, that I know. That is the whole thing with Zora. But... oh. Gogby locked it. Well, you all sent a message, like, back to back. What was that? Like, the oldest, weakest of the species of the elders ends up being more attracted to make the crossing to the New World. Well, yeah, the whole thing is that elders make no fucking sense. Not all of them. For the energy, Narigante goes to hunt, and Lunastra goes to mate. But Lunastra would go there, also to recharge. Again, I'm asking you, where did you get this information? Was it in a book? Can you send it to me in a book? And is this, it's in the book? And quick question, is this confirmation? Or is this, or is this like theory about what it could be? What's up, Spudball? How are you doing? Hello, Mohammed. I'm doing good. How are you? About the world, it's in a book about world confirmation. Okay. So that they recharge. Okay. So they do recharge. So Elder Dragons come here to recharge. And what about the whole thing that started this, which was Safi Jiva? What was said for Safi Jiva and Xenojiva? What was specifically said?
System as with the guiding lands, but this is ultimately no different from a whalefall in our own oceans, giving rise to bursts of plenty. It is also different, however, to Fatalis. Fatalis' destruction of Shrade in a single night 1,000 years ago passes into legend as a judgment from the heavens, a result of human hubris, or a burning hatred born by the dragon itself. Even as we slay the dragon in Shrade's ruins at the end of Iceborne, the exact cause of that original destruction yet remains unknown. By contrast, Nawa and Ibushi cause the rampage that repeatedly threatens Komura because they're going to have babies.
Again, I'm gonna have to say this. Oh, God, this entire video was a mistake. This entire video was a mistake. Because it's just rehashing things that, like, I understand, but it's like... It's mythical. It's supernatural. Until they show us it, then it's not supernatural. If we were not shown that the rampages were caused by mating rituals, it would be supernatural. But they showed us that. So it's not. It's the same thing with Fatalis. It's supernatural. Because we don't know what happened on Shrade. We don't know anything about that. So it's supernatural. The Jivas, they were shown that they have a life cycle. If we weren't shown that they had specifically a life cycle, or how it would maybe be a life cycle, then it would be supernatural. We get it. Everything's magic. until it's proven to be science. There's no audio in because I just muted it, don't worry.
Speak to Nata after slaying Gogmazios. The apprentice hunter talks about elder dragons, and about whether they are natural creatures like you or him. As part of this, he tells the Avis hunter that he asked both Alma and Eric. When asked if elder dragons are monsters like any other, the cultural anthropologist says she does not know. "I have no answer to give," were her apparent words. But Eric, the biologist, answers differently. He says that they are creatures with thoughts and instincts like any other, and that this is, in fact, the very reason that you can hunt them at all. This makes me excited about how elder dragons will be explored in Ascendance, especially through the lens of our immediate companions. But it also, in my opinion, captures the tension within elder dragons as a category. To the biologist, attuned to the anatomy and architecture of living things, elders are ultimately just animals. To the anthropologist, however, whose province is the languages, history, and artifacts of the mortal cultures
Perfect for back to school. Okay, that's a little funny, gnarly.
by which elder dragons have come to be known, the answer is less quantifiable. To return to a point I made in my variants video, through the lens of mortal art, religion, culture, and symbolism, an animal is rarely ever just an animal, even less so when it is a dragon worshipped as a god that can bring storms. To close on a related point, the disenchantment of our favourite living natural calamities might be seen to mirror our own understandings of less living natural disasters. It is a cliché, but still a historical truth, that natural disasters were once seen as the province of the divine. We see this still in our language. The word hurricane derives from the name of a storm deity of the indigenous Taino people in the Caribbean. Typhoon is derived from the name of a Greek titan. Today we are able to chart the course and causation of natural disasters with the instruments of science. They are known, their effects can be prepared for, even if the events themselves might be no less devastating in their impacts. Elder Dragons in the franchise have charted a similar path. As the generations have progressed, the guild has gained greater and greater knowledge of them, their patterns, their behaviours, their life cycles, and their impact. Their impact might be no less cataclysmic, but the causes behind these impacts have become more and more known, and accordingly more able to be mitigated. The viruses of the Megala line and of Geismagorm's Curio can be cured through vaccination, or at least warded against. While the Megalas were the first definitive shift towards elders whose cataclysmic environmental impact was situated primarily in their natural life cycles, this trajectory both began its life earlier with the Dose Trio and reached its full stride in 5th Gen, the generation that brought Kirin out of the realms of phantom sightings in the deep woods and rendered it into Ape Chow, that shed light on the mysteries of the Elder Crossing and of the Rampage, and the one, importantly, in which a player hunter canonically manages to slay 3 of the Elder Dragons whose abilities and framing are the most supernatural: Alatreon, Amatsu, and Fatalis itself. But this is, importantly, not where this story ends, either in terms of the franchise, nor of the disenchantment of the Elder Dragon in general. Recent games have repeatedly turned to a process of demystification.
See, that message he just explained is great. What do you mean? Hello, Hex. How are you doing?
The Rampage, the Archdemon of the Abyss, the Old Everworm. In these games, legends and mysticism falls away to reveal the shape of animals living animal lives. Creatures that can, despite it...
Snap, what the fuck? What the fuck? What Nata said? What did Nata say? Did Nata just say something? If he said something... If there was, like, text down here, I probably didn't see it because there's subtitles right here.
Be carved up and classified for future generations. Yet if we follow the trail of Elder Dragon disenchantment to its logical conclusion, that is, to the point where nature is entirely masterable via mortal calculus, we arrive at Zoshia, at Wyveria's final weapon and its final folly, at the endpoint of mortal hubris. In his original thesis on disenchantment, Max Weber was clear that human society's perception of the masterability of nature did not necessarily mean that nature was, in fact, masterable. Rather, it was a belief, and beliefs can be flawed, perilously so. The world, no matter how shorn of magic, can be beyond our capacity to control. And similarly, even when their biology is known, their life cycles mapped, and their abilities read and reacted to, elder dragons yet perhaps remain too difficult to tame and too powerful to reproduce. If 5th Gen's lesson was that the gods have been brought down to Earth and can be slain like any beast, perhaps 6th Gen's will ultimately be a reminder that a beast that can be slain like any other can nevertheless still be a god. Thank you everyone for tuning in. This is the first of a few scripts on Elder Dragons that I've been working on, prompted by reflecting on in-universe.
I'm gonna sound like the biggest hater, and I want this guy to know I'm gonna leave a like. I want this guy to never, if he somehow hears what I'm about to say, I hope he never takes it personally. This was a worthless video to me. Worthless in the sense of I already knew all about this. So I just kind of gave myself a headache for basically no reason. And I gave it a like because it's a good video. But because I already knew this, I have given myself a headache for zero reason. And here's the thing, it's not like if I get a headache because I'm trying to understand something, so that's bad. It's, I gave myself a headache because I ran in circles and I'm back to zero. I have not gained anything and I have a headache now. You ask questions, that's the opposite of worthless? Is it? Is it the opposite of worthless? Well, it's only worthless if I don't get answers, because then it's wasted breath. I mean, I guess it can make me think more, but I'm not thinking more because of the video. I'm thinking more because he brought up the monsters, not because of what he said in the video. It's a worthless video to you? Yes, that's what I said. I'm not saying the video's worthless. I'm saying I find this video worthless because it doesn't have worth for me, because I already know what he was talking about. Which I think he was literally talking about, like, how it was weird because he was like, okay, so I think he was trying to say that they are not literally gods and they are portrayed now as animals, which I think that was the case even since Monster Hunter 1. I don't think Kieran was ever described as like a god. Fatalis actually, maybe. But Fatalis has kind of like kept that. But it's like the last like 3 or so minutes of, well, no, maybe not last 3, but maybe like last 3 to 5 minutes basically summed up most of the video. But he was going through the history of them, but I'm not sure if the history of it like kind of mattered for the point. But that could be because I'm an actual idiot. Well, I am an idiot, but like, you know, the only god is me. Smite this man for his hubris. Have you seen How to Monster Hunter by Punk Duck? That sounds really familiar, and I think I have. I don't know what you were expecting from this video. I was expecting him to talk about, and you know, maybe it's because of my expectations, like what I did with Mari's video, right? Where it was like, how did everyone... I thought he was going to talk about the player-based sentiment on it. Like the player base's sentiment on Elder Dragons as a classification, rather than these are not actually gods because they have a life cycle and they get hurt. So, like, I thought it was going to be, like, I thought the video was going to be talking about how players don't really care or don't really get the hype when it comes to monsters like Elder Dragons, because now we're having so many Elder Dragon level monsters, right? We have so many monsters that could supposedly tangle with Elder Dragons, so what makes them truly special? You know, like, people don't really think Kushala or Tiasra are special, even though they are special monsters, right? And I thought he was going to go over when the shift started, and he kind of did. He talked about Rajang. And then that's where I was like, okay, right? I was like, okay, so he's talking about like Rajang and the Kieran thing. So I was like, okay, he's probably going to bring up like Devil Joe, or like how certain monsters were depicted on feasting on Elder Dragons, like maybe Magda Malo, but he never brought that up. He brought up Rajang, right? And here's the thing, the thumbnail literally has it like Rajang and Kieran and Rajang's shot where it's prey, right? And it says prey on the thumbnail. And with the disenchantment of Elder Dragons, specifically the wording, I thought it was going to be, again, the community's like lack of interest about Elder Dragons in general, and if they're not like big and super interesting like Nakarkos or Gogmazios or like final boss material, then people don't care about Elder Dragons because they just see them as basically another different type of Devil Joe or Magda Malo or something, right? But that's not what the video ended up being. And that's not the guy's fault. But I felt like maybe I was led to believe something else, especially because, oh my god, this is literally another Mari situation. Like in Mari's case, she did talk about in the beginning, like a little bit with the Magda Malo, about how people did dislike Magda Malo, right? He was either too fat, they think he was over-designed, she brought up comments and stuff, right? And then the rest of the video was about design, like analysis on the design aspect of Magda Malo like overall. And that's why I felt like was happening here. I thought it was the disenchantment of how people viewed Elder Dragons, like the community. And then he talked about how Rajang preyed upon Kieran, which made Kieran not look so, like, special, because a non-Elder Dragon monster was going after Kieran. And that was in the beginning of the video, and then after that, he then went on to say, these monsters are not gods, because they fuck, and they feel pain. I think I'm the issue here. But I hope I can at least express what I'm trying to say here. Do you guys at least understand what I'm trying to say here? Like, the video is good. The video is the video is fine. It's just that I felt like maybe I was catfished a little bit. Like a little bit. Also, hello, Ultima. I'm sorry if I'm, like, talking this way. I'm sorry. But how are you, Ultima? How are you? I see that what I thought about the video was about too. That's a whole other point I have gripes with. I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm sorry I feel like this too. Because, like, the whole video could have just been summed up to, again, what he was going for It's so weird because he had like 3, again, there's the disenchantment with elder dragons because they are animals, but also they're being hunted by non-elder dragon monsters, which makes them seem non-special. There's they're gods, but they're actually not gods, and let me explain why they're not gods. Because Sadeas actually feels pain, and we can break a horn off Sadeas, so he's not a god. And then there's at the end, literally, oh, well, you know, we know more about them, so we don't see them as magical creatures anymore. It's like, that's like 3 different fucking things! And I'm not really getting, like, upset. It's more just, like, I have a headache, so I'm kind of talking a little bit louder than maybe I would normally. Be real, it would be cool if in Iceborne you would have to find Gogmazios, lure him to Fatalis, and then you would, like, you and Gogmazios both fight Fatalis and everything. I mean, that's just kind of fan fiction, but I guess, you know, that would be cool. I can't lie, that would be cool. To be honest, the Elder Dragon classification doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't really make sense. That's the kind of the point. They don't really fit into any other category. They're not really supposed to make sense. I think a better title would have been something along the lines of the in-universe demystification of Elder Dragons. That's fine. That would be fine. But, like, again, it seemed like it was one way, and then it wasn't that way in the beginning of the video. Although the title and the thumbnail actually kind of suggest that. Like, here's the thing. For the thumbnail, you should have maybe put, like, Fatalis, or maybe you should have put Amatsu, and put, False God, or something like that, right? Like, that would have been good. For the main critical points that you're talking about how these monsters are not gods, they are being depicted, they're kind of being depicted as gods, but they're not, right? So having a Matsu, or Safi Jiva, or Ibushi and Narwa, and then having, like, the wording being, like, false god, would make better sense. Right? Would make better sense, would make more sense for the actual main talking points that he was doing for, like, most of the video. Because the first, like, 2 minutes, so the introduction made it seem one way, and then the rest of the video was not that. I think it's just more grounding a god-type creature, or making a god-like creature make sense. Yeah, I just think, like, the thumbnail, or, it's like, I think the thumbnail and the title could be a bit different. But it's a good video. But it was useless for me, and a worthless video to me, because I already knew I already knew his points. Like, I already knew about this. This just made sense. Whereas, like, Mari's video, like, I didn't know about a lot of the things that Mari brought up about Magumello. So it was still fun. I guess that's the difference between, like, Mari's video and this guy's video. Whereas Mari's video had me, like, stroking my beard, you know, being like, huh, interesting. I didn't know that. This video, it was like, I know everything he's talking about, but also, it's kind of strange on, like, how he words some of the things, even if I did know what he was talking about. So, but good video. I left a like. I know it's weird to say good video after I just, it sounded like I was just bitching and moaning. But again, it's a good video. It's just not, it's just something I already understood. Oh, Smallwood, should I play Monster Hunter Stories 3 or no? Yes. If you like Monster Hunter, just play it. I don't see that. You don't see what? That's a good video? or how I valued it differently than to something like Mari, because Mari actually showed me things that I didn't understand about Magnamello, while things about this I did understand. The thumbnail thing? Oh, the thumbnail thing. Well, yeah. I mean, the disenchantment of Elder Dragons, it's not just the thumbnail. Because, again, thumbnail and titles go hand in hand. The thumbnail and titles should both be complementing each other. So, the disenchantment of Elder Dragons, and then showing Rajang with the word prey on it, shows that Elder Dragons aren't special because they could be hunted by normal monsters. At least that's what I understood. Whereas, again, this video was about how the Monster Hunter gods aren't gods and they're actually just animals. And that's what he explained. That is what he explained about how they're not like, how they're not like, what do you call them? They're not, no, well, it's not that he didn't explain, he explained how they're not gods, and so they are normal animals with life cycles and stuff, but some aren't. But in the beginning, it's like, it's in the beginning where it's like, a normal monster can prey on him, right? But he didn't bring that up for any other monster. He didn't bring up Magnamallow. He didn't bring up any other, like, Elder Dragon level monster. He didn't bring up, like, Elder Dragon, like, monsters in general. Like, he just, like, there's, like, Rajang in the thumbnail, and he's brought up for 2 minutes in the entire thing. So do we consider Y Fatalis as a god? I mean, people consider the Wyvern gods as gods. It's just what you consider as a god. His thing was that people consider them gods, but they're not gods. They are animals. They're just like normal animals. They're not supernatural beings, is what he was trying to say. I'm back. Okay, welcome back. He literally starts the video by explaining what he means by the title. Alright, I'm gonna watch the beginning again. No, I don't see it like that. I rewatched like like 3-4 minutes of it. No, I don't see it. What's the collaboration with Tiger tomorrow? That is Remnant 2. Like I see like the thumbnail and title being different, and then the first 2 minutes supporting it. I mean, maybe that's just how I saw it. But I don't see it like that. Compared to some of our animals, you can't let does it look that goofy? No, I mean, there are some whack-looking monsters, or not monsters, animals in our world. Oh, my eyes are literally, not my eyes, but more like my left eye is fucking twitching. Oh, look, Mari is live. Maybe volcanic? Which legendary species should return to wilds? I mean, well, nah, because I would probably just say, like, yes to these, or no to these. I'm not sure if it would really be an interesting watch. Well, I'm not saying that it's not a good video, but I'm saying, like, maybe it's not really a video maybe I would watch. Okay, what's the video you wanted me to watch? Critic. Okay. What? Okay, that's gonna have to do, I guess. Oh, god damn it. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Oh, it's this guy. I think I've seen one of his videos before. Oh, also, thank you so much, Art, for the $5. Thank you so much. I would like you to hydrate for that headache. I have been hydrating this whole time. But I'll hydrate even more. W. Prediction for Wild COC is the video. But which one? But like, which ones? Which one? Which monster should return in Monster Hunter Wilds DLC, or which frontier monster should return in Monster Hunter Wilds DLC? Which one is it? So the one that was like a month ago, or the one that was like a year ago? It's one from a year ago? Oh, I already reacted to it. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't react to it. I already watched it. This is the one I'm thinking of, I think, right? I think so. Let me see. Yeah. I don't remember too much from the video, if I'm being honest. This was a while ago. But yeah, I already reacted to this. Like, I already watched it. Yeah, I remember it being a good video. I don't remember too much from it. He did mention Ketchawacha, but I don't remember anything else. Can we watch Shree's first ever plus yacht hunt? Good question. I don't know. I don't know. Can we? Oh, Dweeby's also live. That's very nice. How to Monster Hunter by... Okay. How to Monster Hunter. Oh, yeah. I've never actually watched one of them. But I've seen them on YouTube. Got a lot of views. Maybe you could rewatch it for stream. No. I will not be doing that. It's only the ruins of Iberia I want you to see again. The ruins of Iberia. Oil Basin. Ice Cliffs. Ruins of Iberia. So this is about a 16 to 29. So it's a 13-minute segment. Alright, I'll look at it again. I mean, I don't really remember too much, so, you know, it's fine. Oh, hold on. Okay. Okay, I'm back. It didn't crash. I had to leave. Look, see. Unless you're not seeing the just chilling screen. If you're seeing the just chilling screen, if you're not seeing the just chilling screen, then maybe it crashed? Did it crash? Oh shit, did it actually crash? No? But it is saying that the bitrate's 0, which I don't know how or why it's not saying that it's 0 on my end. No, we're good? Oh, we're good? Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't say I was leaving, so I did just mute my mic and then, yeah, this is black screen. Okay. Yeah, no, I had to leave for a second. I did have to leave for 1 second. We love you, Swabble, and I love you, random citizen. Thank you, Bryson. What happened? Nothing. We're fine. We did see the video because the vid was in black screen or something. No. So like the first because we're in a transition right now. So like when I unpause it. See, it's just because it's a transition from here to the next what do you call it? To the next chapter. Ruins of Iberia, yes sir, gnarly. Because there's also the watermark right here. You sound a little sleepy. Hey, I'm not sleepy. I'm spottable. For all of you who don't know, sleepy is actually like is the name of a content creator. But excuse me. Yeah. No, this is Patrick. Exactly.
The ruins of Wyveria are what's left of a once great capital and is now a forgotten civilization. Once a center of power and innovation, all that remains are crumbling structures and lingering traces of the past. Recently, Olivia uncovered evidence of an unusual phenomenon within these ruins, as well as signs of a Lalabarina, a woodland species, foreign. Its unexpected presence hints at something mysterious. Despite its dilapidated appearance, the ruins are instead a sprawling ecosystem full of life, albeit the life in question seems to be 50% standard monsters. Rathma and porker plumes remain in plentiful packs. Monsters like the Zuwu adapted to feed on the Guardians, and large amounts of tempered monsters like a Jarakan, Gravios, Quemetris, and Gypsaros can all be found here, either kicked out from their...
But what about Seregios? What about Seregios? The most important monster of all.
Original locales, or venturing here for a true top of the food chain fight. The other 50% are the aforementioned Guardians. These monsters are much more threatening than their base counterparts, not having any reproductive organs or requirements to eat or drink. These monsters can theoretically live forever if they continue to absorb the energy from the Wilk found in abundance throughout the ruins. Only by unnatural means can these Guardians be put down. They are a species of construct made by the ancient civilization to act as sentry and protection for the civilization, giving it its namesake as Guardian. However, with around 250 different known species of...
Boy, these are not the fucking... So, I'm noticing certain icons that are most certainly... Boy, what the fuck? Yo, that is not Garangolm's fucking... Who are you trying to fool, huh? That is not Garangolm's thing. Who the fuck is that? Oh, is that Luna Garen? Yeah, that Malfest.
Monster. It would seem a waste to limit the...
Hold on. Hey, okay, I'm back. I'm back. I should have put on the music for you guys. I'm sorry. That was my fault. My fault. Party foul on me. Party foul on me. Excuse me. Tell us your secret? No, I don't think so. By the way, this Nibble Snarf. This Nibble Snarf one that's like almost directly in the middle, the one that's above Raging Brachydios, the one that's below Narcarcos, that shit fucks. That's awesome. Who's home? Baby's home. Like my parrot. He was very loud when I was near him right now. Very, very, very loud. He kept on screaming, and it definitely didn't help my headache. I thought you died? Ah, yes. Sadly, I did. But I lived. Call me Buck. Short for Buckingham. Long for Buh.
Large monster guardian counts to only 6. As it turns out, the ancient civilizations still have a few tricks up their sleeve.
Bitch who? Bitch who? You know, they don't want you to know this, but actually the egg that Kulu Yaku is holding is actually a Fatalis egg. Canonically making Kulu stronger than Fatalis because he technically killed one. They don't tell you this. They don't tell you this. But I'm telling you guys this.
There are monsters out there that are able to wield weaponry, and not like Glavinus or the Duramboros. Instead, these monsters use third-party...
Man, the more that we keep on mentioning Duramboros, the more I'm like, damn, I really do actually want him back. Like, he's not on my top of list, but, like, I would just want him back. Like, he would fit the setting of a forest, like the Scarlet Forest, but, like, I don't know if the Scarlet Forest is, like, wide enough for him.
materials as weapons.
Kind of like Gamut doesn't really fit the Ice Shard Cliffs. Like, it's cold, and, like, that's the only thing. It's way too vertical, it's way too cramped, and it doesn't have wings, so doesn't get the hero bombing treatment.
And one
Doesn't stick on walls like Jindahad.
such monster
Gamut seeing Jin climb the walls. I'm telling you right now, that motherfucker right there, that motherfucker's not real.
is the Kulu Yaku. The Kulu are a relatively docile species, not interacting with other monsters unless provoked or frightened. Being such a non-threat, with a diet almost consisting exclusively of eggs, the researchers of the guild wondered why the Kulu would be on the ancient civilization's list to be chosen as a guardian. However, the guardian Kulu is, whilst capable of fighting, more utilized as a scout. It has an incredibly sensitive nerve-filled beak, which can be used to detect even the slightest of changes in environments and locate hidden objects.
Okay, so similarly to how Ebony Odogron is like a really good guardian specifically because of like Odogrons in general being, you know, strong, fast, and having good senses and stuff, and especially Ebony having the dragon element. What other monsters are like, they might not be the most powerful, but like utility wise for like your civilization, they're really good. Maybe, like, in terms of, like, just straight up walls, maybe an Elder Gammoth? Just as, like, a giant tank. Like, a giant tank you keep secure for, like, one location. Like, one location that just, you need just, like, a massive wall of meat to protect. Gammoth. Nargacuga's not a bad idea, but I think, low-key, I think Odoron does Nargacuga's jobs better for specifically Wyveria. Kuropeko, that's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. Are we going to get a Kulu species for a final boss in Ascendance? Mark my words. Oh, totally. 100%. Jin wouldn't be a good guardian. Well, good guardian is in very powerful, 100%, but I think Jin would take up way too much will to sustain itself. not only that, it's way too big to fit in, like, the city. And I think the incubation time would just take forever for something like Jin. Kulu exploiting Wilk eggs is stronger in a sense than Escanaut Judgment. Trust. Guardian Goss? Low-key, I think Guardian Luna Garen would be better than, Guardian Gossarag. Low-key. Who else? Who would be, like, a good Guardian for Wyveria? To use in Wyveria? Flying Rathalos is an all-rounder good flyer. I mean, if you wanted less bulk than Legiana, but maybe that's not even, like, maybe not. I mean, they kind of got good ones. Odogron, Rathalos, Kuluyaku, Kuropeko. Well, they don't have Kuluyaku or Kuropeko, but, like, those are good ones, too. Fulgur is, I'm pretty sure, just purely muscle. So in that sense, I think Gossarag would be good as muscle. Malfestio as a watch, as like a gargoyle watcher, that actually, oh my god, that concept goes hard. Malfestio as a, like, gargoyle. And how it watches things, because it has, like, 180-degree, like, surveillance. And so, like, and it doesn't even have to be the strongest, because it has confusion and it has sleep. So it would be a excellent, like, surveillance. Like, it'd be amazing at distracting monsters until stronger guardians can show up, or, the keepers. Sadly, Ratha is the gargoyle already. Is he the gargoyle, or he's, like, the flying muscle? I would say Malfestio would be a better gargoyle, arguably, than Rathalos. Like, he's, like, Malfestio's, like, the gargoyle, and Rathalos is, like, the griffin. If that makes sense.
The reason why the base
Jikazu trust? Oh, okay.
can find eggs, rocks, and pots so well. Using this beak, the Guardian Kulu is able to dig up any potential rare materials the ancient civilization would have used for technological advancements, or locate any potential underground threats posed by monsters or opposition tribes, respectively. However, there will be the occasion in which
Damn, just got fucked there. Try doing a slash knock. Get that out of here. Get down, Mr. President!
monsters or opposition tribes,
Get
respectively.
down!
However, there will be the occasion in which the Guardian Kulu will need to fight back, and it will not shy away from the battle. Using the very well-developed pectoral muscles it boasts, it will dig through and pick up boulders.
Okay, but here's the thing. Like, Okay, here's the thing. I genuinely want to ask you guys, do we think that Kulu's, like, intelligence of using specific materials to dig them up and know where is somehow built into its DNA? Like, he just knows how to do things? Or is it like it was taught? And if it was taught, and that's how Kulu, like, utilizes tools and stuff, then wouldn't it make sense that Guardian wouldn't understand how to make tools? Right? Because and like Kulu gets and digs and maybe for eggs and stuff, but it wouldn't need to dig for eggs because it would have the wilk to absorb.
anywhere as heavy as 300 kilograms. However, if continuously threatened, it will increase its arsenal and instead dig up one of the large chunks of Wormsbane located throughout the ruins. Using this, it will smash it on opponents, causing smaller explosions but dragon blight all the same, before throwing the chunk and dealing massive damage. Whilst being invincible to nature's wrath, if it is attacked, it is still just as flimsy, which is why it will wait for as long as it can before stopping the escape plan and going on offense. Although if the fight has gotten that far, it might as well be too late for it already. Since the Guardian's main purpose is to defend the ancient civilization, it would make sense, at least to me, to try and prove why certain classes of fighter should make their return in Guardian form.
I'm not gonna lie, if you were to have a Guardian Fulgurant Anjanath or a Guardian Brachydios, bro, just do fucking Guardian Brachydios. I mean, if you could do both, and it's no detriment to you, then I guess do both, but like, literally just pick Guardian Brachydios.
Kulu would take on the role of a scavenger, and the current Guardians in Fulgur Anjanath and Ebony Odogra
DPS, okay.
feel more like a DPS class, and so...
Speaking of DPS, and support class, we're gonna need that for tomorrow. Because me and Tiger, Loki was just kind of throwing ourselves into Remnant 2, and we were kind of getting washed. Yes, are we playing on high difficulty? Yes, are we playing on hardcore? Yes. But we're better than that. I will not be doing, art, if you're here, I will not be using the alchemy class. Gang, that shit was useless. It's useless in the beginning. Whereas, like, the summoner or the engineer, or fuck me, even the gunslinger, would be like a much better fit.
Joining them is a monster the ancients...
But why? Bro, we kept on getting washed. Washed when I was using the alchemy set. When I was using the alchemy class, I was getting washed. Bro, all the alchemy set can do before you can really level it up, the only main thing is like 15 damage reduction. And like +1 to like, or -1 to stagger. That's trash! That's awful!
Civilization adapted to best exist in the ruins. The Wyvern Milk, or Wilk as it is known to the Avis units, is the substance allowing Guardians immortality. However, when imbued with certain elements, the Wilk develops extremely volatile properties, as is best documented with the Guardian of...
Okay, quick question. A Guardian Brachydios wouldn't actually have the slime, right? Just like logistically, or would it? We've only ever seen element. We haven't seen status. I mean, technically, the kind of like mucus from Guardian Dashiguma, kind of. But that's not even, that's like a unique thing to the Guardian. Like, well, would it come, like, out of the pod, would Brachydios have the slime, or would the pounders just be covered in, like, volatile wilk, if that makes sense? It would go Garangolm with both slime and wilk. I'm gonna go lock in on... See you guys. Okay, bye, Zenogre. Everyone say bye to Zenogre.
Torches of Sheer.
What about Guardian Vespoid and make them go in swarms with 1,000s? Trust? Not gonna lie, a weapon to surpass Metal Gear.
When it creates solid crystals out of the Wilk, shooting them with a dragon pod or shock pod causes them to explode so violently that it causes a chain reaction with all of those surrounding it. Another monster that explodes so violently that it causes a chain reaction with all of those surrounding.
Nah, never mind.
Another monster that creates a substance with explosive properties would be the Brachydios. Another DPS class Guardian created by the ancient civilization continues to house the slime mold within its body, a sort of myxomycete, which can be used two separate ways. It will continue to utilize its saliva as a sort of stimulant for the slime, causing its hands and horn to be consistently covered and make it explosive on impact, as is shown by its fluorescent yellow coloration. However, when in regions of the ruins rich in...
Damn, he's just getting cocked with this fucking sword slam.
Wilk, it will attack predators by punching the ground in calculated spots, causing Wilk crystals imbued with the slime mold to rise up from the ground, that which after a few seconds of separation from the Guardian Brachydios can cause the whole thing to go up. That is, unless a hunter shoots it with an elemental pod first, causing the explosions to happen when they are free of the blast. Whilst this may look like a turn in the tables, the Guardian Brachy confirm the explosions and continue offense, as its skin is similar to that of a thermal flask, able to withstand massive amounts of heat and cold, and is armoured enough so that it can withstand the explosions with little to no damage. Whilst the theory still circulates that the slime mold can exist without the Brachydios, some scholars believe it is actually a property of the Brachydios shell that causes the explosive reaction. However, with the abundance and volatility of the Wilk, this theory still remains disproven.
Basil. I can retell. I can retell. I can retell. Basil. Seething basil. Didn't see that one. Holy fucking lotus mantis colors, brother. That is beautiful. Also, scary thought.
Has anyone actually made it to level 4 before? If you're slightly congested, use level 1.
Didn't need to see that. At that point, make it Steve instead. Yo, give me a Guardian Syracuse. I've said this before. I would be okay with that. You better make his armor look fucking lit.
The Guardian Rathalos is a construct based on not only one of the most popular monsters of the old world, but
I forgot, like, bro, I'm not gonna lie, Try's logos were something else. Bro, why does he look like... Bro is possessed. You didn't see this. But the Ark's tempered... the demon of the Ark... the Ark demon of the Abyss actually possessed him.
Of the New World, and even as far away as Kamur.
Boy, ain't no fucking way. Who the fuck was that? No! Who? It's Athelos. It's Athelos.
As Kamura, being such a flagship,
That's a good
it has
one.
not missed a single appearance,
That's beautiful.
and every single hunter
I've kind of been down with this one, but it's not the
that has
best.
ventured to one world or the other has fought one. The
Like, the world, like, the Wilds world and stuff, that logo is probably, like, the best one. If not second best. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie, the, like, first ever logo of Rathalos just kind of had aura. But so did Try, though.
Guardian Rathalos may seem a DPS to the untrained eye, however, in order to fully utilize its Rathalos roots, it instead plays the roles of a ranged fighter, shooting fireballs when it can, large sweeping fire breaths that ignite and explode the Wilk.
Am I crazy for saying that, like, I think regular Rathalos is more of a ranged fighter than Guardian Rathalos? Maybe I'm tweaking.
Veins its previous attacks claw up from the ground. Another
Maybe I'm tweaking. Get out of my skin!
Guardian monster utilizing a ranged moveset to detonate proximity explosives left by previous attacks would be that of the Guardian Seething Basilgeuse. The main asset of the Seething Basilgeuse has always been its explosive scales, an egg-shaped part of its biology that can detach and detonate.
Oh my god. Seething Basil's armor is so beautiful. Now imagine that, but like violet white colors. Yeah, you won't get the like whole warm color aspect of it, like the warm, like hot feeling of it, right? Like it's still being forged. But you'll get like a white tiger kind of vibe, or like a white lion. I love it. I'm gonna need that layered armor. Hey, I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that right now, gang.
Thanks to a product dubbed the distilled blast fluid. Normally the scales would eventually grow to a large purple
How about Cantor Eucanlos, Immovable Walls, Trust? Oh, those are just bosses. Those you're just cheating. It's like, sir, this Kushel is giving us a little bit of trouble. Unleash the Guardian and Cantor. I've heard enough. Guardian and Cantor time.
coloured mass before exploding, but with the Guardian seething basil, the scales, when primed, will instead glow a blinding bright white as the Wilk the monster absorbs combines with the blast fluid. Whilst this is purely a cosmetic change, the Wilk found underground reacts with the scale.
Gang, did you not just see the bombs on the floor? Why did you run towards it?
Blast fluid. Whilst this is
I'm back. Yo, everyone. Round of applause for Diver being back, the GOAT.
purely a cosmetic change, the Wilk found underground reacts with the scales when they explode, causing one or two
Yeah, you get him, Dodo Gamma.
extra explosive rings to fan out from the original detonation. In turf wars, it has, according to documented instances, rarely lost a fight if ever, and so the continued nickname of Great Calamity still holds true. The iconic roar make the keepers hide indoors for a
Oh, I thought he was gonna get clowned on right there.
period, and even keeps some hunters shaking in their freshly smithed Zuru boots. Despite its title of Guardian, the guild are still extremely wary about the seething basil geese, as one misplaced bomb could mean the destruction of a wall or support, bringing down the entire ruins on top of the keeper's home sealed. Even worse, if a bomb goes stray and hits the land spine, that could risk the depletion of energy from all the locales, and perhaps puts the entire Forbidden Lands at risk of extinction. One quick way to deal with a Guardian seething is to continuously target its scale-making organ. Continuous damage will cause the heat of this area to dissipate, and the explosive properties will also disappear for a short time. That being said, the Guardian seething basil still has the extremely powerful shock absorbers in its neck, so will still dive bomb hunters. Some of the time while they're being hunted, but sometimes whilst the hunter is hunting or doing something else entirely. You know, just out of instinct.
Out of instinct, yo. The Guardian sees the hunter. It's like, yo, I need this motherfucker dead. Who is this? Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't tell.
Guardian Doshaguma is a large, sturdy monster that, as you'd imagine, carries many tropes of the normal Doshaguma. These monsters
Guardian Luna Garrett. Okay, never mind.
take the role of tanks, large blocks that, whilst hitting hard, also take a lot to take down. Monsters like these are not
Would you... I guess they're more tanks than DPS, to be fair.
hard to come by, but finding out the right one takes time and effort. The Wyverians have hardly been a
Maybe they're not just like... Maybe they're not the best tanks, but I would probably call them tanks.
common species in Monster Hunter. The likes of humans and palicos have outnumbered them in every circumstance. However, the likes of Legends, the Seeker, and the All-Harken all provide plenty of depth to the world. One
What about the All-Mother, though? What about the All-Mother?
such Wyverian that had perhaps more a story-centered part was Kagero the Merchant. Kagero is a well-travelled merchant, suggesting that he has been to plenty of regions, perhaps ones we currently inhabit, selling off items such as food to the Knafans, tools to the Azuz tribe, and perhaps long ago, monster materials to the Wyverians of the old Wyveria for them to get the requirements to construct Guardians. And so came to be the Guardian Garangol, a monster that secretes a sap-like fluid from its pores to promote plant growth and harden soil for offense.
Is this Curio Garangol? Why is he a little reddish? Is that just me?
Its title as one of the three lords of Elgato made it a prime specimen for a guardian, and
Alright, he's not afflicted, never mind.
combined with the Wilk makes it a formidable enemy indeed. The Garangom's main form of attack was to drench one of its arms in soil, inflicting water blight, and the other one in a magma-like substance, inflicting fire blight. Instead, with the Guardian Garangom, the fists are imbued with the substances found in the ruins, one taking on an explosive blast blight property due to the Wilk combining with the sap, and the other being plunged into the ground, ripping out a fistful of Wormsbane, causing serious damage with its new Dragon Blight. Much like the Guardian Kulu, though, the Guardian
That'd be cool.
Garangol will remain docile, choosing to sleep as often as it can, but if provoked in any way, it will use its massive body to crush everything in its path. It has become quite a celebrity within the guild, though, mostly to do with its ability to help the plant life of the ruins flourish again, but Gemma has sparked quite the debate with Eric, as to who would win, one Guardian Garangol or 100 men.
Okay, bro. Okay, fucking. Thank you, Diver, for the 100.
As previously discussed, the Guardians are a specific subset of monsters classified as constructs. They are artificially created monsters with enhanced senses and abilities, bioengineered by the ancient civilization in order to protect them and the Dragon Torch, and so do not follow typical monster ecology. They do not need to eat, drink, or sleep, and simply nourish themselves on the wilk flowing in abundance.
Fuck it. I just thought of something so fucking stupid. I just thought of like Garangom with a big cup of milk going wacky slosh. You know what I'm saying? We got some of that lean, you know what I'm saying? We got some of that lean, you know what I'm saying? Need me some of that drink.
This is the only known substance they require to survive, and so unless unnatural
Wonky
causes occur, this
slide.
suggests they are immortal. However, the basic genetic foundation of the original monster needs to be present in order for the Guardians to be created.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I love Oldugron so much. I love him so much.
To survive, and so unless unnatural causes occur, this suggests they are immortal. However, the basic genetic foundation of the original monster needs to be present in order for the Guardians to be created. As such, life will find a way to bypass potential roadblocks. One such example is
I do have to ask, what... Okay, so he's talking about, like, DPS ranges and stuff. What is Guardian Arkveld supposed to be? Like an ace? Is he supposed to be, like, an ace in the hole? That's why they, like, also juice them with the ability to drain, energy? Spot off the booth? No, I'm fine, don't worry. Arkveld is an experiment? Oh, well, okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Well, damn. I mean, like, what did they do with them? Did they just experiment on them and then, like, do nothing with them? Maybe, I guess, if they needed... That's why there's only one. Is there only one? Is there? Or has there only been one that has come out yet?
Guardian Arkveld, a guardian based on an extinct species that genetically circumvented its own data and ended up feeding and reproducing, albeit to...
Because, think about it like this. Do you think they would be able to just... Do you think if they were able to succeed in an experiment that they wouldn't have more? Or do you think that, like, one guardian was able to survive through all experimentation and live?
Much for its own good and the good of the ecosystem surrounding it, causing the guild to issue a kill.
He was extinct? Yeah. But because they were able to... Unless they had to take parts away from one guardian... Or one monster to then make another one, so they never found any more parts for another Arkveld. But I feel like they could just replicate it, no? I mean, I guess it's dependent on the requirements, but maybe not.
Another, the Indominus Anjanath.
The who? They need cells of the real one? Yeah, I mean, who says that they didn't have more cells to make another Guardian Anjanath? Or Guardian, goddammit, Guardian, Arkveld.
A massively old and battle-worn Guardian Volgar Anjanath that genetically mutated and reverted to primary settings, almost, while still keeping its Guardian abilities. It is unclear how this
So, Arc-tempered Arkveld, got it.
mutation happened, and the guild is unsure as to whether it is a 1 in a million chance.
Because Arkveld was extinct? I don't know what you're trying to get at, okay? I guess they just got bones or some shit. They found a bunch of bones. I don't know what you want from me. If they had enough materials to make one Guardian Arkveld, who's to say that they didn't have enough for, like, another one? Who's to say that they didn't have enough for, like, 3 or so? They couldn't find, like, a ton of them, so they only could have, like, a handful. But who's to say that there was only one Guardian Arkveld?
Or if continued exposure to Wilk eventually breaks down the Guardian's firewalls. Blue blood still runs through it, and it still feeds off the Wilk to patch its wounds and live forever, but it also has the instincts of a normal Anjanath, actively going...
They made Guardian Arkveld to bring it back from extinction, and it worked? Yeah, so who's... Again, I'm saying, who's to say that, like, they didn't just make another Guardian Arkveld? Right? I mean, hey, if it's strong, and we experimented on it, and it works, why not make another one?
Going out and seeking prey to hunt and eat.
Why would they make more than one? Because they're fucking greedy. Because they decided to try to... Because they were like, no, let's make Zoshia. Because they're idiots.
There are recordings of this monster actively hunting every single other monster that has had any presence in the ruins since the Avis unit's arrival, even Zuwu and Argveld. Its main abilities include being able to maintain the normal Guardian Folgaranganath moveset, except heavily overhauled, now being able to expel a large electric beam in a similar manner to the normal Anjanath's fire beam, and being able to coat its tail and claws with electric power.
That had to be crazy. An electrical beam, like how Anjanath has, like, his fire breath, that'd be kind of sick.
Since it has such a mastery of it over prolonged existence. The name...
If Argveld gets a variant, I'll be upset. Well, no, I think that'd be good, no? Or, I guess that's what Arc Temper... Because that's gonna be, like, what about, like, a really old, like, Argveld? Like, an Argveld that technically never went extinct, and just reduced itself to only thinking about itself and not about mating or anything. Or the thoughts of, like, even reproducing at all. So, it just been absorbing shit. And, like, that's it.
Indominus comes from the Latin word indomitus, meaning untamed, ungoverned, or
Indominus Rex?
unrestrained, symbolizing the Anjanath's relinquishment of responsibility from the ancient civilization, instead being its own master and guardian to no one. It is extremely territorial, most of the time being found on the lower levels of the ruins near the cocoons so that it can get a quick and easy snack when one of them hatch. If, however, no cocoons hatch for a certain period of time, it will venture up to the higher levels looking for more food. The size of this monster, typically twice the normal size of a guardian Folgar, its extreme aggression and seemingly indiscriminate prejudice to attack means that these monsters are automatically guild authorized and should be...
Am I tweaking?
Prejudice to attack
Or
means that these monsters
is
are
this Odogaron, like, huge? Or is this Vulgar small?
automatically guild authorized and should be put down as soon as is physically possible. 6 months ago, the Forbidden Lands was subject to one of the greatest world-ending threats the Old and New World had seen. The Guardian Zoshia was guarding...
That's the big Ebony? Oh, okay. I was about to say, I'm like, I don't remember Ebony being, like, almost the same size as, like, Anjanath. I don't remember that. Oh, hello, OG. Hello. So long as Seregios gets a variant, subspecies, Guardian, rare species. God, I would love a rare species. I'm okay. Just give him something different. And I think this could be the chance. I think this could be the chance. It's like the best chance. Seregios has only ever come to, like... Well, okay, well, not... Well, okay, like... Seregios actually hasn't been in many games. Like, mainline games. But... he came into Sunbreak, so he wasn't going to get a chance to have a different variant. But he's in base Wilds, so in the expansion, he could have something.
Of the Dragon Torch, a large, likely unlimited energy source that the ancient civilization used to power the Guardians as well.
My thing is, what do we give Seregios? We've had this conversation already. What do we give Seregios to make him feel special? Right? It could be similar in a sense to something else, right? Like the kind of like oil with Violent Masude and then like the oil with like chemistries, right? So it could be similar or kind of like same somewhat idea, but like something that's special for Seregios. Because again, Seregios just like so goated. He deserves it.
Well as supply energy to...
Give him Flash? Oh my god. What if... Oh my god, no way. Idea. What if he's able to throw down a scale onto the ground, right? And then throw another scale so hard onto the scale that's on the ground, it creates a flashbang. So, like, you know how Gypsrose has this thing where, like, he smashes the thing on his head and stuff? But what if, like, Seregios does that, kind of? But instead of it on his body, like, he smashes, like, his body parts together, he, like, throws his scales, and they smack into each other, and it's, like, a throwable flashbang. I know that'd get motherfuckers.
all the locales in the Forbidden Lands. Zoshia, instead of
The flint scale Seregios? Maybe I said
protecting the Dragon Torch, instead siphoning off of its energy, caused not only the unexpected inclemencies in all the locales.
Alright, I think that's it. I mean, that's it for the thing, but... Alright, there you go, Gnarly. I reacted to the thing. Are you happy, Gnarly? Huh? Huh? You happy? Huh? Ha! Bro, just because I mentioned... Wait, did I watch it? I didn't watch this. Oh, nah. I saw a preview of the video. I hovered my finger over it. Oh, fuck. Nah. Fuck. Nah, bro. That was crazy what I just saw. Me go now. Bye-bye, friends. Bye-bye, ABD. Everyone say bye. You didn't watch it? I watched the part you told me to watch. What are you talking about? I watched it. Were you not there with me? I watched it. Okay. What if I try looking up this? Hold on. Thought you were about to talk about something else? Oh no. So what did you think about the part of the video spot? It was nice. I mean, again, I already watched it, but I did forget about a good chunk of it, to be fair. Oh yeah, the thing that, who sent me this? Oh, whoops, that is not the thing. Boone sent me this, the top 5 weakest Elder Dragons of all time. This was like 4 years ago. So this was 2022. What time is the Remnant stream starting if it happens? That is a phenomenal question. I'm not sure. Tiger gets on later than I do. So if anything, we might play some Remnant from the Ashes, which is the game before Remnant 2. And then when Tiger's on and he's good, then I'll switch to Remnant 2 and we'll play that together. I think, what time does Tiger start? Tiger Fish, what time does he say? See, he has the times, doesn't he? He has, no, these are the dates. What about the time, Tiger? The time, Tiger, the time. What the time? Chat, what about you? What did you guys think of the video? Spotty, what about a Mecha Chameleon stream? Bro, Mecha Chameleon is on the it's a PC game. I don't play on PC, so. And also, you need friends to play that game. I mean, you don't actually need friends, but like, it's more fun with friends. And I'm not sure about you, but or I don't know about what you know about me, but I'm gonna tell you this about me. I don't have any friends to play with, so. Fucking loud for no reason.
I am Kirin, Elder Dragon, mythical bringer of lightning, and I am all powerful. Oh my god! Kirin.
So this was before 2022. So this was before. Was this Rise? 2022 was 2022 Rise or was 2023 Rise? I can't. I'm blanking. That was so loud. Yeah, that was very loud. I'm sorry. I did warn you that it was loud though. That was Rise, but that wasn't Sunbreak, right? Because 2023 was Sunbreak, and then we had to wait 2 years for Wilds, which was in 2025, right?
Elder Dragon. Don't seem too impressive to me.
Let's be honest, my fellow hunter.
Bro, what the fuck is... Why are you so loud?
And hello or welcome. Hello or welcome? Alright,
Josh, speak up!
listen up everybody. You can either be greeted or you can feel welcome, but you cannot have both, okay? I'm not running a charity here. Anyway, elder dragons are, by and large...
Can you guys hear him? I can hear him, but damn, this music be loud as fuck.
Let's be honest, probably making up at least half of any given Monster Hunter's top 10 list. They are the cool category, right? Where you can get a bit crazy, where you can have weird and
I gotta turn on the subtitles.
strange and wonderful powers and spectacle fights, and where things just get real. And because of all of that, you have some incredibly badass designs, you have some wondrous moments that you never forget, you have these awe-inspiring creatures that reign at the top of the food chain of the entire Monster Hunter world, living forces of nature that inspire terror, fear, and awe wherever they go, feared by the common man of Monster Hunter, and monitored, tracked, and treated with utmost respect and caution by the guild. And yes, we slaughter them by the dozen, but the point I'm trying to make is they are the most powerful beings on the whole in Monster Hunter. But that begs the question then, which are the weakest Elder Dragons? Which are the Elder Dragons that perhaps don't quite deserve the title of Elder Dragon, at least on a power merit? I thought this would be kind of easy to...
I think he has 5 weakest, so okay, let me name them. Yamasukami, Valhazak, regular Valhazak, Kirin, Lao Shenlong, but not because he's weak, but because, I guess, because he just can't really defend himself. But in terms of, like, a tank, he's very, very tanky. Fuck, who would be the 5th one? Goodbye, everyone. Have a good rest of your stay. Oh my goodness. Goodbye, Gnarly. Goodbye, Gnarly. Teostra? Well, who do you think is stronger? Teostra. Okay, out of the three Musketeers, Kushala, Teostra, and Chameleos, who's the weakest one, do you guys think? Low-key, I kind of think Teostra is. I know some people might say Chameleos, but maybe. But I think maybe Teostra. But I wouldn't, but if you were like Chameleos or Kushala, I think those are fine. Because, like, the power discrepancy isn't anything, like, huge. So if you're like, probably these other ones, that's fine then. I'm gonna have to, like, you guys are gonna have to give me a second. I gotta go piss. I could go piss. Give me one moment.
come up with an answer to, right? And then I looked at them all and I was like, no, I mean, they're all pretty
I'm back!
ridiculous. That's kind of the point. And the fact it was difficult to choose made me want to choose even more. So
Yo, can I turn down the... Josh! At this point in your YouTube career, you probably had like 500k subs at this point. Please, brother, please. We gotta be better than this.
sit back, relax. This video's gonna rule as I tell you which Elder Dragons
Hello, Nick.
just aren't quite
Hello, London.
as cool. I'm so sorry. Good begin.
What is the strongest non-Elder Dragon? Zoshia.
And then at number 5 is...
Balthazar. Wait, really? Me? I'll kill you. But I won't kill you, but my effluvium will kill you, which is like me killing you. Balthazar!
I don't know what it is, but I just...
Okay. Okay. Hello, Boone. Welcome back. Did Mari right on time? Did Mari end her thing? Or is it another break? Yeah, no, Valhazak. If you had to tell me which one is the weakest one, it's literally between Kieran and Valhazak. I think are like the weakest ones. In my opinion.
That's the kind of personality I can only see from Val.
I'm just gonna work on an iceberg. Okay, why does he love doing impressions so much? I don't know, because he likes having fun with them. I mean, you know, I can't really blame him, you know? I like my skit videos. I like having impressions. I like doing impressions of certain monsters, you know?
And at this point, as you're sat there going, excuse me, what? Seriously, I imagine I'm going to scroll down to the comments and I'm going to see a literal excuse me, what? And I'm going to be disappointed now if I don't. But, bear in mind, okay, the disclaimer here.
I just realized, you motherfucker, are you reusing footage? Are you reusing edited footage from another video that had Valhazak? You motherfucker. Okay, but you don't do the raps? I mean, the raps are, you know, he like, you know, you know, you could judge him. I don't think it's anything bad. I think it's just because he enjoys it. Does Tiger have a Discord? Well, yes, he does. You would have to go to his Twitch channel, and you'd be able to find his, Discord link there. In his, I think, about. But yes, he does. Volcano's already in it. Volcano and Art comment in there. Wait, Art, does Art come in? I'm not sure if Art does, but Volcano definitely does. What's your favorite monster and why? Bro. Nick, come on, man. Come on. It's, of course, Seregios, and it's because he's the best of all time. You might even say he's the greatest of all time.
These are all still incredible.
I'm in Tiger's Discord? Oh, okay.
Powerful monsters and Elder Dragons because they are Elder Dragons, alright? They're not here for no reason, but I had to
God damn, the music going crazy!
pick. I had to force myself to choose which 5.
It's like, I can't choose. Meanwhile, Proof of a Hero blasting in my ear.
I genuinely thought were overall weakest in the category. And, well, the least weak of the weakest, I honestly want to label as Valhazak. And I'll tell you for why. Because the
Wait,
of the weakest,
Oh, the least weak of the weakest is Really? The least weakest? I guess it depends on what monsters he put here, but Valhazak's probably like top 3 weakest. Again, that's not to say that he's a weak monster in the slightest, but out of Elder Dragons, really? Like, I could see a decent amount of non-Elder Dragon monsters putting straight up hands on Valhazak.
honestly want to label as Valhazak, and I'll tell you for why. Because the effluvium is ridiculous. It's a, well, flesh-eating bacteria swarm that he controls at a whim. That's pretty cool. That's pretty potent. You don't want to go near him. Literally. In the Rotten Vale. And therein lies the rub. Because he is master of his domain. But only his domain.
What? Hey! Rage, is this your footage? Cotton, is this your footage? Huh? Is this your footage? I don't think so. Where's the footage by, huh? Where's the credit? Huh? Come on now.
And I was looking at the list of Elder Dragons, and I was like, okay, most of them, no matter where they are incredibly bad, no dangerous. Whereas Valhazak, you take him out
Oh, Hollow. I keep on forgetting Hollow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
of the Rotten Vale, he will
Have you ever heard of Helldivers 2 before? Yes, I have, Diver. Have you ever played it? No. Do you ever want to? No. But what about Helldivers? No. Heard of it, don't care for it. I like it. I like the concept. I think it's cool sometimes seeing the gameplay. But I'm not going to play it.
actually run out of effluvium, and then he's kind of pathetic. His physical
Hold on. Go back.
of them, no matter where they are incredibly bad, no dangerous. Whereas Valhazak, you take him out of the Rotten Vale, he will eventually run out of effluvium, and then he's kind of pathetic.
I mean, if you put him in a desert, if you put him in a white void, if you put him in like the frost area, like a cold area, sure. You put Valhazak in a forest, that motherfucker does not get weaker. He literally turns into Black Veil. And that's a whole different issue. Well, it's actually not a whole different issue. You just have a more surrounding issue. But yes, Valhazak, you put him in basically any other environment that's not the Rotten Vale, he will do worsen.
His physical attacks aren't that well intimidating.
You should do a vid on the top 5 overrated monsters, the top 5 cutest monsters. I've thought about cutest monsters. Overrated? I'm not doing overrated, but I might be doing a monster where it's a fraud. But you didn't hear that from me.
ultimate attack is pretending to be dead and then doing a kind of flip.
Dodo Gamma is at the top. Wrong! Baby Ancient is at the top. Baby Ancient, or Ancient? The baby, turtle, whale one is the cutest. He is the cutest thing I've ever seen. Behind Seregios. Behind baby Seregios, but still.
So when he's out of effluvium, which is his whole shtick, then he's really just as threatening as a creature of his size and strength, which in the Monster Hunter world isn't terribly threatening on balance. Now, of course, you can say, okay, well, what if, you're fighting a Kirin and he runs out of lightning? Well, yes, but there's also lightning.
Who says that Kirin runs? Who would ever say that Kirin runs out of lightning? Who would ever say that? That's crazy. That's like saying, okay, but what if I just cut off Rathalos' wings? He's not as strong then. It's like, yeah, okay, sure. It's like, what if Kirin just didn't have his lightning? It's like, okay.
Everywhere. Anywhere you put Kirin, if there's a sky, he can use his lightning. He's not weakened by terrain.
Yes, I know. What if you put Kirin underground in a cave? Or what if Valhazak kills something with the effluvium he stabs
You know what's so funny? We saw that with Rajang.
with and then feeds the body of the thing that he's killed to the effluvium, multiplying more effluvium and eventually...
Lightning running out of Kirin is more likely. More likely than what?
creating his own little mini rotten veil that he expands out with ever-reproducing effluvium, and then feeds the body of the thing that he's killed to the effluvium, multiplying more effluvium, and eventually creating his own little mini rotten veil that he expands out with ever-reproducing effluvium. I'm trying my best here. There are, of course, going to be some holes, because they're all so strong, but some are weak.
Whereas a Valhazak in the desert, apart from being thirsty and warm, is going to run out of effluvium. Obviously there's Black Veil, but he works on fungi mixed with effluvium, so as long as it's in the forest or the Rotten Veil, he's good. So he's a two-terrain Val, a double improvement, but you put, again, him in the desert, and again, he's gonna have a bad time as the days pass. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with him. I think he is too reliant on his environment to not be a serious contender for weakest Elder Dragon, despite the fact that, yes, when he has home turf advantage, he is monumentally more fearsome. Next up...
I'm not gonna lie, that just might make him the weakest Elder Dragon. If you get weaker, if you're put in a white void, you are probably just the weakest. So, okay, wait. He's putting this guy as the strongest out of the 5? Huh? Brother, you just said this guy has, like, a terrain limitation. Like someone like, maybe like Almadron. How can you call that? How can you say he's the strongest then when, like, I don't think any other Elder Dragon has a limitation. Or, like, a very specific limitation. Like, you put this guy anywhere that's not the Rotten Vale or the Forest, he's not doing much. With the Effluvium, he's not doing much.
Then at number 4,
This is the fake ad you see everywhere, right? But this is
Oh my god, at number 4? At number 4, we have these garbage ads? No way. No way!
I'm Kirin, Elder Dragon, mythical bringer of lightning, and I am all powerful.
Oh my god. Did they reuse the same thing?
oh, there's a reason for it. Kirin is my choice. Now this was a hard choice to make because on paper, Kirin is still a Kirin. Doesn't matter if he's standing on paper or concrete or rock. I don't know what you expected to change there. And really, I just thought it'd be funny. So, Kirin, on paper, is exceptionally powerful. He summons literal lightning, which, while I would wager...
Damn, Cotton, fucking fight back, bro. You're hating so much? What am I hating on? What am I hating on?
isn't powerful as actual lightning, though then again his horn acts as a lightning rod, so it might well be actual lightning, but if it was actual lightning, it would be, like, ungodly. Like, lightning, I don't think you realize how deadly lightning is. In fact, if you're uninsulated, I don't think there's a single word...
Wait, does Josh think that Kieran doesn't use real lightning? Wait, what?
Powerful. He summons literal lightning, which, while I would wager isn't powerful as actual lightning, though then...
What? What? He summons literal lightning, which isn't powerful as actual... What? 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 You can't say he uses literal lightning. You cannot say he uses literal lightning and then in the same breath say, but he doesn't use actual lightning. What? People have an easier time saying Kieran is weak than saying Rajang is strong. What? People glaze Rajang. What do you mean? People say that Rajang is strong all the time. What are you talking about? He doesn't have lightning premium to use actual lightning. Also, he said little lightning, not lit.
Which, Kirin, on paper, is exceptionally powerful. He summons literal lightning.
Literal. You hear the R. He didn't say little. He did not say... Nope.
No,
let's do it.
Kirin, on paper, is exceptionally powerful. He summons literal lightning.
Literal. There's an R in there. There is a R in there.
Kirin, on paper, is exceptionally powerful. He summons literal lightning.
Literal. Not little. Spot, he's Brit. No, he said literal. No, he said literal.
Oh, Kirin, on paper, is exceptionally powerful. He summons literal lightning.
No, because he says literal. Little. Little, literal. Literal, little. No, you just say those two. You say those differently. I get it, he's British, but still.
Kirin, on paper, is exceptionally powerful. He summons literal lightning, which, while I would wager isn't powerful as actual lightning, though then again his horn acts as a lightning rod, so it might well be actual lightning, but if it was actual lightning, it would be, like...
Also, Josh, really? Come on, Josh, he uses actual lightning. He uses real lightning. Okay. Rajang is strong, but not stronger than Zinogre. I think people would glaze Rajang and say that he is stronger than Zinogre, but I think Zinogre would be able to put the pause on Rajang. But is Zinogre stronger than Rajang? I think that's a matchup that's not in favor to Zinogre. Me personally.
Ungodly. Like lightning. I don't think you realize.
I mean, not Apex Zinogre. Well, yeah, no, I'm talking about regular Rajang and regular Zinogre. I think regular Rajang would win that matchup.
How deadly lightning is. In fact, if you're uninsulated, I don't think there's a single worse thing that can happen to you in the entire world than being struck by lightning.
There's not a single thing in the entire world that's worse than being struck by lightning. Brother, I can think of a lot of things.
It is nature's true executioner guillotine drop.
Exactly. You die quickly. Do you want a slow death?
And it's kind of awe-inspiring and terrifying because of it. So a monster that wields it so freely and, well, potently as Kirin does, you're like, well, okay, really? Weakest? Come on now. Well, the thing is, he's always been a frail Elder Dragon. He's the smallest, the physically weakest, and the easiest to put down. I mean, just look at a horse with a broken leg. What else can you do? Alright, that was maybe a little bit too dark. But in any case, the reason he is here, the reason I can't not put him on this list, is because he's pretty much the only...
Wait, you can't put them on the list?
The reason I can't not put him on this...
Oh, can't not. Okay.
List is because he's pretty much the only Elder Dragon that confirmed is hunted, beaten, and killed by not an Elder Dragon. Now, don't get me wrong, there are plenty of monsters that are as strong or as powerful or can go toe-to-toe or could probably beat and fight and kill Elder Dragons. A Cantor could kill lots of Elder Dragons, but...
Do we consider this? In my opinion, I wouldn't consider this fair because Rajang is specifically designed to like counter Kirin. To just completely counter Kirin. Every other monster isn't like this. Meanwhile, you have Rajang go against another Elder Dragon. That man's struggling. That man not doing super well. Well, it's not that he wouldn't do super well, but he wouldn't do well, right? Unless he's going up against someone like Kirin. It's like the most, like, one-sided fight ever. A Rajang would eventually win against a Kirin. Bye, Swabble. I have to go. Sorry, thanks for calling me to go. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, bye, Diver. Everyone say bye. Bye-bye, Diver. Rajang is among the strongest non-elders. Cap. Oh, unless you're saying physically strongest. Like, in terms of, like, pound for pound, like, size, yes, that is true. But I don't know if I would really count this against Kirin. Again, you have a literal FU. It's like saying, well, you know, Raido's strong, but he did kind of lose to Arkville. It's like Arkville literally has the biggest counter to any elemental monster. It's like, what are you talking about?
We haven't seen him do that. We haven't been...
Powerful. Oh, powerful? I don't know. When you say among, do you mean like top 5? Because I don't know. Well, okay, well, where would I... So who are stronger than Rajang, like, definitively? The Wyvern Gods, so a Cantor and Ucanelos. What about the third one? We're not talking about the third one. Arkveld... I'd probably say Magda Malo, even though I think his scaling is whack as fuck. I would probably say Magda Malo. And Atokal. Espinas, perhaps? Oh, that's a fucking matchup diff right there. I wouldn't say diff, but like that's a bad matchup for him. So, a Cantor, Ucanelos, those are 2 different monsters, okay, so I'm counting them. Espinas, Atokal, Arkveld, Magnamalo. I count variants. Bro, you're counting variants? Oh my god. Then we have Raging Brachydios. We'd have Abyssal Aegiacris. Probably Molten Tigrex. Fuck, you have so many more stronger monsters than Rajang then. Like, a lot more powerful monster. If you're counting variants, I have no idea why you would count variants. considering that a Furious Rajang was still having issues a little bit with a regular Kushala. Which, again, makes sense. It does make sense. But he does. I wouldn't say that he's among the most powerful non-Elder Dragons, okay? Okay, I wouldn't count that. But, would I put him above someone like Basil? Maybe even Devil Joe. Yes. But, like, among the most powerful? Brother, I don't even think he's top 5. I don't think he's top 5. I definitely don't think he's top 5. Again, it made more sense before they made him smaller. Oh, if you're talking about before they made him smaller, then that's actually not a bad, like, I probably put maybe him above Espinas then. If we're talking about his, like, before the size nerf. But I would still put a Cantor, Yukanlos. I would still put Arkveld above him, unironically. Just because he just hard counters him. And while you might say, okay, but he maybe has enough energy to, like, outlast being drained, he still gets weaker. Arkveld gets buffed. He gets hit with an juiced up attack. Ato Call, I still probably put him. But he might be able to strangle Ato Call before getting into the nest. So, that's a maybe. So, before nerf, there's, like, a couple of monsters they put above them. So, I think that's fair. But if we're talking about, like, Rajang, how he's been depicted, like, now? No. What's the best starter weapon in Monster Hunter World? Obviously, like Bogan. Obviously. Are we getting that drip check today? Yes, we are. There was a scab apparently on my elbow that I accidentally just ripped off. Yelchers. Alright. Yes, I would put Kirin on the list, but considering Kirin how do I say? Considering Kirin has, like, the best evasion, like, ability in the entire series, plus, like, lightning that would literally put anyone on their ass. Like, consider, like, the lightning that Kirin produced was able to put Rajang on his ass. And Rajang is borderline immune. He is specifically built to, like, withstand the lightning strikes. And he still got put on his buttocks. I would put Kirin above Valhazak. I think you should intertwine these two. I think you should flip these two. But this isn't, like, a bad list. Like, Valhazak, like, as the monsters, Valhazak and Kirin deserve to be here. Imagine being a Rajang and going through the whole Kirin, right? Only for a random Arkveld to steal your thunder. Are you saying that in a literal sense? Are you saying that in a literal sense? That's funny. I think we've not seen everything Kirin has to offer yet. Call it copium. What makes you think that way? I'm curious. I think we could get a special new move. But I'm low-key just hoping for Orochi at this point. Orochi Kirin.
Done that. We haven't had it confirmed that he's done that. Whereas Kirin being, well, literally hunted, the prey item, and I think that's where it really does come into play. Kirin can't just be beaten by Rajang. Rajang is his predator. Like, if an Akantor fought a Teostra, it would be an epic battle of epic proportions, and I think...
Wait, if Rise came out at this point, wouldn't Magna Malo also fit this? Like, Magna Malo could genuinely, like, look at Teostra and, like, yeah, I'm fighting that. Like, yeah, I'm fighting that. I'm gonna try to eat that. So, wouldn't you consider, like, Magna Malo? I mean, it's not the same. To be fair, it's not the exact same. But if it's, like, Elder Dragon becoming a prey item to a non-Elder Dragon, you could count Magna Malo in that, no? You could count. Now, is it maybe the same thing? No. But, yeah. Kirin could add a thunder component to its melee attacks, like Aslo does, for example. Yes, but he already kind of does that for more defense. I guess he could do it for offense. But that's not his fighting style. He really doesn't do a whole lot of melee, so it doesn't make as much sense as it does for someone like Astalos.
A Cantor would win, but it would be a battle. Whereas you wouldn't say that a Cantor hunts Teostra as prey, whereas Rajang does. Now, of course, Rajang is a ridiculously powerful monster, but still, certainly not an Elder Dragon, but he actively hunts and kills Kirin by the dozen, or at least as many as he can find. So
By the damn! How many Kirins are there, bruh? By the dozen, damn! Well, I would want him to get more melee. Ooh, that would be kind of a nice thought, right? Like a Kirin with like an extra horn that looks more like a blade, like that one Pokemon. I've completely forgot what it's called, but like that'd be kind of cool, right? And so it would use like its teleportation move offensively. That would be cool. That would be cool. As like a variant, no? That'd be cool. You know what I'm saying?
can't not put a Elder Dragon that gets hunted, that is prey to a not Elder Dragon, on this list. So, Kirin it is.
Well, Kirin deserves to be on the list, but I would put Kirin... I would say Kirin is generally maybe has less faults than someone like Valhazak.
Next up then is Mr.
I also called this
Lao Shanglung himself. Now this one is again hard to read.
Bro, the music is going crazy. Imagine it's more melee, and when it strikes itself, the attack gets electrified. That'd be cool. But like, that would be a variant. That wouldn't be normal Kirin, right? So I think for normal Kirin, I think we've seen all that we could see.
Discuss, as is everything on this list, of course, and that is because simply he is massive, and anything that massive is going to be powerful and potent.
Okay, I'm sorry, I gotta say this. Don't worry about a thing, cause every little thing gonna be alright.
To look at it objectively.
I'm sorry, that song was just playing in my head while I was just watching him walk. It's a fucking little scuttle. Having a Roshi, I wouldn't make a variant. Well, if you want like a melee focused Kirin, then I think a variant is the way to go. Orochi isn't a variant, I don't think Kirin turns into Orochi. Well, I guess we really don't know much about Orochi in general, so maybe that's maybe the case. But I think having Orochi and a melee variant of Kirin would be cool. I would like both. Hey Spot, hello CDX. I'm just going to call you CD.
The scale of Elder Dragons. Lao Shanglung is perhaps the only one outside of Base Gigante who has literally no shenanigans. And by shenanigans, I mean some special powers, some elements, some blight, some kind of
It's almost like this guy doesn't know about Primordial Malzeno. Get a load of this guy.
mystical force that they...
I know. Right, Sunbreak hadn't come out yet. Orochi is an adaptation to Rajang's elemental weakness. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense for just a straight up, like, inverse of, like, elements throughout its life. I think it's more like an adaptation in the sense of, like, subspecies. Yeah, so it's subspecies. Yeah, so it is.
Can summon...
But you were saying having Orochi, I wouldn't make a variant. But Orochi is a subspecies, if anything. So you would want a variant, because you wouldn't have a subspecies and a subspecies, or a variant and a variant. You would have a subspecies and a variant, no? Or do you just not want a variant?
Control, wield, manipulate. I mean...
I'm trying to get wild, so everyone's got enough. Hey, keep on working, brother. It's going to be worth it.
Even something like Kabeliox has base poison. Wield, manipulate. I mean, even something like Kabeliox.
Who the fuck is Kabelix? Kabelix? Who is this? Yo, who the fuck is this, bruh? Well, no, I just want them both to develop by themselves. Oh, I get it. No, I get that.
Has base poison to work with, and then of course the mist as well. And even something like Kabeliox.
Ah, my favorite monster. The Kebelex. The Kebelex. The Kebelex. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Famous Elder Dragon.
Has base poison to work with, and then of course the mist as well, but like there really isn't another Elder Dragon that just has nothing extra. He is just a big four-legged lizard and is as strong as a big four-legged lizard of that size is. And
let's see if this ever comes. Let's see how this ages when we see him in Ascendance. Let's see how he ages here. Imagine being deaf. I know, he's saying Chameleos. I know what he was saying, but the auto-translate didn't say Chameleos. It said that name. What do you think is the most not likely Elder Dragon to come to Wilds? What's his name? Fucking, Ham, Guys McGorm. I think Guys McGorm has like a 0% chance of coming back.
And that's it. He's plain. He's the vanilla dragon.
Having to guess what captions means. What do you mean?
And despite that
Would it be cool if Zenogre can summon an elemental thunder dragon? That would be cool.
size, because he lacks anything special, I think he would get defeated by pretty much every other Elder Dragon, even the small ones, because you can't really stop something like an Urgigante flying up to his head, landing on his head, and then just digging in, both literally and metaphorically.
It's not about, like, I mean, like, he can't really do too much against them if they're fast enough, but it's like, bro, you try getting through a Lao Shin Lung's fucking scales and hide, brother, good luck. That ain't gonna be, that's not just some hard candy, that's not even a jawbreaker, bro, that's the pavement. That's like you trying to eat the pavement.
So I can't not put Mr. Lao Shenlong on this list. Next up is one that really breaks my heart.
Hello!
It's Chameleos. This one I fought long and
I would actually put Chameleos above Teostra. I am in agreement with Viper in this. I think Chameleos has the size, and he's not actually that physically weak. Unironically. Well, at least, like, he's kind of slow in a sense, but he can speed up very quickly. He's just kind of a wacky guy to fight. He has invisibility. He can cloud your vision. He has a very deadly poison. He's kind of he's a clever cookie. Like, I think he just has more going for him than someone like Theostra. Oh, yes, the Bedrock Dragon. What do you think is the weakest Elder Dragon? Probably just Valhazak.
hard by, because at this point it was getting incredibly hard to choose.
Because between Valhazak and Teostra, at least if you take Teostra and put him in a white void, he doesn't get weaker. Valhazak would get weaker.
The three that I've talked about, the one that
Chameleon looks weak because he subconsciously thinks of... Because we subconsciously think of silly fellas as weak. Yeah, and also, like, sometimes he doesn't really hit. He kind of, like, plays around in the fight a little bit. Like, he doesn't really take it super seriously. So we think of him as weak. But he's actually not weak. Like, he can be slow. But he can also be, like, really fast. Like, surprisingly fast.
one were fairly straight came to mind after a little bit of humming and ahhing.
So, okay, quick question. He looks stupid. Yeah. Hey, don't say that about him, okay? Be nice. So, do we kind of agree that we don't think a Chameleos should be on this list? I mean, Chameleos is probably one of the weaker Elder Dragons in terms of the entire category. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing to say, but like top 5, I would probably say no. I would probably say no.
One.
The fact that Chameleos wasn't in Rise at this point, insert doesn't he know meme. What are you talking about? I never said that he wasn't in Rise. Like, we actively see him in Rise.
Straight came to mind.
Like, he's right there. What are you talking about? Nah, I think so. Wait, you think so what? That he deserves to... I'm sorry, I completely forgot. The Viper low-key made me forgot, like, how I asked the question. Do we think he is the top 5 weakest monster, yes or no?
A little bit of humming and ahhing, but the last one was difficult, and I've gone with Chameleos because simply he just doesn't have that ruthless edge. Okay, apart from that, my heart. But the poison is of course brutal, it is potent, it is going to do damage. The mist is annoying to deal with, you can't see him. Literally, he can sneak up on you and on. But in the grand scheme of Elder Dragon battles, yes, Chameleos counters Kushala and therefore would probably beat him, but that's a direct counter. But in the general...
No, Cotton, no. He should be here? I don't think he should be here. Oh, okay, I thought he pulled up the old cutscene because he wasn't in yet. No. Like, that was just, like, the introduction. Okay, no, Cotton. I'm sorry, I'm saying Cotton. God damn it. I saw Cotton's name right there, so that's why I'm saying it. Josh. You can't say this monster counters another monster and say that doesn't count. Because Rajang counters Kieran, but you counted that. You can't say that. You can't do that, gang. Come on now.
Since he's not especially physically strong, his poison isn't especially threatening to other creatures of his size and power.
Are we high? I think he's just downplaying him.
Strong. His poison...
What is the strongest Elder Dragon that's not a black dragon? If we're not counting stories or any other game, and we're counting mainline series, probably just, Safi Jiva.
Isn't especially...
Oh, well... Yes, unless we're talking about, like, a fully grown adult, Delamadur, or, like, the Zor Madros that we saw at the in-world. It's, like, between those three. But lore-wise, you would probably also say Safi.
Threatening to other creatures of his size and power.
Okay, now does he know? No.
That's a direct counter. But in the general sense, he's not especially physically strong. His poison isn't especially threatening to other creatures of his size.
Wait, am I tweaking? Or does, in Rise, doesn't whenever he, like, Chameleos, like, jumps up and, like, slams down, doesn't he break the ground? Or does he just make your screen shake? Or does both happen? The fog itself is toxic? Oh, I thought that was only a Risen Chameleos thing. Is that regular Chameleos? Safi Jiva's Black Dragon, isn't he? No, Safi Jiva's not a Black Dragon. He's considered equal to Black Dragons, but he's not a Black Dragon. Both, but Risen more? Oh. But wouldn't they kind of, like, do that with, like, gameplay? Do you mean, like, it's not as like, are you saying that, like, it has, like, some poison in it? Like, if I were to just stand in the mist for, like, 10 minutes, I'd probably, like, pass out. But it's not as potent as just being sprayed directly with the poison. It wouldn't be fun? Okay, that makes sense. Like, probably, like, itchy eyes, like, itchy face, and stuff like that. Like, it would start to very slowly build up. Which would kind of make sense, right? If it's the spray coming from his mouth and the poison comes from his mouth, having some of the poison inside the fog, like the fog being slightly poisonous, just kind of makes sense. It's like living in chloroform. That doesn't sound fun.
Size and power, he isn't going to just, like, what can he do? He's got, physical attacks, the whippy tongue, which is effective against hunters, but not against other big monsters, other large creatures. He is a bag of tricks designed to be a nightmare for a person. But that bag of tricks, while it might confuse another monster, isn't anywhere near as threatening.
Damn, bitch. Fucking get out of the sky.
To them. Yes, the Chameleos can poison an enemy and then hide forever. That's the cheesy way out, that's the cheap way out. But is that power?
Hunters maybe I'm wrong for thinking this is funny. But you can you can't say but is that power and then have him destroying the ground by how physically strong he is. I'm not gonna lie, I don't see Teostra doing this. I don't listen. I'm not trying to like hate on Teostra specifically, but at least since Rise, Kushala has dragon physical, like has his physical hits imbued with a dragon element. At least it's that. At least he flies way more. He has more area control, and he has like steel skin. Am I crazy for saying that this is like a crazy like oversight? I mean, maybe he wasn't the one who edited this or put this together, you know? I'm pretty sure right now he still had editors. I don't think they made these videos or they edit these videos. In the beginning, they did. Like, in the beginning of World, I'm pretty sure Josh didn't have an editor. At least I think so. And it was just him. But I think at this point, he does. They have an editor? Yeah. So maybe it just wasn't him. But it's like, you can't say this. Look at this.
Enemy and then hide forever. That's the cheesy way out. That's the cheap way out. But is that power?
You can't say, is that power? And I'm seeing literal debris. I'm seeing literal boulders flying because of how much he struck the ground. Because of how strong he struck him. Quick question. What would y'all rank, this Gogma team? Which on the team is Gogmanzio, Zinogre, Primordial, Zeno, Shagru, Arkfeld, Raidao, and Jin Dahad? Bro, what the fuck is Zinogre doing on this? What? Also, what do you mean Gogma team? Are you saying like you're taking this team to fight Gogma? What are you talking about? Anyways, I think he's kind of whack for this. I think this is kind of funny to say. It's like we're not talking about power. Meanwhile, the power in question.
When you think of powerful Elder Dragons, is this incredible quirky boy what comes to mind? Not to me.
Yeah, I think he just sees him as a trickster monster, and that's it. Which he is a trickster monster, but that's not all he is. Bro thinks Zinogre is like Gameth or something.
And I love Chameleon. You can tell I'm not bad.
Trade in Zinogre for Stygian Zinogre, and I think you got a decent. I think that's more in line.
Here because he's in my top 5 favorite monsters of all time, but in the ring of combat of Elders of Raw Onslaught, he just doesn't really hold up. He has got
Cap. I think he does hold up.
Max utility, but minimum raw strength in any category, and that really holds him back in my eyes. But not as much as number 1. Now if you'll excuse me.
Wait. This I'm tweaking. I'm literally stuttering. I got Tourette's. I'm tweaking the fuck out. Am I wrong for saying that I think he messed up the way that he scored these monsters? Just because his reasoning behind them would make certain monsters below or above other monsters he's placed. He's saying that, like, this guy isn't that physically strong. So he's, like, in the top 5. Which, okay, I understand that. But you said Valhazak is physically weak, and without the effluvium, he's basically a sitting duck, right? So you say that, like, Chameleos is physically weak, which he's not, but you said that he is. And you said Valhazak's that. At least Chameleos, you put him into a white void, he could do everything, and he's not restrained to an environment like Valhazak is. So why is Chameleos the second weakest monster on the list? There's only one weak monster who's weaker than him. Because in the beginning he said that Valhazak is the strongest, or no, he said Valhazak is the least weak out of the weakest monsters, so he's the strongest out of these top 5 weakest monsters. Hello, Wonder. How are you? Hello, Alexander. Good seeing you. Always good seeing you. Anyone monstering their hunter? Yeah, me. I'm gonna call it Gogma team because Gogmazios will be leading the team into battle. Oh, okay. Also, stop hating on Zenogre. He is strong. Cool. I'm not sure if you know this. We did an entire stream power scaling Zenogre. We know how strong Zenogre is. And I'm telling you right now, Zenogre is obviously the weakest out of the entire people you listed. I'm finally back. Hello, monster. What's the subject? So we're watching a video by Rage Gaming Videos called the top 5 weakest Elder Dragons in all of Monster Hunter. And obviously, as your favorite power scaler, as well as your favorite gunner, I'm having a little bit of issues with how this man is listing things. Not even the monsters necessarily, because if you say Chameleos, I think if you were to say any of the 3 Dragon Trios, being that Kushala, Teostra, or Chameleos, I think Teostra is the weakest out of the 3, but if you said even one of them are, like, interchangeable, I think that's okay. I think that's not, like, horrible to say. But, like, the way that he's like, the monsters are fine that he's putting on the list, it's the way he's listing them and the reasons that I'm having an issue with. I must not say I hate him or anything, but it's like, okay.
Listen to the greatest thing in all of Monster Hunter.
I am the center of the universe.
Okay, I have to ask you guys, am I tweaking or does this kind of look like AI? Maybe I'm like brain rotted, you know?
The only emperor of the galaxy.
Either that or they're not putting enough movement into the, like, movement. Like, they're not putting enough movement into the emotion.
Take him away.
Like, that just doesn't have, like, a lot of...
As you command, my lord. I am ready. Stand up.
Look at the technology.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds really familiar. Who is this?
Oh, I love it so much. Yeah, so that may have given it away. Sideus, he is.
I completely forgot. Someone already spoiled that he said that Sideus is the weakest monster. This is the one time I'm gonna have to, like, hard disagree. Chameleos, I think Teostra is weaker than Chameleos. I think Chameleos just has more going for it. But, like, I wasn't, like, mad that you said Chameleos, because I'm like, you know, Chameleos isn't, in the grand scheme of things, like, that strong of an elder. Sideus? Are we high? Like, okay, Kirin, Lao Shenlong, Valhazak, I think those deserved the list. I'm not sure if I would put... I think I would change the way you listed them, like the placements. But the monsters themselves, I agree with. Chameleos, I definitely don't agree with the placement, nor do I agree he should be on the list. But I'm not going to be, like, super mad at it. Sideus? Are we literally joking at fucking cock? Are we joking? Chameleos is weak to Toaster. Well, they're supposed to kind of counter each other in a sense. But I mean, like, if put Teostra against a bunch of monsters and put Chameleos against a bunch of monsters and, like, a gauntlet, I think Chameleos is doing better. But, yeah. To be fair, Sideus isn't underwater a Matsu like some people think. No. Like, I'm not saying that Sideus is, like, I'm not putting Sideus on, like, a Matsu's level or anything. But Viper, the weakest Elder Dragon. That's what Josh is saying right now. He is calling this guy the weakest Elder Dragon. Not even top 5. Well, he is in the top 5. But he is the weakest Elder Dragon. Yeah? Huh? And here's the thing, are there any other Elder Dragons that were introduced, like, after Rise, that, like, would change this placement for him? Like, who the... Okay, so after Rise, we have Geismagorm, both the Malzenos, and that's it for, like, new Elder Dragons, I think. Unless we're counting the Risens, but we're not going to count the Risens. Valstrax was already is before Rise. He's actually technically in Rise. And then there's no new Elder Dragons because we don't count those shit technically in Wilds. Bro, like up to now, this guy probably has the same opinion. I don't know. I'm gonna have to ask him that. If I ever get the chance to talk to Josh, I gotta talk to him about this. There's no way.
Whichever you prefer.
Narwa and Ibushi? Well, no, I'm saying after Rise. We're saying after Rise, because at this point, Rise is out, but Sunbreak isn't out.
I like Sideus.
He's like Gameth, chill, doesn't mean weak. Oh, you're saying that he's like Gameth, chill, but doesn't mean he's weak. Yes, okay. But we killed him because he was making the island shake from his horn being overgrown. He was literally bumping into the plates down below, and he was fucking making earthquakes. He was making my earthquake. He thinks Narwa and Ibushi, you mean Ibushi with an I, are by far stronger than Amatsu. Okay. Here's the thing. I've already had this kind of like versus thought in my head, but Ibushi and Narwa versus Amatsu as like a pair. So the pair versus Amatsu. If you count them being able to get off like All-Mother, so like Ibushi sacrifices himself mid-battle to give the power boost to Narwa, I think you have actually a fairly decent argument in that. But like without All-Mother in the equation, I got Ibushi. If you're saying individually they're stronger than Amatsu, you're high.
He is got to be the weakest Elder Dragon. And look, he's a whale. He requires water. He lives in water.
Get me off this video. Get me off this video. Get me off this video. Why didn't we say Lao Shenlong's the weakest then? I'm curious. Why?
While he might breathe air. If I go back to the Valhazak argument of take the Elder Dragon out of the environment and suddenly it becomes kinda useless, this might be a cheap way out. This might be a little bit of a cheat. But you put Sideus on land and suddenly like a Velocidrome could kill him. Now,
you put Lao Shenlong in the ocean, he's sinking to the bottom of the ocean and dying. You see, I'm not being mad at Josh specifically. I'm just mad because his own criteria makes this listing ass. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. We put the Morens in water or in the sky. They're either drowning or falling like a meteor. I don't get it. We make Yamasukami stop floating and purely just on land, no floating. He's cooked against a lot of monsters. I don't know what this means. I gotta have a conversation. I gotta get big enough to the point where I can have a power scaling conversation with Josh. Plus, in the lore, Sideus is like the cause of all the ruins at Maga. Oh, sweet rage gaming over here, rage baiting. If this is rage baiting before rage baiting was a thing, well, rage baiting has always been a thing, but it was called trolling before then. But if he's trolling, if he's rage baiting, he got my ass. I'm not gonna lie, he got me. It's working.
Of course, it's not just that. That would be a little.
Aren't most elders home tied? Most elders? I don't think most elders are. I think there's a lot, but like 80% is what I consider most, and I don't think so, but I think like a solid like half to like 70%. Well, it's like eh. But in general, you're not wrong, Viper. A lot of the elders would prefer one specific biome that they prefer. But a lot of them can go and change it if they wish. A lot of them can. Some of them can't, though.
bit too
Like Sidaeus.
cheap even for me. But he kind of suffers from the Lao Shanglung problem, but Aqua Edition. Yes, he has water, right? He has water beams.
Okay, I love this. He brought up Lao Shanlung. So what makes him... So if Lao Shanlung is tied to the ground, right? Similar to how Sidaeus is tied to the water. What's the difference here? What's the big thing that makes Sidaeus way weaker? It ain't size. I can tell you that right now.
Cheap even for me. But he kind of suffers from the Lao Shanglung problem, but Aqua Edition. Yes.
Fight Teostra in the cold. Viper, you obviously don't know about the... What are they called? They're called the ancient species, or what are they called? They're called origin species. You obviously don't know about them. Is that the one with the ice Teostra, or am I tweaking? Isn't Kirin canonically the weakest Elder Dragon? It's between Kirin or Valhazak. I think it's fine to intertwine them, but I would personally put Valhazak as the weakest. But that's like a me thing. Frostra is a... Oh, it's funny.
He has water, right? He has water beams.
He has water.
A big, powerful water cannon.
Yes!
But it's still just water. It's a water jet. It's not roaring flame, piercing light.
What does Lao Shanlung have? If this is rage bait, I'm getting rage baited to the extreme. This guy's criteria for this video makes zero sense. There's zero consistency. Lao has... Bro, Sidaeus has aura. I'd very much argue Sidaeus has more aura.
Frigid ice, raw dragon thundering. Though there is a version of him with a little bit of dragon, but even so, it's not like he's going to be crackling it down from the sky. He is just a big whale that can spit out water fast. And while anything that his physical size can overwhelm with sheer strength, is suddenly a factor, and yes, he is threatening to Nakakos, who is one of the strongest Elder Dragons, and honestly likely a candidate for the 5 strongest Elder Dragons, at least if you discount the Black Dragons.
Is that true? Okay, up until Rise, he is the top 5 strongest Elder Dragon. Excluding Black Dragons. So, Dalmadur, Zor Magdaros, at this point, Safi Jiva exists, and he's not considered a Black Dragon. I feel like I'm really missing someone. Oh, Shara. And Guys McGorm's not here yet. Would you put Allmother above Sidaeus? I probably would. Specifically Allmother, although that might be cheating. God, oh, dude, fucking Amatsu. There you go. I give you 5 monsters who I can confidently say is stronger than him. That aren't Black Dragons. Safi Jiva, Dalmadur, Zor Magdaros, Amatsu, and apparently I just blanked. Nakarkos. Okay, well he's talking about that he could eat them, which they're like each other's prey. They're rivals, so I'm not counting each other. So I'm not counting Sidaeus, I'm not counting Nakarkos. Who did I just say? Not Gogmazios? Unfortunately, no. Well, at this point, maybe Gogmazios, because Guys McGorm doesn't exist yet. Maybe. But, who did I say? I listed 5. Zor Magdaros, Dalmadur, Safi Jiva, Amatsu. Oh, and Shara, because Iceborne's already out, so Shara. There you go. Guys McGorm? No, Guys McGorm was in Sunbreak at the time of this video being made. Rise was only out, Sunbreak wasn't out. There's not a single mention of Sidaeus preying on Nakarkos, the fuck you mean? No, but that doesn't mean it can't be the case. Or, not that it preys on them, but that it couldn't beat under Karkos. There's nothing to suggest that they can't beat each other. Pause. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. Okay, bye, CD. Bye-bye. Also, hello, James. I didn't say hi to you. Also, hello, Brecky. Are you back? Are you back, Brecky? Hello, Brecky. Welcome back. Yo, sleep tight and don't let the Zamites bite. I'm back. What's going on? Hello, DJ. We're talking about the top 5 strong, weakest. Sorry, not strong. We're talking about the top 5 weakest Elder Dragons. How much longer do we have? Well, technically, we've actually already gone over the limit, but I still need to do a drip check, and I still need to give a hot take.
That's again because he very much specially counters Nikakos. He is built to tank that creature because it is his prey. And I realize the prey argument is what put Kirin on the list, but I can't justify Nikakos of all things just because another Elder Dragon hunts him. It's not really the same.
The double standard here. The double standards is crazy. Get this man out the kitchen.
Same as a non-Elder Dragon. The point is, he only works in water, which I don't want to hold against him too much, but it has to be said when compared to every other Elder.
Yamatsukami is held up in the air. Lao Shenlong is held up in the ground. The Moran's on the ground. Can we please...
Dragon. At least the Morans can still operate on land. And yes, I know you might bring up the argument, okay, we'll put all the other Elder Dragons underwater. What happens? They drown. I know, I'm trying here, okay? But I'm just trying to, I'm trying. But look, he's here.
He's literally giving the examples on why he's wrong. Why this doesn't make sense. His placement doesn't make sense. And he's like, listen, shut up.
Because I just see him as the underwater Lao Shenlong. He's big, he's slow, he uses his physical prowess more than anything, and that's basically as strong as he is. But he gets an extra water beam, but he's also bound to underwater, so not that threatening in the grand scheme of things, so he gets the #1 spot. And that's kind of how I sees it. Don't get me wrong, again, I absolutely adore him, but he is a gentle giant. It's what makes him endearing. He's not aggressive or threatening, he's not full of bloodlust, he is one of the softest, sweetest Elder Dragons. He's only upset because his horn grows and irritates him. Apart from
Gyros is stronger than Magdamello. I'm trying here. Viper, out of curiosity, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being like perfection, no notes, 5 being mid, and 0 being get out of not only the kitchen, but the, like, country, how good of a power scaler do you think Josh is for Monster Hunter? Out of curiosity. 4? I was literally about to say that. I was going to say 4 to 5. How good do you think I am? I think I'm like a 7 to an 8. Maybe an 8.5. I think I do good. But I'm definitely, like, my arguments aren't definitely perfect. But I can't see what the fuck that is. 8? Bro, why'd you make your 8 so small? Why'd you make your 8 so small? It's my only impressions of Josh power scaling, by the way. Oh, 8? There you go. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Viper. 8? I can see that. I think that's very fair. Like, I think I pride myself on being, like, a good power scaler for Monster Hunter, but I'm not perfect. Especially for monsters that I haven't power scaled, like, I haven't deep dived into. I'm not perfect. And certain things I get wrong. Like, certain things I just straight up get wrong. Right? But overall, I think I'm a pretty good power scaler. I think there's only, like, certain things I would tweak in any of my power scaling videos. And not because I'm necessarily wrong, but more so it's just, like, I think the wording could be tweaked.
He's such a just fantastic.
So I got scared. I got scared. My personal top 5 of the weakest: Gen 2 Lunastra, Camellios, Valzala, Kirin, and his subspecies. Oh, well, okay. Well, we can't just count subspecies too, because that's kind of cheating. Because I feel like then you would just say Valhazak, Orochi Kirin, Lao Shenlong, and Teostra. Not in that specific order, but as the top 5. I I get it. He's technically a different monster. I get it, Orochi Kirin, but I wouldn't count him.
Fantastical creature that really isn't going to be a threat, and he's not built for combat. He's just a big...
In Action Lao Shenlong? Yeah, 100%. Guys, what about newly shedded Kushala? Rusted Kushala who just barely shed. In those 5 seconds when he's vulnerable, what about him, huh? Well, actually, I think that is, like, the weakest. Out of, like, adult variants, like, he would be the weakest. But he's not a variant. It's just a process. And even then, he gets his coat back, like, almost immediately.
Whale trying to get a haircut or a hard cut, and, well, we help him do that. And then also die, and it's very sad. But I do think on balance, he's probably the least threatening Elder Dragon of them all.
Bro forgot to mention how he caused earthquakes. Okay.
But that said, I want you guys to weigh in on this, because this is such a hard decision. Just get up the list of Elder Dragons and try and come up with this for yourself, because it's genuine.
Holy scary. Bro, if I saw this thing... Yo, I'm scared of, like, sperm whales. Like, if I'm in an ocean and I see, like, a sperm whale swimming towards me, I'm scared. This thing would petrify me. I would literally become stone in the water. No Medusa.
Quite the challenge. It really, really is. But that is where I have fallen. So let me know what you think. Like if you enjoyed this.
I gotta see what the comments say. Let me see this. I gotta make sure there's nothing I'm like recommended. They're like kind of crazy. Very cool. Aerotaku Tiger. Oh my god, he is live? He's playing Wilds today? Okay, cool. I know it's probably an editing thing, but I would like proof of a hero playing without this in my addition to the series method. Okay. Today is almost sings an island. Josh, weak. Meanwhile, Yamasu Kami is a balloon that floats around. Josh, nope. This is more powerful than that. Okay. I'm glad people can see that this is kind of a whack list. I mean, I think the top like the 3 he first named, that being Lao Shenlong, Kirin, and Valhazog, I think those are valid. But, like, everything else was kind of, I don't know about that. In addition, how many Elder Dragons mentioned are stated to be peaceful unless threatened? Hell Camille is stated to drink alongside herbivores like wasp wine. The only reason these creatures are threats are due to percent casualty. Okay. Valhazog may not be one of the strongest Elder Dragons out there, but his fight, in my opinion, is one of the best fights in Monster Hunter. Whoa, that's kind of a big hot take. Valhazog being one of the best fights in Monster Hunter? Is Valhazog's fight even the best fight in World? I don't know, gang. I don't know about that one. She's playing OG Monster Hunter? Ooh. That's very nice. Alright, I gotta take another piss. Spabble, are you okay? I'm just staying hydrated. I'm just staying hydrated, you know? You know what I'm saying? I do be just staying hydrated. I'm sorry. I'll be right back though. Vara Hazak, I'm sure, is the most satisfying to hunt. You know what? You got a point there, Viper. You know what? Maybe they mistyped it. I know they mistyped it. You know what? They're actually right. They're actually right. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. We are the champions, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting to the end. Alright, bye y'all. Okay, bye Preston. Bye bye. Yo chat, what y'all favorite flagship? I'm curious. Obviously Soregas. Also, do you all want me to release Zinogre with Apex Zinogre on the Gogma team? You should probably just do Thunderlord. Has more aura. Let's see. Okay, so I gotta do a Monster Hunter hot take, and then we gotta do drip review. Which I gotta do drip review, so that means I gotta go to the drip channel. What's up, man? Oh, hello, OG. Oh, no. Not you. Sorry, then. OG, you've been here. Oh, Mari! I'm deploying my soldiers, but hi, everyone. Oh, Mari, you ending stream? What's going on? You good? He arrived as requested. I couldn't watch your stream because I'm stuck with this. Bro, you don't gotta say it like that. Mari, do you have me open on your stream? What am I listening to? Just finishing up, so I'm dropping everyone off here. Lol. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you. I'm hearing myself echo on the street. You're still currently live for me, so... Hot take, Rise is less good. It's less good. Less is Rise good. Monster Hunter between For You and Wilds. Please don't slime me. That's fine to say. I don't think that's crazy to say. Well, I'm gonna get out of your thing because I can't think while seeing your channel still, like, your live stream still up, so I'm gonna close that. Against Wilds, I disagree. Wait, he's saying... No, he's saying Rise is less good. So you're saying Wilds is worse than Rise? I don't know about that one. Base Rise? Wait, are we talking about Base Rise? Or are we talking about... including Sunbreak? Because if you said For You... then I'm assuming you're specifically saying, like, specific ones. And in that case, I think Wilds is better than Base Rise. Oh, including Sunbreak? Oh, then nah. That's not crazy to say. Well, it's kind of crazy. Okay, never mind. Because you say Rise is less good Monster Hunter between For You and Wilds. I think it's better than Wilds. I'm sorry, I think it's better than For You and Wilds. But you're saying it's less good than For You? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy, gang. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna hold you, gang. I've been crazy. I've been crazy. Is it really crazy? Yeah, I've been crazy. Also, thank you all for, like, coming for Mari. Mari the GOAT. Great content. She's currently playing GU. Great game, too. Good choice. Thank you all for coming from her stream. If any of you are still here, that is. I'm nostalgic to Base Rise. I get that. But, like, I think Base Wilds compared to Base Rise, I think Wild's just better. I'm sorry. I think he thinks Wild's better than Rise. No, he's saying, well, he's saying, wait, am I reason? What's weekend? What's going on here? Hot take. Rise is less good Monster Hunter between For You and Wilds. So he's saying For You and Wilds is better than Rise, including Sunbreak, which I can't agree with that. Including Sunbreak, I can't agree with that. I can't co-sign that. I'm at least still here from Mari, and I thank you, hell. I thank you. Oh, you mean between For You and Wilds on the timeline? Add some heat. Oh, are you saying that each... No, that's not what he... No, that's not what he said. He said it's less good... We said between For You and Wilds. So you're saying that, like... For You is worse than Rise and Sunbreak, but Wilds is better? Huh? I don't think that's crazy. I think that's kind of crazy. Well, at least, well, okay, here's the thing. You're not just including Sunbreak. You're including Rise and Sunbreak. You're adding both of them. Wilds is my least favorite Monster Hunter game I played, not gonna lie. Damn, that's kind of crazy. I kind of crazy, not gonna lie, but okay. So we gotta do a drip check. If Mari was here, I wonder if Mari has some drip. Boone, if you want to go ask her if she has some drip that she likes and she wants to submit it, I'd be down to like rate it. I think she has like a set that I like. And when she plays Sunbreak and stuff. For You, Iceborne, Wilds, GU over Risebreak. Is like Wilds over Risebreak I think is a little crazy, but the others I can understand. Some good oh my goodness, hello Mari, you still in here? That's cool. Boone is the Mari merchant. Okay. But while we wait for everyone to put your drip in the drip check channel on my Discord, let me think of a hot take, because I still got to give you a hot take. Still got to give you a hot take. Let me see here. What's a good hot take? I was just about to tell her. That's funny. I'm truly the middleman in many ways, though. That's funny. And you got the collaboration before her. That's crazy. The middleman got the collaboration. That's crazy. Let's do some power scaling. I think, okay, this might be a hot take, because it's either between him or another monster. But I'm just curious on how you guys feel about this hot take. And someday the main channel will get that collab. I think out of the Fated 4, Glavenus is the biggest fraud. Because he's glazed so much without actually have done anything in the series. Potential man? Literally potential man. At the very least, we have seen Astalos do things. We don't see Glavenus do shit. All of his turf wars, I'm very confident, are what do you call it? All of his turf wars are reused. They're not unique. They're like Brute Wyvern versus another monster, kind of like reused. And whenever he's in a cutscene and he fights another monster, it's always Rathian he fights. He doesn't fight Rathalos. He fights Rathian. I can understand, but a fraud in the sense that he's glazed more about, like, everyone says he's stronger than he's ever realistically shown us. Like, people could say that he cuts off Devil Joe's head, but, like, did we ever see that? Do we ever see him actually cut anything other than Rathian's wing talent things? We don't. So potentially he could cut many monsters into pieces. Exactly, potentially. But people are saying that he can do these things, not he has done them. You get what I'm saying? He cuts the head off of Devil Joe, but I'm not sure if it's canon. Here's the thing, Wonder. Even if it is canon, we never see him do anything on that level in-game or in cutscenes or in turf wars, which are also in-game. We never see anything of that. Even if that is true, we don't see it. So, people who are saying that, like, Glavenus would definitively beat a lot of monsters above his weight class, it's like, what evidence do you have for that? Other than, like, his sword is, like, his hot tail is sharp, yes. But even Rathian, again, the fact that, like, it's not even Rathalos that he has the cutscenes with, it's Rathian! It's Rathian! So out of the Fated Four, I think he's the biggest fraud. In the sense that people overplay him. In contrast to what he's ever shown in game and in cutscenes. At least with Astalos, we see that he has a turf war with Misune. At least we see him fly and catch up and scrap with Rathalos. Glavenus has only ever, like, deterred a Rathian away. Never even killed the Rathian. Never even grievously wounded the Rathian. Just made the Rathian run away. So that's my hot take. That's my hot take. I think he's on the same level as Steve, or without his Mari Sue Mary Sue. Sorry, I said Mari. Mary Sue BS Magnamello. Maybe. If. Possibly. Never is. Hello, Illusion. How are you? Astalos. The other monster was Astalos. Yes. Oh, shit. Mari. The D. The D. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's right. I completely forgot that I have to go on to Discord here. I completely forgot. There you go. Alright, so first up, Viper, saw this, You're using 3 Valhalla pieces, can't give you anything higher than a 5. But well, I'm willing to give you a 5.5. I like it. But 3 pieces of the same armor. Sorry. I like it though. I like the slim I like the slimness of this. I like the slim shading. That took forever to send to my phone to upload. Not mine? Oh, well then whose is it? Well, I mean, regardless of it being yours or not, you could have reposted it from someone else in the Discord. But point still stands. Oh, where's the music? Guys, get the music up. Hell yeah. And then we have Ata. Man, you don't get your cheating ass. You sent a bunch of different. You sent a bunch of different fits. You fucking cheater, Ata. You fucking cheater. What's the first one? What's the first one? This one? Is there another angle of this one? No. So I'm just gonna have to do it by this one. My hot take is that Basil and Espiness aren't Elder Dragon level. That's... I think Basil you can maybe argue. But Espiness, I think he's definitively Elder Dragon. That's a bit of a hot take. Is it cheating if it works? It's not cheating. You're not cheating. But I'm not checking all your drip then. Okay, so what we got here. The waist. What are the arms? I can't tell what the arms are. Let's get Matrice. That's Arc Tempered, Jin, chest piece, waist. Are these ceremonial? I can't, are these, I can't tell what the legs are. I'm gonna give this a... Oh, for all of you who are new here, how I do drip checks, 10 is perfection, 5 is mid, 0 is never cook again. It's never cook again. So if I give you a 7, that's a good thing. That means, like, you have a good set. I like it. Picasso. But this is like a 5.5. Like, I like the colors, but, like, the weapon doesn't match. The frost on the armor pieces here doesn't match. You look like a shiny popsicle. It's mid. I'm sorry. Props for hunting our tempered Jin more than once for... Yeah. I've had to hunt our tempered Jin a few times just to get the armor pieces. Then we have Volcano. What we got here? Ooh. Okay. Okay, hold on now. Okay, Mr. Fly. I know I'm super fly. Is this Hirabami? Who is this? What is this? I have no idea what this is. Can't tell what the waist is. I think that's just like leather. Savage Omega. Oh, that's Savage Omega? Oh, okay, interesting. It's like, this is Gore. That's Ebony Odogoron, I believe. And Death Stench. Hot take, Shagaru is super elder, like Primordial and Runer. And it's kind of crazy to say. And I definitely have some thoughts on Shagaru in an upcoming video that a lot of people are not gonna like. I'm gonna get a lot of... I feel like I'm gonna get some hate comments for the things I'm gonna be saying. But it's the truth. Let's see. What'd I give this? The colors aren't really standing out. Like, the purple here doesn't even match the purple in the back. The violet Guardian doesn't really match anything. Like, the colors just don't match, gang. They just don't match. Not even really the weapon. I mean, the weapon in some glowing... Like, the weapon glows a little bit, so does the gore, but it doesn't really match. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to give it a 4.5. Wonder, you give him way too much. I'm sorry, I'm a bigger critic. I critically judge your shit. Oh boy, I only remember Sunbreak Shagaru, so I think he's weak incoming. No, it won't be that. Braggy, shut your ass up. I'd be picky as fuck with my fits, Loki. I think this is a 4.5. I think it's like, okay. It's like barely mid. Like, things just don't match. I'm sorry, it's just not matching. Aesthetic, don't even know what you were going for. The textures of each armor doesn't even match. It's just not good, brother. I'm sorry. Please, Ascendants, don't just make Shakaru a normal monster like Sunbreak did. I genuinely believe I'd be crucified if I showed my drip. Probably. Is this Skeletor? If this Skeletor, I'm not gonna lie, gang, this might not be a good Skeletor. I couldn't tell that it was a Skeletor, so I would still keep my thing. If I could tell it was Skeletor, I would give it a 9 immediately. But if I can't tell now. Oh, wait. The idea behind this is to use fur to generate use the fur to generate and store electricity. Oh my god. I was about to say Ketchup, watch it. Like Tobi Gadachi. And then be sent through the silver gauntlets. I think silver is most conductive metal. And into the hammer through the charge shown in the video. Okay. Okay. Okay, I got a thing from someone. I think Boone just sent me a message. Yoswallow, can you peep my iceberg real quick? I don't like the way you said that, but maybe, sure. So what do we got here? So we got, what is this, Kieran? I can't really tell. This is Toby. This is Silver. Wrath. I think this is Bombaro? What is this? I can't really tell what this is. And this is Toby again, I think. I don't think you have... But because this is Toby, this is Toby. So unless this is Toby or this is Toby, then you're guide. That's Fulgur? Oh, this is Fulgur. Okay. Well, then automatically, because I don't think this is Toby. Is this Toby? What is this? Legs. Them legs. What the legs are? It's alright. It's okay. Bombaro? I fucking knew it. I'm a genius. The background helps. But still. Let's see here. Bracky, you're gonna hate me. Because I can see the vision. But as a female, I don't think you have the body type to pull this off. Okay, that's sounding kind of crazy. Like, I think it would make more sense to have a bunch of fur and stuff than just, like, patches. Does that make sense? That's like if Zinogre only had, like, a patch of fur on its, like, arms and a little bit of its tail and head. I'm gonna have to... I like the idea. I like the idea. I'm gonna give you a little bit of point for an idea. But I'm gonna have to give this, like, a... Like a 6 to maybe 6.5. You know, I like the idea. 6.5. That's a lot of fur for what I had. Damn. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm gonna have to give this a 6.5. No, Smash. Shut up. All right, Mari. What do we have here? What do we got? God. I already zoomed in, but I gotta, like, look. I gotta get closer to the screen. What am I looking at here? Okay, okay. What am I actually looking at here? Okay, hold on. That's orange Beshadden. That's blood orange Beshadden. I'm, like, straining my eyes. I'm not trying to, like, make fun. I'm not, you know, I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I genuinely can't tell what the arms are. What are the arms? Is that Basarios? That's not Basarios. Is that fabric? I can't fucking... No, that is fabric. Is that Silverwind? Or not Silverwind. Is that, Lucent? No, that's not Lucent. Is that regular Nargacuga? The gauntlets are Narga? Oh, okay, they are Nargacuga. I think the male armor probably would have had more to work with. If you're talking about your set, I think so. The dog pleases me greatly. He looks so happy in the outfit. The dog does. I do like the dog. I don't actually remember. Hold on. Please tell me. I'm actually getting a little bit confused here. But overall look, I think it fits. I like the red. I like the gold and the not even like hot red, but it's like hot. Well, it's like mad red, if that makes sense. That probably does make sense. Okay, can you list me what the rest of the armor pieces are, please? Because I actually don't know what the headpiece is. Is that, not Ursula, Rachna Kadaki? Is that Master Rank, Rachna Kadaki? The head is Bishadin? It is? Oh, female. I don't usually look at the female for Bishadin, so that might make sense. Rajang, head is Bishadin X. Okay. What about chest piece? Is that just, well, that's Rajang, because, but is that Fears Rajang or is that regular Rajang? I'm pretty sure the legs are also Rajang. Chest is Fears Rajang. Okay, and what about the legs? Okay, so we got Bishadin. We got regular Bishadin, because you just said... Well, is this regular Bishadin? Well, it doesn't really matter. So this is Bishadin, Fears Rajang, Nargacuga, Blood Orange Bishadin specifically. And legs is regular Rajang. Okay. I would like a more clear HD version, but I'm not going to deduct points from you because I can see enough, and I understand that this was already hard to kind of get. Let's see. I like the color formation. The arms are low-key kind of throwing me off. Considering you're able to get the waist... I mean, to be fair, I like how the chest piece, like the upper arms, so like the forearms, I like how the forearms are. But, like with the golden fur that attaches from the red to the black, I kind of like that. But like the whole gray of like the rest of your arm, I'm not sure about that. If you play Pokemon, it's based on a specific monster. Is it, a Fernape? Is that what it is? Or is it someone else? Okay, guys, I gotta go. Good night. Okay, bye, Wonder. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Wonder. Thank you for being here. Blaziken. Oh. I low-key thought Infernape because of the whole Rajang thing, but... That's not off. That's not off at all. That's not off at all. I'm gonna have to give it a 7.5. No, I'm gonna have to give it a 7. I would say maybe 7.5, depending on your weapon. Weapons can either make you lose a point or half a point, or make you gain half a point or a point, depending on if it fits. I think for a cosplay, it's not one-to-one perfect, but it's good. And the armor itself, I'm not mad at. But I would give it like a 7. Yeah, how about this? I'll give you a 7.5. And if you had the weapon to go with it, and it was good, I'd give you an 8. Honestly, higher than I thought it would get. Honestly, it would higher than it would get, so it's so ugly. You think this is ugly? I think this is good. I think this is good. I think the waist colors don't properly match with everything else. Like, even the, like, hair you got going on with the legs and all of that, like, the arms and low-key the waist don't really match, and it's kind of throwing me off. But I would have to get a picture of Blaziken, but even in my mind, I don't think Blaziken looks perfectly like this. And I know it's like, it's cosplay. It's like, it's hard to get perfect, but certain cosplays are almost 1-for-1. And I know that's a high standard, but, you know, I got high standards, so I'm gonna give you a 7.5. I use Shagru for the weapon for his claws. I think the yellow in Shagru / like pale, I don't think would match the... I don't think would match the yellow fur. I think it would be like a neutral. I wouldn't give you half a point or a point. I wouldn't deduce it, or I wouldn't increase it. I think I would still keep it at 7.5. I don't think Shagru makes it worse, but I don't think Shagru improves it by any vast amount. But I do like it. I think it's good. But it's not the best. Do we have anyone else? We do. Bro, you trying to steal my fit? What's going on here? You trying to steal my fit? No, I'm just kidding. My fit isn't exactly like this. So we got all unique armor. Okay, good. See this. Hell, let's see here. Okay. Okay. Like a very dirty red kind of vibe. With a lot of skin showing. Let's see. I'll give it a... Kind of got like a... Not even like barbaric. It kind of has like a... I don't know what you would even call this. I don't really know what you would call this vibe. I don't even know what kind of weapon. Oh, use like, okay. Use charge blade. What? I feel like there's a name for what I'm looking at here, for like the vibe I'm going for. But I can't think of it. Also glad everyone enjoyed Nike and Pesta. Very cute, very cute. But for this, I can't really put my finger on it, but I do like it. I'm going to give it a... I'm gonna give it a 6.5. I'm gonna give it a 6.5. I was really debating between 6.5 and 7, but here's why I'm going to deduct a 0.5 from it. One, boots with the fur don't match. Second, the coloration of your scarf and the coloration of this don't match. Even if you were to use the exact same colors, which actually you didn't, don't match. The fur here, I could see you did it right here. I can see you did it. Doesn't match. Right here, the like coloration for this doesn't match. This right here, the rope kind of like thing for the belt, fine. The red, I believe, is what you could change here. Doesn't match. And if you can't change the red here, you can maybe change this. Still doesn't match. I'm gonna give it a 6.5. I think if you were to pair the things like almost perfectly, like really, really good, I think this would be a 7. But like, the thing that's really bothering me is that like it's very close in coloration, but it's not like actually the same. This is like dirty purple, almost red. This is like dark red. This is like gray with dark red. This is like dark red with black. This is extremely dark purple with gray. You see what I'm saying? Like it doesn't all match. And it's kind of bothering me. She hit the floor. Yeah, but those are all the... Oh, okay, now you guys make me want to, like, you guys make me want to, show off my fit. My fits. I mean, most of you guys who are, like, new to my... Or who have, you know, watched stream have already seen my fits. But I like it. I like the one with the curio crown you did, Mari. The one with the curio crowns. I like the ones that you did for that one. I can't remember exactly what, but it was like a curio crown with like a dress. I like the vibe of it. I liked it more than this one over here. But this is supposed to be a cosplay of a Pokemon, so this is what's already kind of hard to replicate. So that's why I didn't really, you know. It's also still just a good design overall. Pretty decent. Oh yeah, I can show that one. The Blaziken one is my meme one. Lol. Oh, okay. Why'd you show the meme one then? Here. Just so. Also, just to let you guys know, I got progress, I got shown progress for the fan art that I'm getting made because I won the fashion hunting, or I was one of the winners for the fashion hunter competition. And I'm not gonna lie, the progress, oh, I'm not gonna lie, this shit fire. It's really good. What, you won? Gang, I made a whole community post. And I think Discord ping about it. So, there were 5 winners. There was 3 winners based on judges. So, there were 3 judges. Each judge picked one of their favorite. And the other 2 winners were community picked. I was picked by, I think, either Volcano or Frost, which I think is the other guy's name. They're all Monster Hunter content creators. Bro, I didn't remember. Bro, you didn't remember? You know what? Hold on. Not to flex or anything. Not to flex. But we can look at the exact, like, first reaction that Dweeby and the other content creators had. I don't like the, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to flex or nothing. I'm not trying to flex or nothing. But we could watch this. It's like 3 minutes. Can we peep? Ooh, yes. Well, hold on. Let's watch this, and then you can peep the work in progress. Which I think I'm allowed to show the work in progress. I'm not sure why I wouldn't. I mean, it's my commission. And I get, like, some artists don't like you being shown, like, the work in progress, but, like, it's, like, really good for a work in progress, so. Volcanic. I said Volcano. Volcanic is awesome and has amazing taste, too. I know he does. That's why he picked me. I don't know if he actually picked me, but I think he is a sucker for purple, and I use purple a lot. Here we go. So we're gonna watch this, and then we're gonna watch, like, the 3-minute section where they went over my hunter profile that I just barely made for this, and my armor design. And Mari and all the other guys who haven't seen this yet, let me know what you think. But the judges were Dweeby, Frost, and Connor, aka CR Volcanic? I always get the letters confused. Don't hate on me, please. As an artist myself, I think it depends if they're okay with it. Usually just safer to check it with them if it's okay. I don't have direct line of contact with them, though. I don't. I don't want to, because what if they're not okay with that? I don't want to chance it. Okay, I'm not going to show it. I'm not going to show it. But I can show you the pose that my character is in. I can show you that.
It's a good one.
It's a very solid image.
So they're going through the list and judging everyone's hunter profiles. So I'm next. All right.
Let's check out Spottable now, though. Spottable. We are going to check out Spottable's profile in the proof of a style icon competition. Ooh.
Ooh.
Gamble your soul.
Okay.
Let me take away this. Here you go.
Oh, he's using the Zoshia helmet. I like it. I love that helmet. Zo with the Gog on the chest.
Wow.
Hell yeah.
And the Zoshia Palico, too. And the Gore on the Palico as well. Zoshia and Gore. This is pretty sick.
What is that melody? I love Seregios' theme. What is that melody? This is by far, like, maybe top 3 favorite, outfits I've made in, Wilds.
G. Yeah.
Gunner. Love it.
This is really sick. I really love this. That is matching with the Sacred and everything. Wow. I am really impressed by this one. Especially with the, once again, the witch pose, which is a really good pose. What is this music, actually?
Seregios.
Oh, it's Seregios' theme? Oh boy, I'm a sucker for purple.
I like the way that she says, Seregios.
This is nice. This is really cool.
I am too, so you're winning me over.
Purple's a great color.
I think it was Connor who
color
picked me. I'm not gonna lie. I think it was Connor. I never confirmed, but I think it was Connor. But yeah, so this is when I was saying like to match the colors, this is what I was talking about. So each color kind of match another piece in a very good way to the point where it's complementary. And I think each one of these colors are literally different. Even by like 20% like saturation or something.
Matching, let's go. Let's effing go. We got the Numinous Crown, Gognazios Mail, Dream.
The white part? Oh, that's the lighting. It's like this, like the light's over here and it comes down over here. That's how the lighting for the pose is.
Walker braces. Ah, okay. Warcoil and the Numinous Greaves. That color matching is on point, honestly.
Yeah, this is another one where you can tell they labored.
I helped with a lot with the color. Okay, you didn't help a lot. But you most certainly did help.
Over the color matching because every single one of them is a slightly different shade.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the inside of the Gore waist too. That must have taken such a long time to find that right color.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that looks good too.
It's like glowing, and
it's got like an icy
midnight kind of theme. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, this is pretty sick. I'm not gonna lie. And like these are colors you don't get these colors naturally in the armor. Actually took time to get in and match every single color in the what's the word? Create not just an outfit of pieces, but also like create an outfit that had this perfect like shading. What kind of?
I will say this. I'm pretty sure Connor or Frost was the one who voted for me. And so I technically made this set with Tiger. Me and Tiger were doing like not matching. Well, we did kind of like me and Tiger sometimes do like we make sets, like new sets just on the fly with each other. And this is a set I made with him. And I was really kind of racking my brain. I was like, should I post this one or something else? I'm guaranteeing if I were to give another drip set that I had, that I believe was just as good as this one or still really good, I think I would not have been. I don't think I would have been picked. Because I'm not gonna lie, there were some pretty dang good other fits out there that didn't get top 5. And the fact that, like, Connor and Frost really like the color aspect to this, I think really helped. I think it really helped them actually pick me instead of the other ones. So, I guess if I knew ahead of time, I would have been more confident with picking this one. But I was deciding between this one and the Prince gilded look that I had for another set.
What kind of shading would we call it? Like metallic almost kind of shading? Metallic and...
I'd call it like glossy, if anything.
It almost looks kind of futuristic, honestly.
I don't know my art.
Futuristic? I don't know about that one, Tweeby.
words as well, so I'm not gonna comment.
But yeah,
matte
this is
versus
really
gloss or something
good.
like that.
This is really good.
Saved by the bias bill? I actually think so. Now that's not to like, you know, that's not to like, you know, lower or like mitigate like the effort I put into this, right? Because I think it is a good set, great, right? But like, I think if I were to have, you know, uploaded or not uploaded, but if I had shown a different set that was also really good, but didn't have this like same colors color scheme and aesthetic, I don't think I would have gotten picked.
Yeah, kind of glossy. The shading is nuts here. Nuts for real. Damn.
On the furry thing? Yeah, this is kind of distracting you, isn't it? It's okay. You know what? For a little bit of a trip, I'll open up Wilds. And I'll show you guys some fits. A little bit of a treat.
Looking at
a little bit of a treat before we kind of end stream. Or we start, like, winding down, you know?
I should look at the color matching for all of the
Hello, Ike.
Outfits, but this is really nice. Really, really nice. Ooh, let's check out our favorite gunner.
Oh yeah, here's probably better. The picture I picked here doesn't have the lighting. Yeah, see it?
Nice. That's the, I was also called it Sandy Plains. It's in the Windward Plains, right?
Yep.
I'm missing
Sandy
a
Plains, isn't that the 3U map?
Okay.
Or their eyes map.
Yeah, it's a bit of an eyesore because I find it becomes like the focus point of the drawing my attention when it feels like the attention should be on the armor, etc. Okay, that works a lot better. Yes, I'm telling you, it's just literally the way that the pose is, the lighting works for the posing in the hunter profile.
This is really nice. I'm really impressed by this one.
I can't tell by the pieces because it's dark. Well, okay, you can definitely tell that this is Oshia. You can tell that this is Gogmazios. I think the legs are the hardest piece to get, but, like, I think everything's pretty, like, open. The legs, though... Okay, well, you can't see the rest of the legs because of Connor and Frost. Grr. But...
That picture is so funny because there is a Guildguard background that looks just like it.
Frost, the moment that they were going through people's, oh my god, what is it? Hunter profiles. I don't play wilds like that. I don't go after these things. I literally had to make everything I had, like everything you see here, I just had on deck. I just worked with what I had. I did not go out of my way to get things. I did not know that there was like a desert background. And if I did, I would have picked that 100%. And used the Ice Shard Cliff picture that I got. I think that one was better.
And they didn't use that background.
I will say
yeah,
also,
right.
just in terms of like pure texture work, the Zoe helmet and the Gog chest kind of just look like they go together.
Literally, like in the stream that I was making this this set, I was like the Zoshia helmet and the Gog chest piece just literally work too well together to not do something with this.
So well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, for
You're
sure.
right, actually.
It's a really good match.
This is a really nice profile. I'm really digging this one. Really creative pieces, really creative use of color. Very nice. From Spottable. Let's effing go, Spottable.
Yatta! Yippee! Alright. And I'm not... Okay, for the sake of not knowing whether the artist would like me to show it or not, I'm not going to show the in-work progress that the artist showed me. Well, she gave it to Dweeby, and Dweeby gave it to me. But I will show you... So you saw what my set looks like. I'm going to show you what pose is going to be in. What pose that my character's being drawn in. This is the pose. So basically think of like my heavy bow gun, like holding it and it being like coming like all the way out here, being very slack. Being very slack because the whole idea is that it's an eldritch gunner. So it's like an undead gunner. So it being like very slack, very like not stiff, not very like militaristic in how it like he's posed. I think this works very well. My name. I already know it's gonna be peak, bro. The design, I'm not gonna lie, this kind of goes crazy. And bro, I saw the artist, so you can really tell it's a work in progress because the artist drew a sword where the bowgun is, and you can see it behind the bowgun because he used the sword as like a reference to draw the rest of the bowgun for it to like how to like have it like centered around my character. It's really, really nice. Now, I'm probably not going to be able to get this character until, like, 3 months from now. Just because this... Bro. The fucking... That competition was, like, 2 months ago or something. So... The sync of the pose and the eeriness of the pose is good. Yes, I think it matches with, my armor very well. So, okay, I'll open up Wilds real quick. I couldn't open it up because I was sharing my screen, but now I'm opening it up, so give me one moment. Artists are cool, man. Yeah, we got one right in the chat. I mean, you could argue we have multiple, but I'm talking about Viper. I shouldn't just say that. I'm sorry. I'm talking about Viper. Depending on how it's done, it may have a really good silhouette. True. Love that it's the Abyss Walker pose. I instantly knew what pose I wanted. Well, okay, first off, she said, what pose do you want it in? And I was like, I got to choose? I get to choose? I knew that I was like, it was my character, and I knew that it was technically my commission. But I low-key just thought like the character was just going to do whatever they wanted. I've never commissioned art before. So when Dweeby was like, hey, what pose do you want? I was like, fuck. Never mind, I got an idea. And that's the idea I wanted. Peace sign. Alrighty, I gotta head out and get some dinner. I hope you have a good rest of your stream. Bye, everyone. Bye, Mari. Everyone say bye to Mari, the goat. The goat. The goat. Ah, Bro, I got fucking flashbanged. I was about to, like, actually scream, but I remembered that it's kind of getting late and I can't scream. It's V for Viper. Wow. That's really nice. She'll be, Mari will be live again Wednesday, so don't worry, you don't have to wait too long to see her again. Don't even worry about it. I hope to keep you guys entertained. So this is primarily for the people who haven't been to the stream before, or who are new and haven't seen like my outfits. But obviously, you know what I'm saying? I got that thing on me, you know what I'm saying? By that thing, I mean these chest, these fucking pecs and these weapons of destruction called my abs. Wrong one. Wrong one. There you go. There you go. I would judge and critique them with the great interest. Alright, that's pretty clean for first one. Oh, this is just like my whatever set. Like, if I don't really have a mood to go with, I put like my Sorayo's like bowgun with this guy and I just like go to town. It's your favorite gunner. That's what the outfit's called. Yes, sir. Yellow. Hello, Van. How are you? How are you? Yo, is that the Goku and Finn the human Adult Swim AI generated meme? Love it. That's not even like, that's not sass, that's not sarcasm. That's like, I actually do like that image. Even though yes, it's AI generated, that's assuming. Okay, I think it's cool. Main set be like pin. This is the first set I ever did. Keep in mind, this is like before I even had, this is before I think I even had layered armor equipped. I didn't even have layer armor as like an option at this point. So this was literally from armor from monsters that I was fighting before I even finished the story. So this is just like the first ever set. And it gets better. This is my third ever set, and this one's still really good. I think I could change the hands a little bit to be a little bit more orange. But I like the idea of it being like ghastly, like ghoul white. Meanwhile, the flames are like normal flames. I think it would look, I think the orange flames look better with the red rather than the white. But I think the white, the white for the hands were artistic choices. Oh, and Iceborne, I killed an Arc-Tempered Valhazak earlier today. I'm so proud of you, Van. Congratulations. For a second, but I think the hands need to change for sure. I think the legs can also partially change. I think the legs could change too. I do like the fabric on the legs, though. Whoops. I do like the fabric on the legs. But it definitely doesn't match 1-to-1. But considering this is my third ever set, I really like it. Damn, kind of wish Mari was still here. Kind of wanted to know what she thinks. Well, there's that one. This is... Which one should I also do? Oh, well, here's the gunner one. So you can better see it. What's the equivalent for the Guiding Lands for Wilds? Low-key, like, the entire Forbidden Lands is the Guiding Lands. Chieftain. I like this. This is just like my bone armor. I use the Gravios heavy bowgun for this one. Very nice, very nice. I also like that it uses different bone pieces. There's not a single piece that's the same. I like it, Picasso. You're stealing my sets now? Say you swear. This one isn't anything crazy, but it looks really nice when you have, you know what, for this set, I have to, like, right here, it doesn't look like anything crazy. It's supposed to be like a Valkyrie. Doesn't look anything crazy. But that's because I do not have, it looks better when you have the, it looks better when you have when, like, the equipment is out. Here, let me show you. This looks like a time for me, so everybody just follow me. There. When the wings are out, it looks much better. The wings match the wings and shield on this. The kind of like slick angel aesthetic. I like it. Again, it's nothing crazy. It's nothing crazy. I have two sets of like each armor piece, so 2 Zoshia, 2 I forgot what like the futuristic armor is called, but that. But I still like it. What monster is on the chopping block for today? Responding to SOS, story stuff, etc. Rathian. Get Rathian's ass.
Welcome back. Can I help you with anything?
No, I'm good. Don't even worry about that. I can show you a recent one I did. What is this one? Oh yeah, this is just like my I haven't made, I don't even know truly what this is, but I wanted to make a piece, like I wanted to make a piece, like a pink / salmon, color, drip. But I also want to use Kutku as an armor piece, because I haven't used Kutku for any other armor piece. And I think I like it. I think I like it. Yeah, I like it. The old man face kind of is kind of weird, but I like it. It's like a Wyverian kind of Japanese look. I like it. This is the definition of a Valkyrie, by the way. Any of the female attendants of Odin figures to the guild, fallen warriors from the battlefield to Valhalla. I'm sorry, I said Valhalla. Well, you know, that's what makes me special, Gnarly. I'm the first male Valkyrie. That's what makes me special. Okay. I like this one. This one's nothing crazy, but it's supposed to just be like ash. Like, that's the idea. It's just supposed to be fire and ash. So the Ajarkan has like the gray tone with like the highlighted tips of like the orange. You know, that look like fire bits. Very sleek, very exposing, but fire. It looked more like a Jorkin. It looked more like an Archangel than a Valkyrie to me. I said Valkyrie because it was supposed to be like a defender armor, because it does match with my other armor that's supposed to be very like defense-wise. But Archangel isn't bad. You see, when I think of Archangel, I think of angels with 2 sets of wings or more. So that's why I didn't say Archangel. I did already think of Archangel like before though. And this is the armor set I was thinking about. Okay, well, hold on. I actually have to change out the, I have to change, like, the weapon. Oh, wait, no, that's hammer. My fault. Great sword. There you go. This is the armor I was going to send instead of the Eldritch Gunner one, which is this one. The one that you guys saw. Archangels have 6 wings? Oh, okay. Well, that's also why I wouldn't call it that. Because it only has 2 sets of wings. Unless you count the wings on the heavy bowgun, which then it would have 4, but even then, that's not 6. This. It's supposed to be like a prince that inherited a family heirloom greatsword. Here, let me see if I can, like, better lighting. Communication, battle ready pose. There you go. So this is the one, this is the one that I was, going to send originally. But low-key, I was like, I don't know if they're gonna fuck with it. I don't think I was wondering, are they gonna fuck with it enough? That was the question. Not were they gonna fuck with it, because I fuck with it. I think it's good. But were they gonna fuck with it enough? You know what I'm saying? They're gonna do it enough. Also, yes, I should be making the gem pieces on my crown. I should be making them red to match the jewel piece in the very center right there of the hilt kind of area. But I think every time I did that, I keep on forgetting to save it. So it keeps on going back to how it was before. You need a dragon? I do need a dragon. I need to be on Primordial Malzeno. Not really a fan of the legs, though. Yeah, that's fair. It was kind of hard to find legs that matched literally everything else. I thought about... Here. I thought about this, potentially. Where is it? here. I thought... Wait, no, not this. Sorry. This. I thought about this. But I low-key thought it was too shiny. So I picked this instead. Like, in terms of, like, the whole... Because he's not supposed to be a knight, per se. He is supposed to be royalty. But it's like... It's like the, It's like a Nepo baby kind of thing. Like, he's a warrior, but, like, not really, like, fought in, like, hardships, you know? And then this is kind of crazy. My lord, you're kind of showing a little bit of thigh there. I don't think the waist kind of matches. I get the idea and the vision, but I don't really think it fits. The legs and boots definitely, in my eyes, don't quite match. I think the top half and the bottom half don't thematically fit and don't kind of match. I understand what you're saying, because I literally thought the exact same thing. One small issue. I like the idea of having a sword right there. I like having a standard sword. Can I do preview? Or no, not preview. I like the idea of having a standard sword. Not a katana, not like a scythe, not like a dagger, like a straight-on sword on the hip. I like that. And this is the only set that matched it. That worked. Because I get it. No. Like, trust me, I get it. I was thinking the exact same thing when I was making it. But... Like this would match the waist better. But it also wouldn't match the whole design. Low-key, this is better. But it doesn't give off royal vibes. I'm not sure if the legs give off royal vibes here, but... The waist doesn't give off necessarily barbaric or knight vibes, but it does give off a sense of class. He looks like he's spoiled, and that's literally the point of it. He's a spoiled prince that had to go into battle. And so that's why he has this great big ass great sword that's all gilded and stuff, because it's a family heirloom, but unfortunately he broke it. But because it's magic, it's not like completely useless. But at the same time, it's not as strong as it was before because he broke it. There's like a little bit of lore to go with this guy. Like a little bit. It's just the waist. I'm sorry, the waist. Unless you can find me a better waist that doesn't have... a better waist that doesn't give purely knight and also has a sword. Like, if it doesn't give knight and doesn't give barbarian, and if it doesn't have and if it has also a sword, I'd be willing to check it out. But this is the only one that I have right now that fits those criterias. Oh, that's good. It does give royal vibes, but not practical. Well, the royal vibe thing was the only thing that makes sense. I mean, I'm not sure if you could tell. He doesn't have a chest. Because of the way the chest piece is, he doesn't literally have a chest. This is not supposed to be a literal sense. It's supposed to be, like, a design aspect of, like, someone who is spoiled and not, like, a true warrior. Yeah, this is the, what do you call it? This is the, harvest? No, it's the Dreamwalker. See? Normally there's like flames coming out of the chest, but I actually made the chest black, so there are no flames. So normally there are flames coming out of the chest piece, but because I made the flames purely black, you can see like the smallest hint of flicker. But under normal circumstances, you can't see it. Alright, show me your other, what you could use, if not the waist, and I'll see if the sword makes up for it. That's the thing, I don't know if there is anything. I've tried basically everything in my repertoire that I have. Like, this doesn't match, because it doesn't look purely, like, look, see, that's like a dagger. But I didn't want that. Also, the flailiness of this obviously matches the chest piece, because it's the same set. But, like, it has books, it has this thing, it almost looks bulky, so I didn't want to do that. Right? And another one, I think there's one more. I think I tried this. Yeah, that's just not good. This doesn't match, it doesn't even fit. This isn't bad, but it doesn't give royalty. That's what I really wanted above all else. I wanted a royalty look. If I wanted, like, a warrior, I would have not chosen a crown. I mean, this is technically the female crown. This isn't even, like, a real crown. But I just purely wanted to give royalty above all else. It looks like a Traveler Scholar waist. Yeah, it doesn't match thematically. Oh, are you talking about the, Dreamwalker, cheetah? You're talking about this, right? This doesn't match. This matches better because look at the waist. Like, look at the way that it hugs, like, my figure compared to other things. I think it just hugs it way better. I didn't even have, like, this stuff. I'm gonna be honest, I made this set with not even having... This is, like, before Arc Tempered Jin even came out. So I didn't even have access to even more sets. But the sets that I did gain just don't really... I'm just telling you, man, they just don't fit. I mean, if you can name me a... like, a waist you think it would fit, I'll be willing to try it on, like, right this second. But I literally went one by one with this, and I couldn't find anything better than this. Again, this doesn't give purely nobility, but it is like classy. It's not like a random like not pawn, but like a random low-level soldier kind of vibe. It gives it more like a captain kind of thing, and that's higher in superiority, so I picked it. Also, it has a great sword. Yeah, and this just doesn't really fit. This also doesn't really fit. I don't know. Nothing else would really fit, like, the specific aesthetic that I'm going for.
My hammer is yours anytime.
I mean, I do fuck with it. Like, I think it's good. I think, like, you just look at it right here, I think it's great. But it's not perfect, but I'd give it, like, an 8. Maybe 8.5 because the weapon really does go really well with it. But it's not perfect. Swabble, you look like you'd be riding Primordial Malzeno into battle with your army following you? Yes. I would love to be riding Primordial Malzeno. Whoa, who said that? I do thin kits the best you can probably get. Thin kits? As in, like, thin armor? Or are you saying, like, that's the name of the armor? Also, I have this one. This is supposed to be, like, my rogue kind of vibe. I was just kind of throwing stuff together that kind of looked like it matched. Oh, I do think it... I do think It's the best you could probably get. Oh, okay. It's supposed to be like a rogue kind of thing, like someone very much on their feet. But it kind of has like that angelic vibe a little bit. What's the nobility color historically? That is true, but it wouldn't match the greatsword. That's the issue. It wouldn't match the greatsword, and it wouldn't match the crown. And then this one, this is the one I made recently. It's actually technically a two-parter. And this is going to be the last set. I haven't showed you all of my sets, but this is the last set I'm going to show you. Well, technically, again, it's a 2-in-1 special. So here, no, not this one. This one. It's a 2-in-1 special, okay? So this is my Red Helm Gladiator. I know, you're going to see the red here. You're going to think it's very bright. It's almost distracting. But listen, alright? Red Helm, I'm not sure if you know this, is a deviant of Arzuros. It's Red Helm Arzuros. And his colors are blue and red. And I wanted this warrior to have the color scheme of Red Helm Arzuros while also being a gladiator, because he admired Red Helm for its savagery and brute strength. So we have someone who's supposed to be in like a gladiator arena. Right? You see the shield, you see like the pieces of metal and stuff. Like, he's not like a high status man, but he is the king's favorite. He's the king's favorite gladiator. Right? Very savagery looking armor. But also, because it's a gladiator, you're not going to have knights fight each other, right? You're going to have some bare skin. You're going to have some not so much protected layer of armor. Like, the waist is not very protective. The legs have thin pieces of metal stranding over them. The, what do you call it? The headpiece isn't even, like, completely secure to his head. Red Helm is not red. Red Helm is red. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He's not red in the sense of Rathalos is red, but he's red, but he is red. Like, he has a good chunk of red on him. Now, to be fair, the amount of red I have on this guy's armor is more in terms of, like, ratio than Red Helm has red on himself. That's fair. But considering if I wanted the red piece to be the fur, then I would have to make this the main character. What do you call it? The main, color scheme. While the deep dark blue would be a secondary piece. Normally, it's kind of inverse, but still. Okay. So remember how I said this was the king's favorite gladiator, right? This was the king's favorite gladiator. He hasn't lost a single time, alright? A little bit of story for you. Hasn't lost a single time. Herald as the champion who never lost. And this is what happens when the king's favorite loses one time. No longer is his color purely red. The red still being there, but so much darker and dirty. Battle wounds from his fight that he lost. Bro, who the fuck is Harold? Okay, shut up. His helmet pieces are rusting. You can actually see that. That's not what I did. Guardian Dashiguma's, like, armor pieces literally rust. Like, the little bit of metal, it rust. So, I get, the blue is a bit distracting. I'm not gonna lie, the blue is a bit distracting. But low-key, it doesn't fit, but it also doesn't really hurt the armor. No longer, and look. The shield on his back cracked and rusting. The rusting on the helmet and the rusting on the shield literally go 1-to-1. No longer is he the king's favorite. Instead, he's now losing the king's favor. He doesn't get special privileges. Now, he didn't live a good lifestyle, but he was more privileged, even though he was somewhat of a slave, because he was the king's favorite. Now, he has nothing. He no longer has the title. He no longer has certain perks. He no longer even has... He never even had freedom to begin with. Now, he just fights to literally stay alive. No longer do people shout his name when he enters the arena. They're just there to watch him die now, instead of there to watch him win. Hopefully in the Master Rank Guardian armor will glow red. That would be pretty cool. So this is like the first time I believe I've ever made a set that technically has like a two-parter. I've had sets that look very similar, like this set. It can kind of give off a certain theme to like this set, right? But this is the first time where I've ever gone, okay, this set evolves into this. And I think it does pretty well. To be fair, I only change, so I can't... So, technically, these are all different pieces from different armor. However, they're the same monster, but different. So, instead of using regular Arkveld, I used Arc-Tempered Arkveld. Instead of using regular Dashiguma head and legs, I used Guardian head and legs. The waist and the arms did change. Because I wanted a waist that still represented, like, the, like, wavy kind of barbaric feel. So I feel like Antoinette did that. And it also matches the rest of the Guardian vibe. It's not a Guardian vibe, but it matches with the Guardian. So it's like a 2-month special. And the arms are just artistic choices. I think it looks cool. Bro, ain't no champion no more. Rip champion spot. Okay. That is such a good idea, Viper. It is. I sent my bone armor in the drip check if you want to compare it against your bone armor. But yeah, the evolution is actually amazing in my opinion. I'd consider it the same in the same sets, but I think thematically story, it works. Yes, if I didn't give it a story, I'm not gonna lie, if I didn't give this a story, you probably would have just like called it like not lazy, but like you wouldn't really change your opinion on it too much. But given the story, it changes how you look at the armor so much. And this is, again, the first time I ever did this. I'm very proud of this. It's not perfect. But, like, considering this is, like, one of my favorite sets right here. One of my favorite sets. I really like this one. And then I was able to give it a different flavor and even add to it. Love it. I think my opinion would have been the same since I think I'd have given my own story. Yeah. Really, really nice. And actually, weapon-wise, this actually... Hold on. Weapon-wise, this actually isn't the right weapon. Actually, with this one... actually, okay, hold on. Where is it? Is it this it? Oh. Is this it? No. What the fuck? Where's the... Oh, it's because I have, God damn it. I think I have... No. No, god damn it. Because I have this, so I need this. Oh, fireworks are happening. There you go. So for this armor set, I would normally have this bowgun, which is the last one for Guardian Dashiguma. It's very red. It also fits. Very pretty bowgun. I like it. But then, with the different set... Okay, but the different set is actually supposed to have this, which doesn't match perfectly, but the fact that it's like Drain, no longer has the long barrel, it's very bland, I think works better for this armor than this. Because again, you don't get the better weapon. You're no longer the king's favorite. You no longer get a better weapon. Good night. Oh my goodness. Good night, Dominic. You have a great night. I'm considering doing a prequel to one of my sets, and I think this inspired me to go through with it and try it. Dude, go try it, bro. Try it. Also, always love this. I don't think I've yet to do something with this, but I still want to. Bro got the pen. Bro got the pen 9000. But okay, let me see. We're gonna just quickly, whoops, not that. We're gonna quickly check your bone armor, and we'll compare it with my bone armor. And we're not gonna see, like, who's better, we're just, like, comparing it. Oh, this is my bone set, Spotable, if you wanted to compare it against your bone set. Okay, cool. Okay, wait, hold on. Actually, let me put on my bone set. Chieftain, here we go. No. Yeah, let's just do it like this. I can't tell what the legs are. Is that Guardian still because of the thing? I think it is. Brother, other than the head, I don't think we have really the same set. Really? You think they're similar? I mean, they're similar in a sense, but like, other than the helmet, we haven't used the same. Like, yours is very white. Mine is very, like, desaturated. You have red and you have red, bright red and white. I have dark red and kind of black, dark gray. Not pieces, but vibes. They can be. I can see me being like the brother, like bone siblings, and then you being like the sister. Not to say like you're a girl, but because your character right here is a female. Again, like, your character here is a female. So, like, I could see it. Like, they're, like, similar enough to, like, you can maybe think of them as maybe in a relationship or maybe a part of the same tribe in a sense. I like yours is clearly a chieftain, but my character could be like of the clan. What do you mean? Like, be in the same clan? You know what it could be? You know, like, Alien versus Predators? So, like, the Yautja, right? The Predators in the Predator movies? Bone siblings is crazy. Okay. You know how they, like, how they have similar outfits, but they're very much different, and they're for themselves. So, that could be, like, what we're going for here. Like, we could be a part of the same bone tribe, but, like, maybe I'm, like, the chieftain, or I'm, like, the next comer up. And you're just, like, either kind of like a sister vibe, or you're, like, just a random female. What's up? Am I late? You are pretty late, I'm not gonna lie. We're comparing Drip right now. We got some similarities here. I like it, Picasso. Sorry if, like, the audio keeps on cutting in and out, because I'm changing scenes and stuff. Let's see, how'd the back look? I don't have a weapon on, but that's because the Gravios heavy bowgun would literally take up, like, almost my entire body. You wouldn't be able to see me. I do like how we give similar vibe, but like we don't use the same armor at all, except for the head. But other than the head, I don't think we use any of the same armor. You're very much like Arkveld and like Guardian vibe. Like, so this is Arkveld. This is Guardian Folger, I think. This is Guardian Folger. The legs, I can't tell what that is. I can take off my weapon. That'd be cool. Is this drip check or something comparing? We did drip check already. We already did the drip check. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me face backwards. Yeah, that's good. Excuse me. It's bone helmet, Fulgur for Fulgur chest, Fulgur arms, Guardian, and Guardian. Okay. Well, that makes sense why it looks so fucking Guardian-esque, because you have 4 pieces of Guardian armor. Mine just like purely bone. But they're all like different bone pieces, which again, I really like for my set. I'm not trying to like glaze myself like a lot here, but like I really like it when, this is why I like it when I critique other armors, when like you get like armor that looks like it all fits together, but they are all completely different pieces. But yeah, there we go. We did the drip check. And we also did a hot take. We watched some stuff, had a good laugh, got a pretty big headache towards the middle section there. But overall, really good. Oh, snap. A really good stream. It's 10 p.m., so this was a very long stream. But Art, if you're still in chat, you're gonna get that Remnant stream later. Let me see actually if any let me see who's live right now, because Mari isn't live. Crystal isn't live. Did Crystal go live? I'm not sure if she already went live. But Tiger's live.
A little concerned on how much healing he could do.
He's playing Boulder Gates 3, the GOAT.
Arcane recovery once per long rest.
I like how our sets could be a duo, combo or duo sets, but since I like my set, but that set of yours I also really like, but I think I'm particularly biased due to similarities. Oh, okay. I don't have any mob hunt drip right now. Mob hunt? I only have Froza picks and some cyber. Okay. Oh, you're saying, oh, I'm sorry. I thought Hell was still the one talking. I'm sorry. Is G ready? You're saying you don't have any Monster Hunter drip. Okay. I've been off the grind lately. I can tell, ready. I could tell. I could really tell. Volcano, what are you doing over here? Look at this. Look who's in the fucking chat right now. Fucking Volcano, man. I can't believe this.
Don't be so modest. I can't remember the last time I met someone like you. If you're sure. Take care.
Yeah, Shadowheart, fuck with a real one.
Something?
Unk Bag the Batty, by the way, he'd be here if you said his name right.
Moving ahead. Just so I can try to get y'all something, because y'all are looking stuck.
Give her a
next question. Everyone wants to smash Shadowheart. I'm probably one of the few people who have her like third or fourth place on the
smash.
list.
That ain't my name, bro.
All right, let's get everybody kitted out. Let's move some inventory shit over.
God damn it, Van. What bracket you talk about, Tiger?
Doesn't Asterion have a bag full of daggers? No? Yes, he does. Should.
So we're going to be playing with Tiger next stream. It should be fun. Guys, go check out Tiger. He's currently live. I'm gonna probably hop into his stream for a little bit after my stream ends. It's gonna be like right now. Yes, sir. It's a long live.
Let's see. What can I do?
Oh, well, he just said that was a long shot. I thought he was gonna say bar. My fault. But yeah, that's gonna have to do it. I gotta message Tiger to ask when he was specifically be on. Or actually, I think, hold on, if I go to his channel and I go to his about, no, if I go to maybe schedule. So if he goes at 4, if he starts at like 3, if he starts at 4 like he did today, then he would go live to my time. So we would have to be live for like 3 hours. So we'd be streaming for 3 hours before Tiger even starts. Which I don't think you guys mind that. I don't think you guys mind that at all. At least I hope you don't mind. Onkaz outlived his previous squad. Damn, bro. Bro thinks he's the immortal. Oh yeah, Boone also sent me a fucking Monster Hunter iceberg. Kelby drone. Monster Hunter World Hellbound. Bro, what the fuck is this? Doge PvP. Mineguard Cave-In. Zor Madros and the Frost Islands. T-Rex Skull and Jurassic Frontier. Monster Hunter Phantom Island Voyage. GU isn't canon. Is GU just like, isn't GU just like not? Well, it's strange. Gearx MGS collab. Okay. Jen Moran destroyed Lack. New World Ecological System, Ancient Civilization. Rajang eats Kieran's horns. Frontier. Monsters in mainline game. Fatalis edited the first age. Equal dragon weapon. Okay, what's in the plus just here? Monster Hunter Explore. Monster Hunter Explore as a game is like the fourth layer down. That's kind of crazy. The try commercials. Monster Hunter 1 concept art. Some of these are a bit questionable. I'm not sure if you're still here, Boone. You're probably not, but some of these are questionable. But yeah, I'm gonna have to leave because it's been a long day. I've been up way longer than I normally would. Couldn't first attempt Ranjank. Man, I tried to join like Bowgun tier earlier today, but I have the fuck ass ask a parent thing. Damn, that's crazy. Thank you for the strum. No problem for the strum. I always got you when it comes to the strum. Don't even worry about it. W Mari for, because like me and Mari, since we stream on YouTube, we can't do the Twitch thing where like we like actually like send you guys specifically to someone. So the most that we can do is just like shout someone out. But W Mari, even though I wasn't really here, Spot, thanks for the stream. No problem, ready. No issue, gang. But yeah, I have more work to do, and I gotta send Viper something very important right now because I wasn't able to because I got fucking busy last second, and I had to re-export the fucking thing because I accidentally forgot something. I'm here thanks to Mari and the fact that I see you a lot in Man's Discord. You see me a lot? I mean, I don't go in there a lot. But I mean, I do go in there every so often. I wouldn't say a lot, but maybe like every like 3 or so days, maybe. I'll like pop in and I'll just shoot a message. I've been waiting. I know, Viper. I know. But yeah, you happen to be there when I'm there. Oh, I mean, that probably makes sense why you think it a lot then. Anyways, thank you. Wait, hold on. Thank you guys so much for coming along. Really appreciate it. I know today we didn't do a like power scaling discussion type thing, but we did a little bit of power scaling, a little bit, with the whole like weakest monster thing. You know, we did a little bit of that. Good stream. Long stream. This is 6 hours and 30 minutes, and the last stream I think was like 2 hours and 30 minutes. So we've been live for, well, from, oh shit, it actually might be coming on like 9 hours or something, or maybe even 10. I'll find a way to join the light bowgun membership. I appreciate it. Ready? I hope to put your name at the end of every video. There you go. I'm sorry, I'm running low on steam. Thank you guys so much for joining. Good night, everyone. I will see you tomorrow for some Remnant. You know what I'm saying? For some Remnant 2. I'm playing the Tiger. We do hardcore, where if we die, we gotta restart the whole campaign. Oh yeah, it's going to be awesome. But thank you guys so much for watching. Bye bye. See you tomorrow.